was like, I don't care.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. Morning, Representative.
Good, nice snowy day.
Hopefully it hasn't been too bad for anybody. Hopefully all members don't have to drive anywhere today.
Transportation public hearing. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good
Phil,
morning.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Representative.
Steve.
Good morning.
Or no, I wasn't looking to get the validation. I wanted to make sure my sound was working. Okay, great.
Mary Abrams,
Hello.
how are you? You sent me a couple of questions. I'll get back to you today on them.
I did. I need, if you can just forward me the subcommittee report, I can go from there.
Okay.
All I need. Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Transportation Committee for February 19th. We have our second of 4 public hearings that we'll have on our committee. We expect today's public hearing to be quite robust. We'd like to go over a few rules and processes that we have for the committee in our public hearing today. As you know, the public hearing is being conducted at a little slower pace to accommodate the quality of the live stream, to make sure that folks at home watching on YouTube or panelists who are taking part in testifying via our closed access network have the ability to have their comments heard and understood, and to have proper questioning take place, and that I or Representative Sims or Senator Cassano, whoever might be leading the meeting at any moment, can recognize folks who have questions of our panelists. All participants today will be muted until they're invited to speak. When the 3-minute time limit is up, the clerk will ask you to summarize, or he'll have to mute you so we can move expeditiously through today's proceedings. Member question and answering is limited to 5 minutes, and it's to the bills that we have before the committee. The clerk will alert members to the end of their time and then mute them if we go past that 5-minute window. At the completion of speaking testimony and responding to any questions from committee members, participants will then be removed from the hearing, and you can go back and watch the rest of it live on YouTube. So any disruptive or inappropriate behavior, and you will be removed from the public hearing, and you will not be allowed back in. Committee members must raise their virtual hand to signify their desire to speak, and then I'll recognize you in the order in which you raised your hand. And if you're on a computer or a mobile device that's not part of the CJ network, you can open up the participant panel, and then you click raise your hand at the bottom of the panel, and that's how you'll alert me. And if you have trouble with that, just wave your hand vigorously, and I'll find you in the list. And again, if you're using a phone today, the controls for our participants, you can hit *6, and that will toggle your mute and unmute, and *9 raises your hand so that I can see that you're wishing to speak. With all of that being said, and all of the processes being laid out, I would like to invite either Representative Carney or Senator Summers to say any opening remarks before we start today. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it's good to see everyone this morning. I echo your comments. We do certainly have a very robust agenda today with a lot of varying issues, some more contentious than others. Some we've seen before, some we've seen, I think, almost every year, but all of them are important issues, and I look forward to hearing from all of the advocates, regardless of where they stand on a particular issue, so we can fact find and figure out the best way to move forward. So again, look forward to this hearing today and hearing from all of the people who decided to make their voices heard.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And I would just like to echo what Representative Carney and our leader, Representative Lamar, have stated today. I'm looking forward to hearing everyone. I'm really happy that this committee will be allowing everyone to speak today, and I'm looking forward to getting going. Thank you.
Excellent. I know Senator Cassana, who is my Senate co-chair of this committee, is also the Senate co-chair of the Planning and Development Committee, which is having a public hearing at the exact same time as we are. So he will be in and out today. There are a number of members on the Transportation Committee who are also members of the Planning and Development Committee. So there will be some overlap as folks are going back and forth between those two committees today. And as I mentioned to members, I am not keeping track of which committee is your favorite, or if you spend more time in this committee than that committee over there. But transportation is more exciting. So with that being said, we will kick off today's public hearing. We have a robust list of folks on the public officials side and in general members of the public of Connecticut residents. So we're going to keep the public official side tight into the 1 hour time limit. And then we'll go back and forth between members of the general public. So kicking us off today, and make sure I can see him in the lobby, we have Kevin Dillon kicking us off from the Connecticut Airport Authority. Kevin, are you in? Mr. Clerk, you are muted.
One second, Mr. Chair, we are letting in Mr. Dillon right now.
Excellent. I see him in.
Should be joining now.
Excellent. Kevin, are you able to hear and turn on your camera?
Hit the camera, and then maybe the mic. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, Mr. Dillon. How are you?
Well, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, ranking members and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Dillon. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. I'm here this morning to testify in support of House Bill 6426. That's an act concerning recommendations by the Connecticut Airport Authority. I did submit written testimony. I hope you've all had the opportunity to read it. I think there's a lot of good information in there for you to consider. So I'm going to try to keep my remarks very brief and get to any questions that you might have. But looking at the bill, Section 1 and 2 addresses law enforcement services here at Bradley Airport. The auditors of public accounts recently conducted a review of our law enforcement arrangement with the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. And they are recommending that we enter into an MOU that outlines the contractual relationship that exists between the airport and the state police, with an emphasis on speaking to the federal requirements that the CAA has to provide law enforcement services. We're already working with DESP on an MOU and making progress there. But the passage of this bill will allow us to close out those audit findings with the APA. Section 3 addresses a nationwide NTSB issue. The NTSB is concerned, the National Transportation Safety Board is concerned about a number of accidents that have occurred across the country with aircraft impacting what are typically known as weather evaluation towers. These towers are typically below 200 feet. At 200 feet, there is already regulation under the FAA that requires those towers to be marked and in some cases lighted. But towers below 200 feet do not fall into that requirement. So the NTSB is asking states across the country to pass regulations that would require those towers to be marked. When they talk about marking, it's simply painting the tower to increase visibility of the tower so that pilots that may not be familiar with the terrain would not impact the tower naturally. The bill also prescribes penalties for those that don't comply. I guess, however, the concern that we have is that the bill doesn't address probably the primary recommendation that we have here at the airport, and that being the issue surrounding retirement costs at the airport. As you all know, we've been impacted greatly by the pandemic here at Bradley Airport. We continue to be down about 70 to 75% in terms of passenger traffic. That directly correlates into a substantial drop in revenues here at the airport. And despite hiring freezes and significant budget cuts, withholding salary increases that would due personnel, we still have a number of financial issues. And this continues to be an important issue for Bradley Airport because as we look towards recovery from the pandemic, costs will be everything to any airport across the country. We're in a very competitive environment. It was competitive with other airports in terms of trying to attract service prior to the pandemic. Post-pandemic, it's going to be even more intense. So the airlines are very focused on our costs. And for a long time, the airlines have complained about what's known as the high fringe rate. And again, I want to be very clear. This is not a partisan issue as the airport is concerned. When I say a high fringe rate, what that refers to is the cost that's assigned to each individual employee throughout the state to recover legacy pension costs, right? So the actual employees are not benefiting from the high rate. It's simply a mechanism to recover costs for all of the underfunding that was done to the system. So again, what we are asking the committee to consider is JFS language that would give us relief from those pension costs and allow us to take our unclassified employees, only our unclassified employees, have them withdraw from the system or give them the option to withdraw, and any new employees from a date certain be put into a 401 plan versus the existing state pension system. There would be considerable savings to us once we could finally get all of our unclassified employees into that new system. So I don't want to drone on. As I said, I've put a lot of information in the written testimony to you, and we're simply asking that the committee consider JFS language to include that provision. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon, for your testimony today and for your continued work on behalf of the Connecticut Airport Authority in these very challenging times that you and other airports across the country are facing. I know we are in good hands under your leadership in looking at the future of Bradley and the Airport Authority. We trust that we have a good team in place there that can help weather to the best of your abilities the challenges you face. Directly to the issue that you raised at the end of your testimony with respect to the employee classification and changes to the retirement plans that you seek. I think we've had this conversation both in public and in a recent Hartford Courant article, in which I completely appreciate that the mechanism by which the state has used to pay off these long-term legacy costs does on your books necessarily impact you in a way that makes you seem less competitive to outside entities. And I understand that. It doesn't just impact the airport authority, it impacts a number of agencies in state government. And the solution that we had before this committee that you introduced made sense on the airport authority side, don't get me wrong. But the way that it impacted state government and necessarily our CBAC agreements, we felt was beyond just an airport authority and a transportation committee consideration. And we extended that consideration more broadly to our leadership in each of our caucuses. And we think there's a larger conversation that needs to take place, and a unilateral change that we might make to benefit the airport authority would necessarily have impacts more broadly to our state pension funds and collective bargaining agreements more broadly. And we didn't think it was appropriate for the transportation committee to take this one issue up in isolation. And so that's why we refrained from considering it on its own, because there are much broader impacts associated with it than just the impacts to the airport authority. But you have my commitment that I will work with my caucus to try and help find different ways to account for these costs that doesn't make the airport authority uncompetitive in the eyes of airlines who wish to potentially locate in the state of Connecticut or at Bradley Airport. With that, we'll move on to Senator Austin and then Representative Zawistowski.
Betsy, do you want to speak to the numbers?
So I just was wondering which component of the bill in front of us represents the pension issue, but I think that Representative Lamar dealt with that issue. And so I understand that you're frustrated with this, Kevin, but to bring it up every time when it leaves a impression as if a current employee is worth a lot of money, when we have already switched to a 401k for employees hired, and over a third of our employees are now in a 401k environment, hybrid 401k. So you would still be liable for that unfunded liability. So I just want, again and again and again, this comes up with you. And again, we explain this to you. So I'm a little frustrated with the fact that we have to explain it, especially when you bring it up on a bill that has nothing to do with this issue. Just want to say that we should be just talking about the bill at hand and not add in this other component, which does not mean anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Austin. Representative Zawistowski, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you,
Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your words that you have a commitment to be able to address this issue concerning the airport. I do want to mention that, this only impacts non-union employees, so I'm not sure how it actually connects with CBAC at all, but it's if you're committing that we're going to actually try to take a look at this to just fix this problem through other areas, I'll certainly take your word. We did have a hearing on this in 2014 in the Transportation Committee, so it's not totally out of place. I think we just need to remind people that Bradley is self-sustaining. It does not take state money. It's not a state agency, and it's actually a competitive entity. They're competing with other airports. So this makes it different from the state agencies that we're trying to correct this situation with. Anyway, just wanted a couple words to Kevin. I just want to say that you're glad that you're here. I can never overemphasize the importance of Bradley Airport to the economy of the North Central Connecticut area. And I will certainly echo the chairman's words that, the airport and the CAA properties are in good hands with you at the helm. So thank you for being here, and looking forward to hearing the rest of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with your indulgence, just a couple of questions, if I could, to Kevin. And I appreciate what the good senator said in terms of this issue coming up and again and again and again, but I would really like to understand a couple of things a little bit better. And you, in fact, Mr. Chairman, mentioned that, it keeps coming up as competitive issues, but Kevin, to you, do the high fringe costs, and I got to say, we addressed this yesterday on a different topic in finance with a bill from one of the chairs to take fringe costs out of a specific agency's budget. Special Transportation Fund is a great example because that's one of the highest growing cost factors, and putting it into the general fund where it originally was, but it was moved out to make more room. But you've brought up, competitive issues with this. Are these costs having any implications for the airport besides that? I mean, is that it, that it's just makes you non-competitive, or are there other issues?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in order for us to try to remain somewhat competitive, right, we are essentially deferring capital work here at the airport, necessary infrastructure investment to take those funds to offset these high costs that we're trying to get our arms around. So, the perfect example that I can give you is, all of your travel, right? When was the last time you were at an airport where the explosive detection screening is still being conducted in the lobby of an airport, right? That occurs at Bradley Airport because we don't have the $100+ million to install an inline system. And the reason why we don't have that money is because we're diverting it to cover costs like this, right? So it's all tied together, the entire cost structure here. And again, I certainly, respect, what the senator said about me bringing this up over and over again. But quite frankly, I bring it up over and over again because it's an extremely important issue, right? The Airport Authority was created to have Bradley Airport fulfill its potential, right? For the longest time, this airport has not been able to fulfill its potential. So we're juggling a lot of things here to try to generate the level of success that we've had over the past 7 or 8 years. But we will get to a point where those infrastructure needs are going to get to the point where I can't simply ignore it any longer and have to invest. And that's when we're going to run into real significant issues with the airlines. I mean, it's not only a baggage claim system, we have a sewer system here at the airport that needs to be completely replaced.
Right.
You're talking about millions of dollars that need to be invested into Bradley Airport, and we simply can't sustain higher costs like this.
Thank you for that. I just have one more question. I'm one of those people jumping in between hearings. And I always sense this response of defense when this issue does come up, and that it is an attack on unionized employees, if you will. Does CAA have any plans to use this? Should you be able to make changes that you want, to use it as a stepping stone to eventually seek removal of the authority's unionized staff from the retirement system? Because I think
Absolutely.
that kind of gets to the crux of some of the concerns that we hear. And I'll leave it at that because I know this is a topic that our chairman would prefer to not address, but if you could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
I mean, absolutely not. We have no intention of trying to extend this request to the unionized staff. Simply by dealing with the unclassified staff, we believe immediately up front we'd get $1.25 million of savings. When we fully transition the non-unionized staff only, it would be $3 million worth of savings annually. That goes a long way in terms of bringing the rates and charges that we have to, charge the airlines into a very, very competitive position.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to ask those questions as well. Thank you.
Representative Carney, followed by Senator Austin. I would like to just remind you that this specific issue that we've been talking about the last few minutes is not on today's agenda. While it is a consideration that the Connecticut Airport Authority has in their broader package, and I understand the need to talk about it, there is actually another bill that was raised yesterday in the Finance Committee that's intended to address this issue on multiple agencies and entities within state government. I look forward to a robust conversation about it there, but it is not on our agenda for today. Representative Carney, followed by Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for pointing out that there is a Finance Committee bill that will address this, and both you and I are on the Finance Committee, so we will have an opportunity to hear that. And Kevin, I hope you'll come and testify on that when that time comes, because I want to continue this conversation with you. I do have just 2 questions about the bill. The first one is regarding Section 1 with the Memorandum of Understanding with Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. Is there a reason that we have to have this in legislation as opposed to just letting the Airport Authority do it on its own?
From my way of thinking, no, there's no specific reason. It's just a legacy that's carried over. It already is in statute. A lot of this is cleaning up the language. from what was originally intended and making changes, for example, replacing DOT with the CAA.
All right, thanks. And the other one, I think we've heard this meteorological tower provision before. It may have been last year, so I can't remember, but if it wasn't last year, was there a reason that it did not move forward that you can recall?
Yeah, it was actually withdrawn because the FAA was moving forward with actually making this a regulation.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the NTSB is still concerned, even though the FAA has that obligation. The NTSB feels that the FAA is not moving quick enough on it, and that's why they have asked states to adopt this policy independently.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that, and hopefully we can get that done this year. But as always, I appreciate hearing from you and continuing these conversations with you.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much. I don't really need a comment from Mr. Dillon, but just to clarify the record, no one believes that this is a union issue or a non-union issue. The fact is that the General Assembly has been dealing with this issue for a number of years now to actually credit what the problem is, and that's the 70 years of non-payment. And even if Mr. Dillon removes every single one of his employees from the pension system, he will still have the liability of those members of the airport authority that are in the pension system where we did not pay those bills. So he would still have this liability on his rolls to pay. Those employees that come in on tier 3 and tier 4, in particular tier 4, are paying all their pension costs. It is the unfunded liability that causes the problem. And to not let that stand, do not let that explanation come out on the record when we continue to talk about it this way. I want Mr. Dillon to understand he will still have the responsibility of all the people that were hired by the airport authority that are being paid pensions that will still sit on his books. He will still have that. He can fire every one of his employees, and he can hire all brand new, and he can put every single employee, union or not, into 401ks. The state has already done that, already started that, and has been working on it. Fully a third of the state employees are in a hybrid 401k, whether they're in a union or not. But Mr. Dillon and the airport authority will still have responsibility for that unfunded liability, no matter what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Austin. I think that concludes the people who have questions of the airport authority today. I think I can speak with relative confidence that the issues that are on the agenda and in your bill for public hearing today actually have pretty universal support. And I'm looking forward to working with my ranking members and committee members over the next month or so to get a bill over the finish line. And we appreciate your correspondence with the committee and with us, and we will get this product moving. So thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Henshaw with the Connecticut Port Authority.
Mr. Chair, I believe he's joined by David Corus as well. They should both be in the room and be able to unmute.
Excellent.
Good morning.
Good
Mr.
morning,
Chairman.
Mr. Henshaw. I believe you're also joined by David Corus as well.
Yeah, I'm here. Morning.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Henshaw and Mr. Corus, we will allow you to testify. We're going to start with Mr. Henshaw, who is the recognized speaker on our agenda, and then you can transfer over to Mr. Corus when appropriate. Good morning.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Transportation Committee. I will summarize our testimony on the bills before you and submit it to the committee together with any additional information that's requested during the hearing. With respect to proposed SB number 241, an act concerning the oversight and transparency of the Connecticut Port Authority, the proposed bill references a review of the amount of payment in lieu of taxes provided to the Connecticut Port Authority to the amount provided to other quasi-public agencies. The CPA does not receive any payment in lieu of taxes. Further, the CPA supports the representation of small ports and host communities on our board of directors. We welcome this and support any recommendations from the legislature and the designated appointing authorities regarding the best possible representation on the board. We welcome the opportunity to provide a formal update to you on our Small Harbor Improvement Projects Program, or SHIP, our sole mechanism for investing state resources in small port projects. We welcome the opportunity to provide an estimate of the jobs that would be created during our proposed construction project at State Pier New London, as well as jobs to be created by our private partners during their utilization of the upgraded State Pier facility 2022 to 2031. As compared to the employees of private companies with operations at State Pier prior to 2021. We believe strongly that the creation of the CPA and our singular focus on the state's maritime infrastructure and economy have enabled us to advance projects in multiple ports and harbors and seize opportunities.
Oh, John, it seems you've been muted. If you could unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. We believe strongly that the creation of the CPA and our singular focus on the state's maritime infrastructure and economy have enabled us to advance projects in multiple ports and harbors and seize opportunities that far exceeded the level of success achieved when the maritime functions were located in the Department of Transportation. We believe maintaining a quasi-government agency with our mission is more beneficial to the state than rolling us into DOT. With respect to proposed SB number 610, the CPA remains consistent in our support of the City of New London's efforts to join our board. CPA's commitment to the city's addition was memorialized in the impact fee agreement between the authority, terminal operator Gateway New London LLC, and the city, executed in January 2019. The innovative agreement guarantees annual payments to the city to offset costs associated with municipal services, and additionally provides a share of the revenue generated at the terminal for the next 20 years. The agreement further includes a commitment by the CPA to support any legislative proposals or administrative direction seeking to provide New London with a seat on the CPA's board of directors. The impact fee and revenue sharing payment to the City of New London amounted to $125,000 in 2019. That payment is projected to more than double, averaging more than $262,000 annually to the City of New London during Ørsted and Eversource's 10-year lease term. That revenue is separate and additional from the additional revenue the city will receive from a host city agreement that we expect will be ultimately executed by the city and Ørsted and Eversource. With respect to proposed SB number 605, an act concerning the Connecticut Port Authority, we welcome and support recommendations from the legislature and the designated appointing authorities regarding the best possible representation on our board. The CPA supports the placement of the Connecticut Pilot Commission within an appropriate agency of the state instead of the Connecticut Port Authority for administrative purposes only. With respect to proposed SB number 866, as required by statute, the authority currently submits to the Transportation Committee 2 reports. One details the activities disclosing operating and financial statements and recommending legislation to promote the authority's purposes. The other requires a list of projects if undertaken by the state would support the state's maritime policies, encourage maritime commerce and industry, recommendations for improvements to existing maritime policies and programs and facilities, and such other recommendation as the board considers appropriate. Those are currently submitted to the Transportation Committee and other relevant committees. We look forward to working with the Transportation Committee to advance the interest of Connecticut's maritime economy, and we look forward to any questions and comments you may have today or in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henshaw. Mr. Corus, would you like to add anything at this time?
I will just add that several members of the board submitted independent individual testimony. They were not able to actually testify in person tonight, but you have their comments in the written record.
Thank you, Mr. Corus. Are there questions for the Port Authority today? We're going to start with Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, John and David, for coming on this morning to testify on some of these proposals. So my first question, because it's in several of the bill or two of the bills, who currently holds the spots for towns 100,000 or fewer and 50,000 or fewer?
Yeah, so one of them is held. So let me just take a step back and say it's kind of a funny thing, right? Because you have the appointing authorities and then you have these requirements of the board. And so when there's a vacancy, individual appointing authorities have to also think about whether or not they can fit one of those roles. There is a representative from the city of Norwalk, which gets the below 100,000, and then there is a representative from the city of New London, drawn from the city of New London, that hits the lower population threshold.
Okay, all right, yeah, because I mean, one of the things I think that we're thinking is just to ensure that those representatives actually come from a town that has a port, as opposed to just being a general coastal municipality. So
Well, I think,
you know,
sorry,
go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, I think of creating a separate mechanism so that it doesn't fall on the individual appointing authorities to say, oh, mine happens to be the vacancy that emerges right now, and I also have to check this other box. I think sort of divorcing those two would facilitate, filling these roles.
Regarding, I guess this would be SB 241, the section that would require you to provide an estimate of jobs that would be created, and also as compared to jobs that would be lost. Do you have any numbers like that now that you can share with the committee?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly give an order of magnitude. We've stated publicly before some of the projected job numbers, not including longshoremen at the pier in the wind scenario, are in the several hundred order of magnitude. The number of jobs at the pier currently, not including the longshoremen, are in the half a dozen order of magnitude.
Okay, because I think, certainly a lot of us, speaking for myself, and I think a lot of us really want to see comparisons, not only with jobs, but also, an economic analysis, the types of jobs, the type of tree, that to try to get our head really wrapped around what benefit will this pier reconstruction and changes to the pier really have to the state of Connecticut, the economy, and the city of New London. So I certainly, I know I would welcome any sort of information that you can provide to outline that, but really with specifics on what would be created, what types of jobs would be created, what cargo would be created, versus the types of things that unfortunately would be lost as a result of this pier reconstruction.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be very clear, we are not going to wait for this bill to do that. We are in the process of pulling this together coming out of our conversation on the 29th of January, and we expect to have you all something shortly.
Okay. And kind of, I guess, combining two of the bills to a degree. So Senate Bill, 241, talks about, I think, sort of for the DOT to look into pulling the CPA back into DOT, and the bill that was it 605 talks about moving the pilot commission back over to DOT, and that you support. So I'm wondering, is there anything else that should be moved back to DOT that the Port Authority is unable to handle?
So the reason that we are recommending that or agree with the legislation that recommends to move the pilot commission to DOT or back to DOT is because of the potential liability issues. DOT is represented by its own counsel, but also by the Attorney General's office. And we are dependent on private counsel, which puts us at a significant disadvantage should there be an issue that arises.
Okay. Because I appreciate that answer, and I kind of see that's what I think with the other piece of legislation, 241. I think that's sort of what the proponents of that bill are kind of trying to get at too, is that, you know, maybe some things or the entire thing would be better off under DOT for some of the reasons you've actually provided, that they do have more resources there than the CPA does. And at this point, there's a lot of us that do have strong concerns about the direction, particularly of the state here at New London. So, you know, I'm curious to hear more. I know I see one of my colleagues who proposed this bill has her hand up, and I'm curious to learn more about that proposal. So with that reason, I'm gonna, that's all my questioning so far for today with the both of you, but I do want to thank you both for coming on, and I'm sure we're going to continue having these conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Senator Austin, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate my colleague, Representative Carney's discussion, because he got to the heart of many of the things that 241 is looking at to say, what can we do to, we want the project, which we think is different than CPA, to be successful. But we are increasingly concerned that perhaps the project is too big for CPA. But my question, because Representative Carney got to the heart of other questions, but I have a question on small ports. And while the legislation requires it to be small towns, but small ports have been and always been a concern about being within the confines of the Port Authority, because they would be overwhelmed by the 3 deep water ports and the concerns there. And it doesn't appear that the small ports are really getting adequate representation on the board. And it may not be the board, but it may be the executive branch administration that it doesn't feel that the small ports have the value that the project at the New London Port is pulling all of the resources into. So how many small ports are there in Connecticut relative to this Port Authority?
In terms of total number, Senator,
Correct.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's several dozen, particularly when you consider some of, you know, the harbors that have exclusively small private marinas, et cetera. But just to reiterate, we welcome any suggestions that you all have about strengthening representation of smaller ports and working harbors on our board.
And I think that's one of the recommendations that we have in the bill, because we just think that that these small ports have value individually and value as a whole, based on just the character of Connecticut, but also we really need to figure out, my understanding is the Port Authority board approved a number of projects and have followed the process to get them to the executive branch. Would that be accurate?
That is accurate, you know, and we have looked into it since you brought this up on the 29th. And I will acknowledge that there is one additional piece of paperwork that we need to submit to button up all the information that is necessary for it to come to Bond Commission. And we will have that in time for the next meeting. And then it will be, you know, able to be taken up whenever the administration decides.
Thank you very much. And would the small ports, my understanding with the legislation was every 2 years there would be a host of projects that would be approved for the small ports. Is that your understanding on what the legislation implies?
So the legislation, I don't have the exact language, but it actually mandates that we spend $5 million a year on the small harbor improvements. We have never hit that number. And part of the reason why we've never hit that number is because we've never received applications of eligible projects to total that amount. We have I believe in 1 year, we did receive applications of greater that amount, but some of them were for private facilities. And before a legislative change 2 years ago, I think, private facilities were ineligible recipients of those money. Yeah, I mean, the short answer is, we continue to encourage and work with harbor commissions and municipalities to try and generate demand. And then we continue to, submit the projects that we do have that are eligible for funding. But we have not hit that 5 million a year target yet.
So, so the legislation itself mandates the administration to put forth, I would say, up to $5 million of approved projects by the Port Authority. And you have projects that you have approved, albeit you may need one more piece of paper to submit. And before the next bond commission happens, that piece of paper I would assume would be forwarded. Can you make sure that I'm assuming that Representative Lamar, it would go to either to Phil or to Representative Lamar so that we know that that component has happened, or to the Eastern Connecticut delegation, whichever you think is appropriate. But I think that Representative Lamar is saying that he would prefer that when we ask questions, it goes to him so he knows that the answers have happened.
Yeah, we will absolutely do
that. In regards to the transfer to DOT, Representative Carney talked a bit about where we are and in order to make this project successful, the larger, bigger project that the pier is designed to go to. Do you believe that we have a companion bill in GAE talking about quasi-publics, generally speaking, saying that part of the failure of this quasi-public was that it wasn't stood up in a way that allowed it to be successful for a variety of reasons. But one, the number of staff that you have, do you believe the number of staff that are at the Port Authority has the ability to handle a project the size of the wind project and get it done, one, in a timely fashion, but one, oversee it so that we know that it's happening in a good fashion?
Yeah, so I'll answer one way and then let John weigh in. I think, one of the greatest outcomes of this last 18 months of soul searching and exploration into sort of the origins of the CPA and its early evolution was the recognition that we needed to find innovative ways to supplement the in-house capacity. And just as Mr. Dillon referenced earlier with the partnership around policing at the airport, since we all started taking a closer look at this, we have engaged in MOUs with both OPM and with DAS. OPM on a management and financial side, and DAS on a project delivery side. So I can say with confidence that at this current moment, via our MOU with DAS, and OPM with Deputy Secretary Diamantis and others in his team, we have the resources available to us to bring this project successfully to fruition. I will let John, though, comment more broadly on the scale of the organization and its staffing relative to its longer term mission.
So I agree with the way that David has described our relationship with OPM and DAS. I would add also that we do have an MOU with the Department of Transportation as well. They've detailed an employee to come and work at the Port Authority, and that's been extremely helpful, especially in the project management role for us for the State Pier project, among other responsibilities. Being a small organization is, challenging, but it's also a benefit because everybody is sort of integral to the organization. Everybody's involved with every project, And I've found that, leveraging resources from a variety of different sources, other state agencies, but also outside contractors, for instance, with our contract administrator on the pier project, allows us to, to leverage those assets to be successful.
So I don't know that, quite frankly, that I'm there yet to say that we are going to be successful. I'm still extremely concerned, and it feels like that we're always waiting for that next shoe to drop. When we find out one more piece of information that requires an explanation that doesn't seem to be readily there. So I'm not there yet. That's in part why that bill is written the way it is, because I would need a certain amount of reassurance, and based on some of the questions that happened in the informational hearing, I look forward to getting that information and reviewing that information, but I'm really not quite there to say that we're going to be able to address some of the concerns we have. I appreciate both of you coming on today. I know that the last couple of years have been difficult in nature, but I still have not reached a certain level of comfort to know that a several $100 million project, both in rehabilitating the piers and in putting windmills out in the ocean, are really that we are really capable of handling this project under today's guidance and staffing that we have. And I look forward to the information to see where we stand at the end of this public hearing and the committee meeting that follows. Thank you very much both for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Could I just note, just really quickly, we did provide some follow-up information coming out of the last hearing, and just please, if you have specific requests beyond that, let us know, via the chair, via Phil, and we will provide whatever it is that you're still looking for as promptly as we can.
Thank you.
If I could just,
go ahead, Mr. Henshaw.
Just one other observation. So I came from a very similar organization in the state of Maine, and we were able to deliver significant large-scale projects in our ports in Maine with a staff of a similar size. So I have confidence that we are able to deliver what needs to be delivered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm new to the Transportation Committee. I'm new to the issues, familiar from Energy and Technology on our original issue on procurement of the energy, et cetera. And so what I've heard over the last time, and I wanted to repeat and bring to where I am and my help in understanding the process, is that we're still at the debate level at the extent of the investment in the pier to look at the facility at a maximum minimum level in terms of what we want to build out. The model, where I guess what I heard today is you're going to look and give us projections on job impact, right, on the pier. So obviously you've got more eyes on you than you would hope for. I think you're expected to deliver information to get us to approve a process. I think that I'll give you one more task at the end of that process, is that with our state resources, we are going to create an asset of XYZ size with an economic endeavor, with a scope that you're going to describe to us based on how much money we're willing to put into the pier. That is going into a commercial enterprise that benefits the state because it fulfills our goals on the energy and carbon footprint. But the resources of the state are going to be brought to bear to provide an asset that's going to be used by these private companies. So I'm going to be very much interested in the nature of the contract, and particularly, I think I mentioned last time, the nature of the optionality on the renewal of the contract, because we're creating an asset that's going to have a lifespan of 30 years, maybe longer. I wanted to understand what their term of rental and use is, the fees we get for that, and what optional use there is for this pier 10 years from now or 20 years from now, So I won't be as comfortable in a blanket right of first refusal versus a right of last look on a bid to continue their operation versus other commercial activity at that pier. Because once we make the investment, it's incumbent on us to support that groundbreaking work on the windmills, the turbines, et cetera. But then we've got a commercial asset, and it's incumbent on us to make sure we maximize the return to the state.
Yeah. So
I would be concerned about that. Right?
Yep. And the vast majority of what you're looking at is codified in the Harbor Development Agreement that was executed in February of 2020. But we're happy to have, to provide some distilled information from that and have any further conversations that you're looking for around the details of that agreement.
And all I would suggest is if we're not sure the size of the investment in terms of the scope of the project on the pier yet, or we're defining that still, we ought to see whether that provides us an entree into the nature of the renewal contract. Because if I build a Cadillac pier, the question is, do I want to give them the same optionality on the renewal? Or if I want to have more control of the optionality on that renewal. So that's just, I know it's an end run. I know you've got a lot ahead of you, but let's not just assume that we've already agreed to a right of first refusal 10 years or 20 years. I want to make sure we have a little more control the more we invest there, is my point. So I just mentioned that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Conley.
Hello, thank you for coming before us again today. I did want to start by following up on some of our conversations 3 weeks ago. I have not yet been provided the information on the legal RFP that we discussed 3 weeks ago, and I'm a little disappointed that I still don't have that information, and I'd like to get that information promptly from the Port Authority.
We submitted it several weeks ago.
If that's a problem within the committee, I guess I'll ask the committee clerk to forward that over, as I haven't seen it yet.
We submitted within a week of our last hearing.
Secondarily, I appreciate Representative Carney starting off and Senator Austin. I will be echoing their concerns with a little stronger language. I have more than concerns on the ability of the Port Authority to handle the build out of the city pier. I know in my small town of Groton, we built some schools at roughly the same funding level that you're talking about within a range. And while the town and the Board of Ed had built schools before and were used to contracts, there was heavy state involvement with DAS and approval processes, and the municipalities could not go very far without oversight of each and every piece of paper. And that made, I think, the taxpayers outside of my town, even though I had a lot of trust and goodwill towards those in my town working on this project, that this was the state's money. And it was the taxpayers' money across the entire state. And not everyone knew that our municipality could really handle this project well because it was a large project. And the peace of mind that the state was approving each and every contract, who had done these contracts, who was used to RFPs, who had the Attorney General's office standing behind us, was very helpful to a large amount of taxpayer money. And I see that same comparison with the city pier. We're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars of build out necessary with state money. And from the history of the Port Authority, I do not have confidence that these contracts in the future, this amount of money can be handled by this organization. I appreciate that there are now members of Understanding with OPM to keep eyes on the finances and DAS to keep eyes on the project delivery, and that there is a Department of Transportation employee working with you full time. But one of my thoughts is if we have 3 different agencies from the state now assisting strongly the Port Authority, what is the Port Authority's purpose on its own with the build out of City Pier, with that big project? Because I don't want to see this project being delayed. I don't want to see the state and the taxpayers missing this opportunity to have wind and to have these jobs that we're looking forward to seeing more information, but to have this big build in Connecticut, I worry strongly, based on the prior history of this organization, that it can be accomplished. Some of the simple things is when we talk about policies and procedures, and I do feel that the organization was given more than it could chew in the beginning, far more than it had the abilities to handle. But when I look at some of the things that you could have handled with policies and procedures that we talked about last year, is you have an excellent resource of documents. with the Connecticut Port Authority with policies and procedures, or the Airport Authority. You literally could have downloaded the documents on the website to a Word document, search and find air, and deleted it. And that could have been a really great basis for a lot of the policies and procedures. And I know you've gotten there, but this has taken, a year of time that you could have been working on other projects that I know you didn't have the staff. I know you had staff who was ill. I know you had other troubles going on. But since this committee had to step in so largely in 19 and raise eyebrows and is now really, I know, monitoring the Port Authority much more than the Port Authority wishes to be monitored, but also much less than others probably wish it to be monitored as well. I have strong concerns as to whether or not the port project can be carried out. And I look forward to continuing this discussion, but that's why I think in SB 241, that paragraph is there about let's talk about returning to the DOT, because at some point the state, if the state's watching the finances and the contracts and the delivery and sending a DOT employee, at some point DOT is really in charge of this project along with OPM and DAS. And maybe we need to just categorize that correctly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Representative, first let me know it's the state pier, it's not the city pier that we're making these improvements to. But we're doing exactly what you described we should be done. When these issues were brought to our collective attention in late 2019 or the middle of 2019, the process that we embarked on with OPM and some contractual support was exactly that. We looked at CI, we looked at CAA, we looked at other quasis, and we did find the best practices, and we adapted them for our needs and adopted them over a year ago. And that work was completed some time ago, and we've now been operating under those policies and procedures. Regarding your example of school construction, where the municipality of Groton contracted with DAS, for that technical support and eyes on every document, that is exactly what we have done with DAS for the implementation of the port reconstruction project. In terms of what is left for the role of CPA, when we lean on OPM for certain financial support, when we lean on DAS for certain project delivery support, what's left is CPA having a singular focus on the maritime infrastructure and economy within the state that then draws on resources of partners to deliver on that mission. And I believe strongly that having an independent entity that has that singular focus, but then, unlike the mistakes of the past, takes advantage of capacity enhancements at other quasis or other agencies is exactly the approach that you're advocating for. And I would argue that that's exactly what we're doing.
And just to follow up, Mr. Chair, I'm not comfortable with the Port Authority having control. I think it's very important through the state pier that there is substantial state eyes on every document in every area in light of what's happened with this organization in the past.
And there are. That is exactly what the MOUs with OPM and DAS provide.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Corus. For benefit of the committee, I am forwarding through our committee clerk a compendium of documents that the Port Authority has submitted to the committee as of February 5th, and you should be receiving it in your inbox momentarily. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning. I have a few questions. I'm not sure who wants to answer them, whether it's Mr. Corus or Mr. Henshaw, but I wanted to speak to you about, obviously you've heard from other legislators about their concerns moving forward with the state pier and the amount of state dollars that are going to be incorporated and the oversight and some of the board, the makeup of the board. I know that some of the bills have somebody designated to represent the large ports, another one has someone, singly designated to represent the smaller ports. How would you feel about a complete new makeup of your board? About the legislature going in and having maybe legislators on that board, or determining, like we talked about, one for the small ports, one for the larger ports, changing maybe some of the membership that had been there during the previous time. And I do want to say there are comments being made about the Port Authority and, not taking on SOPs. That is a conversation we had over a year ago with the previous chairman, with the previous board. We've moved on from that. They've implemented the SOPs. They have a structure right now. So I feel like we spend a lot of time going back to the previous chairman. We've had a forum. We wanted a public hearing. We had a forum. Those questions should have been asked a year ago, and they really weren't. And now we keep mixing that to where we are now. And that is very frustrating. We take one step forward and then we keep going back. There seems to be some things that continue to be uncovered from those contracts. I am happy that the Contracts Review Board is looking at the contracts, but I think that we need to make a determination going forward. I don't think that this should be under the DOT, because the DOT had it for 30 years and did nothing with the ports. My previous senator fought for years to get a port authority established, and I think that we could all, work together to provide the appropriate oversight moving forward so that we can feel more comfortable. So I wanted to ask you about that. How would you feel about changing the board of the Port Authority, maybe moving on some of the folks that were there during the time when there was trouble, and replacing them with people that maybe some legislators are on that board, maybe there are different individuals who could step up to the plate. So maybe people would feel more comfortable with what's happening. And then secondly, I know that there's people that want to represent, the mayor of New London would like to have a seat on the Port Authority. And I can understand that from a municipal perspective of wanting to have a seat at the table. But for me, that kind of, it presents a conflict of interest. So is there a possibility that that person could be added as a, like a non-voting member? I know all those committees are open to anybody can go and sit and listen. So I'm just trying to see what your thoughts are on that. And I also was wondering if Mr. Henshaw could speak to why it's important to put the pilot commission outside from underneath the Port Authority. So if you could speak to those. I have other questions, but I only get 5 minutes, so.
Thank you, Senator, particularly for the distinctions between the current and the past. We are open to any creative and innovative ideas that folks have about board composition and membership. And I think, like you, we want to make sure that it has not just the expertise, but the confidence of you all that it is made up in a way that can effectively oversee our activities. We have some opinions here and there, but we are open to whatever ideas folks have and as much of a change as we all collectively think is necessary. Regarding the City of New London, similarly, we have committed to the city from our 2019 impact fee agreement to support their effort to seek a board seat. Whether it's voting or non-voting, I do think it deserves, some exploration, because there have been, frankly, questions in the past about a prior board chair and their role as a chief elected official and decisions of the Port Authority related to their municipality. So I think it deserves exploration, but we are committed to supporting the City of New London's effort to have a seat on the board, and we are absolutely open to whatever innovative and creative ideas folks have to ensure that the representation instills broad confidence that our efforts are being effectively overseen.
So I would agree with David with respect to board composition. Obviously, we want to draw on the expertise that we have in the state and make sure that the necessary expertise to manage the Port Authority is included in that board. And so obviously, we're going to look to the legislature for leadership on taking that initiative and finding that expertise and making sure that it's applied to the board. With respect to the pilot commission, I mentioned earlier that the Port Authority is represented by private counsel. The Department of Transportation or another state agency would have their own legal representation in addition to the Attorney General's office standing behind them should there be an issue. One of the principal cargoes in Connecticut sports is petroleum products. And if there were to be a spill of petroleum products and it was found to be the fault of a pilot, I think the Port Authority would have a difficult time in that situation. And that's why we support the idea of moving the pilot commission specifically to a state agency.
I'll just add super quickly. I made this point last time, but I just want to reiterate it as we talk about board structure. You know, the board is made up largely of volunteers. I do think they all put in an incredible amount of time and energy. We are absolutely open to the composition, but I don't want that to be read as, you know, my discounting the hard work that the current board members do put in.
Thank you.
Excellent. Senator Summers, did you have another question you wanted to ask at this time? Or are you?
I do, but I'll come back, let other people have a chance to be courteous.
Representative Devlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions, and I'm sorry if this has been asked. I'm one of those jugglers between various committees this morning. But following on what Senator Summers was speaking out regarding the board members, is there any criteria that board members have commercial maritime experience, that they understand the business of what the Port Authority is about?
So
and would that be something considered?
Sure. So there is criteria in the statute. I don't have it in front of me or off the top of my head, but it's not criteria that every board member has to check every box. There are various criteria, including maritime sector industry experience, but also including board governance, including financial expertise, et cetera. And individual members need to check at least one box. It may be multiple boxes, but that is a box to check. But not each individual board member is currently required to check that box.
Do you think it would be an advantage to the Port Authority to have individuals on the board that understand the business of maritime, sector and our ports as transportation hubs?
Yeah, we currently have several, and I would certainly agree that we could probably use more of that. And I know some of our board members would advocate for that. But I do just want to, kind of caveat that to say there's a lot of the activity that goes into a board overseeing a quasi-government agency that has little to do with the product of that agency. And so we would still need individuals that either in addition to or in lieu of that maritime sector experience have the financial or the governance or the other experience to round out the competency of the board.
Okay. And my other question's a little bit different direction. Can you just articulate, and again, I apologize if you did this earlier, what the vision is for the Port Authority? Is there interest in the Port Authority? We spend a lot of time focusing on State Pier and the wind assembly, right? But is there interest in the port operating as a maritime port and a transportation hub, or for State Pier, is it purely to be an assembly point for the wind operations?
So, John, I'll let you take a first stab at that.
Okay. So the idea behind the project is obviously we signed a concession agreement with Gateway Terminals to operate the facility. They brought with them a substantial customer that will move freight through the pier for the lease period, and additionally will move freight through the pier when wind turbine components are not at the pier or not using the entire facility. Having said that, though, what we're going to end up with at the end of the construction project is a substantially improved facility for the movement of cargo for the state of Connecticut. So either when we're not handling wind turbine components there, or after the lease is over, we will have a substantially improved facility for the movement of freight through the port.
All right, I appreciate that. I mean, it's unlikely that work is ever done, right? Because turbines need to be replaced on a very frequent basis, but there is a view of supporting commercial activity through our ports as well.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And we have a substantial dredging project, improvement project in New Haven that we're working with the Army Corps on as well, which will significantly improve their capacity for handling larger ships, improving safety, and just generally facilitating the higher volumes of cargo through the Port of New Haven.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, we focus so much on the wind project, and rightly so, but I just needed that refresher on the bigger view. So I appreciate the indulgence. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Representative, and thank you for your testimony. My question is, what can they do to help the people who have lost their jobs at the pier?
So it's my understanding that the longshoremen who are no longer working at the pier have been offered the opportunity to join the Carpenters Union, which will, in all likelihood, be very active in the construction project at the pier over the next 2 years. And then there will be opportunities for dock workers at the facility once the construction project is over, and we are handling the importation and staging and importation of wind turbine components. You're muted, Representative.
Sorry. Thank you, and I appreciate that. I know, as I understand it, they're out of work right now, and I think that's the issue at hand, if I understand correctly.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just reiterate. You know, the individuals whose job is to take stuff on and off the ships don't have that work to do when ships aren't coming in because the facility is under construction. But as John said, you know, they've worked with partner unions to try and find work in the meantime related to the construction. And then we do expect that the longshoreman activity will increase significantly post-construction.
Can they move them for work to New Haven? Is that a possibility?
I think it's unlikely. You know, I know that there have been some discussions, and Senator Summers has actually, you know, helped facilitate an ongoing conversation between Gateway Terminals and the members of the ILA. But I can't say definitively right now whether or not that's a near-term option.
Okay, thank you for your answers, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Summers, did you want to close?
I think all my questions are answered for now. My only question, I guess, which is kind of open-ended, would be, what do you think that the Port Authority can do to help the legislature have a you know, a feeling of more confidence moving forward? You know, what do you think you could show us or do for us so that, you know, you can have people get on board and feel confident? I am encouraged by the fact that you have OPM and DAS now involved in this project as another set of eyes. But what could you do, or what were your suggestions that you could show to us to make us feel more comfortable that this Port Authority, you know, putting the things that have happened a year ago behind us, moving on, those people aren't even here to answer the questions. And also, how would you feel if the Contracts Review Board had to review your contracts? Instead of a may, it was they shall review your contracts going forward?
So I've got three different answers. So one is just first a statement. We are in the process of pulling together a compendium of information related to the pier, referencing some of the questions that came up earlier from Representative Carney and others. And based on today's conversation, we will include in that an executive summary of our MOUs with DAS and OPM, so people can get a better handle on exactly what that relationship looks like and the types of capacity that we've been afforded. The second point I'll make is I will put it back to you all to some degree to say, you know, there's a lot of general statements about concern and et cetera, but we need specific questions, right? We want to answer your questions, and we are absolutely open and waiting for them, and we will provide responsive materials when we receive them. And I guess I would just encourage you all, if there are lingering issues, send us questions and we will respond with information to the committee. As it relates to the Contract Standards Review Board, I don't know. I don't have any real experience with them, so I'd hate to make a definitive statement one way or the other. But I will say, you know, at their meeting on February 5th, they made some very preliminary statements that resulted in a lot of kerfuffle that was not based on a complete understanding or exploration of the contracts. And so, you know, at the outset, I guess I'm a little, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So are you talking about the finder's fee in particular?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, so we're happy to provide more information on that or anything else. I mean, you know, but that's a good example of some flippant comments about this fee being unusual or odd. I don't remember the exact words they used, but in our world, in the port concession agreement world, we can provide, you know, we can provide 10 examples. In fact, it would be odd if a port authority conducted a port concession RFP that resulted in a capital improvement that didn't include a success fee. So, you know, my initial experience is that we do have a particular set of contracts that they may not have familiarity with. But, you know, I don't want that to cloud my more important statement, which is we are willing to answer any questions that anyone has, but you have to send them to us so we can pull together the information and get it back to you.
I do think, and then I will close with this, that having more detailed information on that fee that everyone has heard about as it relates to, you know, the Port Authority or contracts that are typical of marine that I'm not familiar with would probably be very helpful for this committee. So I don't know if you could put something together and send it to our clerk that could disperse it, and then if we had questions, we could come back. That would,
absolutely, I
know for myself, would give me a better feeling for that. So thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
That appears to exhaust the questions of committee members. And I just want to thank you both for your willingness to engage with the committee, for sending the information that was requested at our informational hearing. That was an issue on our end, getting it out to all committee members who should have received it. There are numerous attachments on the email that committee members should have received. If you have not, it may be that the size of that email was just a little too large. And our clerk can individually send to anyone who has not received it, just send them a quick email saying that you have not received the Port Authority's information. And Mr. Corus, Mr. Henshaw, thank you again for your time and testimony today. As you can see, this is a robust conversation that this committee wishes to continue to have. As you know, the Port Authority was a bipartisan, much celebrated initiative of this legislature and the governor just a handful of years ago. And there is a commitment to make sure our ports are as active and engaged in the future direction of the state of Connecticut as possible. We've empowered the both of you and broader the authority as a whole to take on some fairly large tasks. And we're going to continue to have a lot of input about the direction of the Port Authority, and we're going to count on you to help provide that guidance and insight. But I would expect that the next month or so, our committee is going to have a robust conversation about what the legislative fixes are that we have in mind. And I hope you stay engaged with that as our committee goes through that process. And thank you again.
Absolutely. We'll be here. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
We are now at 11:22. We are going to go back and forth between members of the public and elected officials. First up today, we have Zachary Khan. And Zachary, if you could unmute and just introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Lamar, Chairman Cassano, Vice Chair Sims, Ranking Members Carney and Summers, and members of the Transportation Committee for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Tesla in support of SB 127. This bill will enable manufacturers of electric vehicles without franchise dealers to sell directly to customers in Connecticut. As mentioned, my name is Zach Khan. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at Tesla. We are a manufacturer of electric vehicles, solar energy products, and battery storage products. Our mission is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Tesla chose to sell directly because it gave us the best chance to succeed in overcoming barriers to the adoption of electric vehicles. Designing and building an EV is just half the battle. It's then essential to educate each customer about the economic advantages of EVs, the emission reduction impact, and the availability of charging. Tesla believed we were best suited to communicate these advantages to our customers, and the results have borne that out. Direct sales currently account for about 80% of annual battery electric vehicle sales in the United States, and around 75% of the BEVs registered in Connecticut were sold directly to customers in Connecticut by EV manufacturers from licensed sales locations in neighboring states. Several other EV manufacturers have come to the same conclusion, and we join them today in once again seeking a change to Connecticut's outdated law. The transportation sector is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the state. Beyond the environmental and climate impacts, the public health impacts of fossil fuel pollution have dramatic negative consequences. According to a new report, fossil fuels are alone responsible for more than 8 million premature deaths annually, which is double the previous high-end estimate of fine particulate pollution mortality. Connecticut has taken steps to address these emissions, including the Cheaper program, the ZEV MOU commitment to 125 to 150,000 EVs on the road by 2025, and the recent medium and heavy duty ZEV MOU calling for 100% of new truck and bus sales to be zero emission by 2050. Most recently, Connecticut is one of only 3 states, along with the District of Columbia, to join the Transportation Climate Initiative program. This was an extraordinary display of leadership and commitment to the goal of reducing transportation emissions. This bold policy choice further highlights how out of step the current ban on direct sales from EV manufacturers is with the state's transportation policy goals. The data is clear, and making it easier to buy EVs is a key driver of adoption. For instance, Florida has allowed EV manufacturers to sell directly as licensed dealers without caps or restriction. And despite having no ZEV mandate and no statewide EV incentives, Florida's EV adoption is 13% higher per capita than in Connecticut. Despite the ban on direct sales, Tesla has invested significant resources in Connecticut. Tesla has a leasing and service center in Milford. We've also invested heavily in building out our supercharging network with 23 locations with more than 200 stalls in Connecticut, with an additional 5 locations under development. SB 127 will unlock additional investment by Tesla in sales and service locations in the state. Connecticut has made EV adoption a priority, and SB 127 supports this same goal without impacting the state's budget, other than through additional tax revenue and job creation. This bill is good for
Zach,
Connecticut. Yep.
Unfortunately, you're right at your 3-minute time limit. So
This is my last sentence. This bill is good for Connecticut consumers, good for the environment, and good for the local economy. Thanks for your time, and look forward to answering any questions you may have. Apologies for going over.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Khan. I appreciate your testimony today. First up, we have Representative Carney, followed by Representative Steinberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Zach, for your testimony. I just have, I've been on this committee a long time now, and I think this bill is, in some fashion, has come before us almost every year. So my questions are a little different. So I'm just wondering, if this bill were to pass, would Tesla actually open stores in Connecticut?
Yes, thank you for your question. So if this bill were to pass, and obviously depending on what the final language looks like, Tesla's every intention of opening up sales locations in Connecticut.
Okay, because I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I know a couple of years ago it seemed like Tesla didn't want to open stores anymore. So is that sort of changed?
Yes, we are now actively growing our real estate profile throughout the country and around the world, to be frank.
Okay. Another question I have is, now that Tesla's been around for a decent amount of time, what's the used Tesla market like?
The market's pretty strong. I mean, we've been around for a bit, but we don't have, there's not tremendous amount of vehicles in the used market. But everything we've seen is the used Tesla cars sell quite quickly. So it is a growing market. We are trying to sell more new cars so that we can have a more robust used market. But currently, it is a strong market, and I think people have seen really high residual values with their used Teslas. So it's actually performed quite well for folks who are selling their used Tesla, and we offer the ability to sell it through Tesla. So there's a lot of there are used EVs on the road, but people do pick them up pretty quick.
Okay. Is there any, I guess, when someone goes to sell a used Tesla, does the battery remain the same? Is the battery replaced?
The battery remain the same.
Okay. And my last question, I was very interested by something you said. Did you say Florida has no incentive programs?
They have no statewide incentive programs. So I believe there's some utility programs. There are programs supporting charging, but they don't have a equivalent of a cheaper program where anyone in the state can get, depending on the cost of the vehicle, can get a certain incentive up front. They do not have one of those types of programs. So while these programs do incentivize a lot of pickup of EVs, Florida has shown that even without them, by having those locations throughout the state, you see even more dramatic uptake of EVs.
Okay, I think that's pretty interesting. And I apologize, I do have one other question that I just thought of. And one of the things that, what I think about with electric vehicles, like me personally, I don't think I can afford one. I don't think a lot of people in Connecticut, which is a wealthy state, can afford one. So I'm just at this time. So I'm wondering how Tesla is, and I know that I have read that they are moving to a more affordable model, and I think it's coming out soon, but how are they going to get even more? Are they going to try to get even more affordable in the future?
Yeah, I think we are constantly trying to bring down the cost of our vehicles. Just this week, we reduced the price of our base Model Y and our base Model 3. The Model 3, current base price is less than the average cost of a new car in the US. So these cars already are fairly affordable. Both the Model 3 and the Model Y base model are under $40,000. So we are continuing to bring pricing down when we can as costs go down. We also saw Elon did mention one of a recent quarterly meetings that we are looking at doing a cheaper $25,000 car. But our goal is to reduce pricing, reduce costs, so we can reduce pricing and get more folks in these cars. And obviously, ramping up supply, ramping up the availability of battery cells, all of that will help to bring down the cost. And that is definitely our goal, because we want more people in these cars than less, because it will create the sustainable future we're looking for.
Okay. Do you think more competition will help you get there?
Certainly. Competition's great. We want more folks. Like I said, we make up 80% of the market in the US right now. We would like to sell a lot more EVs, but we would like that to be a much lower percentage, because we want everyone selling EVs. And thankfully, there's been a lot of good announcements recently about legacy manufacturers moving in that space, and certainly competition helps.
I was pretty happy about that too. So again, though, Zach, thank you for coming on. I appreciate your testimony and answering the question.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Next is one of the introducers of this bill, Representative Steinberg.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction as an introducer, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today, but I'm going to say I kind of wish you weren't first, because for many years this has been the Tesla bill. And what I really want to focus on is, the industry, the entire momentum of the industry now is towards electric vehicles. You just had the announcement from GM. Volvo has committed, virtually every manufacturer has committed to EVs and has recognized this is part of our future. This is not about rich people from towns like mine, frankly, buying Teslas anymore, is it? Are there new manufacturers that also want to sell direct?
Yeah, and I believe a lot of them are signed up to speak today, and we've been working with a lot of them, Rivian, Lucid, Lordstown. There are a number of new manufacturers who are building different types of vehicles, SUVs, pickup trucks, that are focused on utilizing the same direct sales model that we've used, and they see the advantages and they understand the reasoning why you want to be able to sell those directly. So it is definitely not a Tesla bill by any stretch of the imagination. It is very much about getting more choice for customers in Connecticut from EV manufacturers.
Thank you for that. I think we really have redefined, or the industry has redefined what this is really all about at this point in the game. The argument is we have retail sales going on across the board. Everybody is moving towards EVs. And yet for some reason in the United States, the actual rate of sales of EVs through traditional outlets,
I just said a little while ago,
has not been going up all that rapidly. Do you have any insight as to why the retailers have not successfully or enthusiastically pushed electric vehicles as contrasted with internal combustion engine vehicles?
I can't speak to what the retail folks have been doing. I think it is one of the reasons, as I said in my introductory comments, why we decided to sell through the direct sales model is it is a difficult sales process. You're introducing a new technology. It is not just your traditional way to fuel, your traditional maintenance. It is a much different technology. So we thought, and that traditional retail experience would not work for selling an EV. It's easier to sell a gas car. So that is certainly something why we went this route, and may explain why the slow pickup, but it's also a supply issue. And as we said earlier, more and more legacy OEMs are starting to announce EV adoption or EV models. And as those start getting into lots, it'll certainly help. They're not there yet and to the levels we need, but we're hopeful that these announcements turn into real products that are desirable, affordable, and all that. And hopefully we can get everyone, not just the direct sales manufacturers, but those who use a retail model to sell more EVs.
Thank you. I guess my one surmise is it's also true that a lot of these EVs don't require the same level of servicing as internal combustion engines, which may lead to a little bit less of a profit motivation. One last question, if I may, Mr. Chair. You mentioned you were going to try to get a model down in the $25,000 range, but if we're really going to make EVs as ubiquitous as we need to change our entire carbon footprint, don't we need to be able to make them even still cheaper than that? Particularly used vehicles where people who may not have a lot of income are able to access EVs in a way which is going to fit their disposable income. What can Tesla or even any other company do to really expand the opportunity for EVs by selling previously owned vehicles or making things really affordable?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we hope that the whole industry moves so that there are EVs at every price point out there. As the technology improves, you can get the battery prices continue to go down. You'll be able to, models will come out that are going to be on the lower end that will kind of be available for every income. To get a more robust used market, we need to get a more robust new market first. And I think we're trying to do that. We're seeing that. We are doing everything we can to bring down the pricing. But we are one company and we are growing fast but still we are hopeful to see additional companies doing additional models that are at all price points. And we hope, our lower price models will meet a lot of people's needs. I think it's also important to remember that these vehicles not only are better performing, safer, but they also, the total cost of ownership over the life of the vehicles, the cost of maintenance, the cost of fueling are significantly cheaper than a gas car. So while there are upfront concerns in terms of price, there is that savings that you see from gasoline versus electricity, from not having to go get oil changes through the maintenance cycle, as you mentioned, that will make this cheaper for more folks.
Thank you for that. I think that this has come up year after year after year, but in the number of years since we first came up with this, the world has changed around us. The industry has embraced it. Now it's the trying to push EVs everywhere we can. And I think direct sales is part of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for being here. I will be honest, I know a little bit about electric vehicles, but not very much. So I wanted to ask you a couple questions because a couple of my friends actually own Tesla. And I have not been on this committee before, so we've heard, there's this, you've come and it's been called the Tesla bill for a few years. So maybe you've answered this many times before, but if Tesla wants to come to Connecticut, why don't you just get a license to be able to do that like other car dealers do in Connecticut? I heard you say before, oh, well, it's a different model, but you could have a highly trained sales force that could be able to show and sell the model rather than a direct sales like we have. So we wouldn't have the issue with the auto dealers that we struggle with. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. Yeah. Let me clarify one thing. So what we want to do is exactly that. We want to come in and set up a dealership, have a sales team, have a service team, all of that like you would see at a traditional dealership. We want to meet all the rules and regulations that oversee dealerships in Connecticut. What we don't do and what we haven't done anywhere in the world is set up a franchise dealer. So we want to set up a Tesla dealer as opposed to a franchise where we franchise with someone else. We don't have a franchise or a franchisee relationship. So this bill would essentially clarify the law so that we can do so. The law was intended to protect franchisees from franchisors. So manufacturers could not compete with the franchisees that they have contractual relationships with. So Tesla's never had a franchisor franchisee relationship with anyone around the world. So there's no concern about us unfairly competing with our franchisees because we simply don't have them. But to answer your question, we want to do exactly what you stated. We just wouldn't do it through the franchise model.
So you would have storefronts, and you would have, one of the biggest complaints I've heard is there's no place to service. If something goes wrong with your Tesla, it can take months and months. And I've heard this repeatedly from my friends who own Teslas. Some of them have the lower end model. Some of them have the really expensive one that costs like a house. And then I started to, think about that, and they purchased it, I guess, out of state and brought it here, and there's no place to service the model. And I was really concerned because I saw JD Power and Associates just put out their benchmark for this year, and Tesla was ranked 30th out of 33 automakers as far as dependability. It's one of the least dependable vehicles on the market, and they're the benchmark for the industry. So that was concerning. So I wanted to hear that you were going to have a place that you could actually go and see and talk to a person, and also have this vehicle serviced if there's something wrong with it. And you also said it was one of the safest vehicles. Can you say how you can measure its safety versus a combustion engine? Because all we see are the pictures of like the Tesla crashing and turning into a big fireball. So could you talk about that at all, please? Sure.
So a couple things. So to your first point about service, we do have a service center in Milford, Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
This bill would certainly allow us to open up more locations, and we are already looking at locations in Connecticut for additional locations similar to what we have in Milford. So we understand that service is a priority for us, getting more locations out there so customers have service nearby. I will highlight there is a lot of service that is done over the air, that you don't need to leave your house, and we do a lot of service. We also provide over the air updates to update the software regularly. And we have service where we actually come to our customers with a truck to do anything that wouldn't require you to be on the lift. So appreciate your comment. We certainly want to improve our service and get more locations out there, and this bill would help make that happen. To your second point about safety, there are safety ratings. We've gotten, every one of our models have gotten the 5-star safety rating from the government, shown continuously that there's all sorts of safety protections built into our cars that protect our drivers. It's not only from the physical standpoint of how the vehicles are built, but also from we have an autopilot feature that that detects, helps stop people short before they, all the various features, like safety features that you see from the software perspective. And there's a lot of data that show that as these are turned on, the accident rate with Tesla is significantly less than with everyone else out there because of these features we have. So I can certainly share with you some more details on our safety features, and I'd be happy to follow up with more specifics for you.
Okay. And then are you concerned about your rating with JD Power? How does that, that was shocking to me, actually, that it just came out.
I don't know about the specific one, but I think our customer satisfaction is a top priority for us, and we focus on it every day. And I think if you look at there's a yearly annual, I think it was Car and Driver, I'm blanking on which other publication, where we're ranked towards the top every year, 8 years in a row. So I will certainly, we want to make sure that our customers are satisfied with their vehicles. That's our number one priority, because we want our customers to come back and buy more vehicles when they're ready for the next vehicle. So we also do see, customers repeating and also getting their friends and family to buy Teslas once they experience them.
And the last thing is, I do think that there are or with the research that I've done, talking to some different auto dealers in Connecticut, they are selling some EV vehicles also. I mean, not to obviously the level that you're doing, but they are also selling some EV vehicles. So I want to make sure that that's clear for people listening. But thank you for your testimony. It was interesting and, you know, refreshing to hear that you will have actually a storefront and service areas. So I appreciate you coming in this morning.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Summers. Representative Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak on this issue. It is my understanding that in states where Tesla does have direct sales, they have a program called the START program, which is the Student Automotive Technician Program. It's an intense program designed to provide students across North America with the skills necessary for career best, and college in Los Angeles, Central Piedmont Community College, North Carolina, Miami-Dade College in Florida, and Suffolk County Community College in New York. The reason why I'm going there is because those communities are primarily communities of color, and this has given an opportunity for folks to get into that EV sector and to learn a new skill. Many of our dealers, they primarily, they have a lot of diversity when it comes to the service area to fix these vehicles. So would you envision Tesla, should they be granted the opportunity to have direct sales in the state of Connecticut, to partner up with our community colleges, say, well, Housatonic Community College and Naugatuck Community College, to provide even in our technical schools, to provide a tech to Tesla pipeline for our communities of color?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for raising the SMART program. We really like that program. Unfortunately, we cannot set it up sort of everywhere. We have a sales license. You know, we as we grow, we will grow the SMART program because we use that as a direct training ground for Tesla service jobs, and we place these employees that we train directly into Tesla service centers around the country. So certainly something we'd be interested in talking with you more about and hearing more about the communities there that we can potentially support. We don't have expansion plans right now. We are constantly evaluating other communities for the SMART program, so I could certainly introduce folks from Connecticut to our SMART team. But it's certainly something we do. We're excited, we're proud of it, and it's a great way to train folks on new technology to not only set them up for jobs at Tesla when they come out, but also careers working in these new vehicles that are on their way to sort of dominating the road going forward. So appreciate you raising that, and I can certainly get you more information and make some connections to our SMART team.
Absolutely, would love to continue the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Zach, for your testimony today. Does Tesla currently sell in Rhode Island?
Yes, we have a location in Warwick, Rhode Island, where we sell vehicles.
So you sell in basically all of our neighboring states, Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any data how many people own Teslas in Connecticut currently?
I do. I think I will say I rely on the EV Club of Connecticut for the most recent data of the registration. I think it's about 6,000 EVs in Connecticut. And I should say, while we only have one location in Rhode Island, to your first question, we have many locations in Massachusetts and about 5 in New York.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach, for your testimony today. On behalf of Tesla, we greatly appreciate it. I know a few years ago we had a more robust bill, but during the revisioning that the company went through a few years ago, we did not move forward. So I appreciate seeing you guys back now, and we'll continue this conversation over the coming year and see if we can get a policy in place in Connecticut that makes sense for all of our customers. So thank you again, Zach.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the time.
Next up, we have Senator Kelly. Phil is Senator. Oh, I see Senator Kelly already. Terrific. Senator Kelly, you are unmuted and your video is live for YouTube, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the Transportation Committee, as well as Chairman Casano and Ranking Members Summers and Carney. I'm happy to be here to testify in support of Senate Bill 595, an act concerning the fiscal accountability and sustainable transportation reform plan. Connecticut Senate Republicans are again offering a plan to improve our transportation infrastructure and create jobs while requiring no tax hikes and no tolls. We call it Faster CT. Our plan shows a path forward to invest in transportation, adopt reasonable fiscal policies, and establish accountability without asking for more from our overburdened middle-class families. Faster CT addresses Connecticut's transportation funding challenges, including the solvency of the Special Transportation Fund, the STF. It makes smart, strategic, long-term investments in roads and rail while creating good-paying Connecticut construction jobs. It creates a vetting process for all transportation projects. It allows for cash financing to be used for transportation and dramatically cuts back on state borrowing. Connecticut Senate Republicans developed our Faster CT, no tolls, no tax hike solution because we understand that trust in government is a major issue for all residents. We represent the voice of middle-class families. So to restore that trust, our plan would replace the taxpayer dollars which have been diverted from the transportation funding over the last 10 years in our state. In 2019, we presented Faster CT. If our plan had passed in 2019, we would have paid down our unfunded liabilities by $1.5 billion. We would have around $2.5 billion in the budget reserve fund today, more than enough to cover the governor's current budget. We would have spent $127 million more per year in reduced pension payments that could have been used to fund transportation projects for the next 10 years. We would also have a stable STF and would not be debating new mileage taxes, gas taxes, tolls, and other revenue enhancements which target middle-class family wallets. We would no longer need to be issuing STO bonds and thereby would be strengthening our credit and indebtedness positions. And $18.6 billion would have been infused into transportation funding, which would have translated into good-paying construction jobs now. A revised Faster CT can still work today. Our solution can bring relief to the STF. How much the transfer needs further budgetary analysis, but our solution can bring relief to the STF while not burdening Connecticut's middle class. Let's work together to pass policies which improve our roads, rails, and bridges and create good-paying Connecticut jobs. Let's adopt a reasonable fiscal policy like Faster CT, a long-term solution to better manage state dollars and leverage federal aid. We urge support of Senate Bill 595. Questions?
Thank you, Senator Kelly, for your testimony today and for offering another vision for how we could fund transportation here in the state of Connecticut. As you may know, I find fault with some of the components of the plan, but I do not in any way find fault with the process that you have gone through to try and find an alternate vision for how we fund transportation here in the state. And I do appreciate sort of the place we are in Connecticut, where we understand cross-party lines, the necessary need for dramatic investment in a 21st century transportation grid. And we do ultimately disagree on how and why and where those funding dollars should come from. But we have a commitment, I think, from all four caucuses, from the governor's office, from business leaders, from small towns and large cities, and constituencies across the state of Connecticut, almost about the price of what it needs to be. I think we are in a good spot in Connecticut, despite our disagreement about how to fund it. We're in a good spot about what the investment should look like. And I know your caucus has helped lead the way on some of those agreements. And it's a challenge to figure out the right way to fund it. Don't get me wrong. But I think we're actually in a good spot about the need for it. And I appreciate your willingness to step forward this year with this plan. Thank you. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for putting forward an alternative vision. Though, actually, I believe it's pretty much the same vision we've seen for a good many years from your caucus. I'm still having problems with the math. In fact, I spent a lot of time talking to your predecessor as minority leader about this very subject. For example, if we're going to restore what you say has been rated from the Special Transportation Fund, what happens to the general fund? Where does the money that you're taking from the general fund, how do we replace that?
What money from the general fund?
Well, you said that we're no longer going to rate the Special Transportation Fund. So therefore, the money that was supposedly rated is no longer in the general fund. How do we account for that?
The funding is utilizing funds from the rainy day fund and paying down debt, which is the purpose of the rainy day fund, and then repurposing those savings towards transportation rather than to then put that money into general fund. So what it's doing is it's taking the money and committing it to transportation.
I'm even more confused now because I thought that the rainy day fund was for rainy days and not just for paying down debt. As much as I want to pay down debt and get us on a sustainable glide path with our budget, I thought the rainy day fund was for rainy days such as the one which we are about to encounter. And I thought that when your predecessor suggested using the rainy day fund, that he was taking a great risk. What if we had a recession or a disaster? Well, lo and behold, we seem to have one. And yet we're still talking about taking the rainy day fund and using it for something else. And let me just get to a different question. You've talked about doing a fair bit of bonding, which may come at the expense of other bonding priorities. Aren't the debt on all those bonds going to be paid by middle-class families for generations? Why are we putting the entire burden on Connecticut taxpayers instead of having people who drive our roads pay for their fair share of damaging our roads, which would be a much smaller burden on Connecticut taxpayers?
Okay, a couple of things here. Number one, and it's called the rainy day fund, but it's a budget reserve fund. Okay, so what has happened here as a result of the bipartisan budget is that we created the mechanism. These were Republican planks to create the mechanisms to start to save money, have a savings account, much like families have a savings account, so that we have these funds. And like families, if you're only getting a couple of percent on your savings account, but you have a credit card with high debt, high interest rates, you take the money out of the savings account and you pay down your credit card. Those savings in the difference between the 2% you get on a bank, investment versus the amount you're paying the bank is what we would use to invest in transportation. Okay, that's the direct investment, and budgets are about priorities. We would put it into transportation so that you don't need to take money out of in regressive taxes, either a gas tax, a toll, a mileage tax. These are all regressive taxes that hit middle and lower income folks harder. So we would do that. Number two is that even if we had taken those funds before, if you're going to claim that this is a rainy day, there would still be enough money in that fund to cover the governor's budget if he wanted to utilize the rainy day fund. And then the third point you brought up is the bonding. Well, to the extent that our plan has bonding in it, it would be utilizing federal opportunities at a much lower rate, at 1 or 2%, as opposed to what the current STO is, which is the path that I think the governor is on. So even at that point, we're going to be borrowing it less, if at all. And that is why I think this is the smarter choice, is to utilize bonding opportunities or borrowing opportunities with the federal government and to leverage that opportunity for the benefit of Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator. I have to confess, I'm finding this still hard to understand. 6 months ago, our revenue estimates were much worse than they look like they're going to be. And we would have exhausted the entire rainy day fund to cover our biennial deficit and still had to cut budgets left and right. Just because we're a little better off because of an anomaly in the stock market, to my mind, does not justify continue to take the risk of depleting our one bulwark against real recession and job loss for a system which still puts the entire burden on Connecticut taxpayers as opposed to other people who are also contributing to the damage of our roads. But I will leave it at that. The only point I'll agree on is that we're talking about the subject. I find this funding plan grossly insufficient, and our only best hope is the federal government does something serious on transportation stimulus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a couple of points I'd like to make is, one, once the budget reserve hits 15%, it's going to be used to pay down debt anyway. So that's the purpose of the budget reserve. The other, if you're talking about spending the rainy day fund, there are, if we don't get money out of Washington, the governor's current budget is looking to utilize the rainy day fund to balance the budget. So just want to make clear that that's part of the current proposal the governor's doing, with no investment of those dollars into transportation over the long haul, which I think would help ease the burden on middle-class families.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Austin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator. How are you? We've hit the 12 o'clock mode. I know that having been one of the people that sat in that bipartisan agreement, I appreciate the fact that you want to take credit for the majority of what was passed, but I reflect that that's not the actual way it happened. But I know that I give great credit to Senator Fonfara for the volatility cap, which is really the main driver of our fund balance, or rainy day fund, or budget reserve fund, whichever thing that you would like to call it. In regards to the transportation fund, and I'm really kind of surprised that this is back again, because to use what we have in the rainy day fund and dedicate it to paying down pension liabilities or debt service. Really, it's been going to, the excess has been going to pay down pension liabilities, which we had a previous speaker talking about how much he dislikes the fact that we have pension liabilities. I actually agree with him on the fact that I wish that previous governors had paid down our debt and we didn't have that pension liability, but we do have it. Are you suggesting that this all goes into debt service or pension liabilities? Which of the two are you saying it would go into?
I think what we want to do is put it into both pension, debt service. Right now, 25% of the budget goes to pension and debt service and crowds out other core services. Whatever we can do to reduce those liabilities for Connecticut taxpayers, I think, is important. Whichever way is the most effective way to do this is the way that we would go. But the concept here is to use money that's sitting in our bank account and earning a very low rate of return, and pay it down on our debt obligation that is one of the highest in the country per capita.
Yep.
And start to get our arms and pay that down, and then utilize the savings, which would be about $127 million per year, and invest that in transportation.
So you
It's a
just
very
said,
simple concept.
thank you for that. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
I thought you were done. So so I want to go back to that salient point. You want to use the rainy day fund, whatever's in it, to pay down which one, debt or pension liability, and what would be the split there?
The point is to get out of debt. Okay,
So
to pay down on debt. I know you're trying to get into, okay, which debt bucket are we going to address first? I think the one that would give us the most savings.
So you're not picking which one. You just want to pay down one, either the unfunded pension liability or debt service, one of the, and you're not picking whether it would be SERS or TERS or the debt liability. Would that be a fair statement?
That'd be a fair statement.
Okay, thank you. So, and then you made a statement before that and I agree, that crowds out core services, but you're not even coming up with a plan to help pay for those core services. You're saying we use those dollars to put into the transportation system, which does not deal with some of the core services that I believe you would say, well, we have been, people always ask me, have we cut anything in the state budget? And again, having sat at those meetings where we cut hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, bordering on billions of dollars that we have cut out of the state budget, to finally accurately record some of our liabilities. What is your plan? I think Representative Steinberg was trying to get to the point. What is your plan to shore up the general fund, not liabilities, but the general fund in areas such as the nonprofits? If we used our money and put that money into transportation, how would we help out the nonprofits? And how would we help out ECS, which under the governor's budget does not comply with one of the, I thought one of the most important components of the bipartisan budget was to come up with that 10-year plan on ECS. So how are those things going to be paid for if we're taking these dollars and putting them into the transportation system?
Okay, well, I mean, budgets, and I understand that this is a transportation committee, and what we're dipping our toes into is appropriations. But be it that as it may, budgets are about priorities. Okay, and that's where I think parties have different perspectives on how to deal with this. The transportation plan that we're putting before you is looking at the sacrifice already made by Connecticut taxpayers, and that sacrifice is sitting in a bank account. And what we want to do is to take those funds, pay down a debt that sits on the back of every citizen in the state of Connecticut, and it sucks up a quarter of our state budget, crowding out, I'm going to say, human services like you talk about. And what we would do is redirect those savings into transportation, okay, so that there's no cost, no regressive tax on Connecticut's hardworking families who are trying to make ends meet and get to work. You put a gas tax, a mileage tax, a toll, that's going to hit middle and low income individuals a lot harder than it's going to hit the 1%. Okay, so this helps Connecticut families get to and from work. It also would be a major investment into construction jobs, and construction jobs now, good paying Connecticut jobs. That would also help to generate more revenue. But there's other ways. When we start to look at the budget side, I would look at a lot more, things a lot differently. For years have put in bills with regards to public-private partnerships, the delivery of human services, which is a two-tiered system. I would look at ways to do that because we could do more with less at a time that the budget is in a crisis, and we could help deliver quality human services to people in need. We could also make our home care program and Medicaid more robust, where we know that the delivery of services in the community is 1/3 the cost that it is in a nursing home, and coming off the COVID experience where we saw the lion's share, 2/3 of all COVID related deaths occurred in nursing homes. Wouldn't it have been great if everybody was in the community where people want to be, where it's less expensive and where it's better, the quality of care is better? These are ways that we can move forward to deliver core government services at a better cost. But these are differences, and those bills that I've put forward have never been adopted. But yet, had they been, I think Connecticut would be in a different place.
So that as you know as well as I do, Senator, and you and I sit almost next to each other and have had some of these conversations when we get to sit in the Senate. So I'm going to go back to what you're positing we should do. Now, I remember a key Republican plank in the bipartisan budget.
Senator, I hate to interrupt. We're right at the time limit. If you could just.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil. A key component of that was to get rid of the Medicare savings program. That was a Republican plank for a number of years. We did that. The governor has it in his budget. We came back in 2 months and put that back. I'm going to wrap up with the nonprofits for a second. I talked with the Reliance Health director who's since retired, and he said, we did more with less for years and more with less for years. And now we have our workers living in poverty, and we have to provide them with food stamps and heating assistance and Husky Bee. I think your plan has a number of holes in it. I look forward to sitting next to you and discussing those holes. And I appreciate your comments. And I remind you that the volatility cap, Senator John Fonfara, his idea, and that's why we have a rainy day fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Austin.
Thank you. And I look forward to sitting next to you, Senator Austin. I know we had these candid and frank discussions. And just as to the nonprofits, obviously my view is that the artificially low Medicaid reimbursement rate has led to that situation with the labor that works for the nonprofits. And as I address nonprofits in Connecticut, even if we do achieve a savings with them by partnering with them, I think they deserve a living wage. And so we have agreement there, but currently the mechanism is what's putting them there. And I would do things a little bit differently.
Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Chairman Lamar. Senator Kelly, I can understand philosophical differences in a budget when we look at the priorities on spending, we look at the issues of regressive and progressive taxation, and dealing with the transportation issue. I think there's a fundamental disagreement when we look at transportation from my point of view. When I study and look at transportation, if we take our interstates and look at a weight-adjusted basis, that takes in the tractor trailers, that takes in the interstate commerce that goes across our roads. I'd hazard a guess that we're close to 50% of the damage is done by out-of-state vehicular traffic on a weight-adjusted basis. The research I've done indicates, tractor trailers are doing something on the order of 5,000 and 10,000 times the damage that a passenger car does. I understand the concern of a toll being a regressive tax, but I think it's not particularly clear to me how putting the entire transportation budget on the back of Connecticut taxpayers isn't more regressive. If I've got out-of-states who are basically traveling for free on my roads, at least from a Connecticut purview. So we're running, to my mind, a multi-state charity on I-95. I'm close to the road. It's through my district. I can see the plates. I can see the traffic. I can see what the cost that we're proposing on the transportation bill on tractor trailers, which is going to add maybe a penny to a can of soda. And that soda isn't necessarily going to be delivered into Connecticut versus Massachusetts. We're on an interstate. So I'm concerned that structurally, we can look about the fairest way to make the payments. We can look at the rainy day fund. We can look at the considerations. But fundamentally, if our transportation budget is going to be borne by the taxpayers of Connecticut, I have a problem with that. It basically makes us a regressive tax state because I'm asking the hardworking people of Connecticut to pay for every dollar of transportation effort levied in the state. And as opposed to everyone else in the Northeast that seems to have an opportunity to capture out-of-state revenue that we seem to be unwilling to do. Now, that is, a fundamental disagreement where we stand on transportation. The issues about the revenue streams, the issues of purposing our debt and paying down debt, we're headed in that direction on a gradualist basis, just on the fact that we're 15% funded in the rainy day fund. I think paying down the rainy day fund becomes that issue of making the state more pro-cyclical in an economic downturn, where we don't have the resources to fund those basic issues and quality of life features that our residents demand. So I respect that there's a plan that you've got, but I just fundamentally have trouble with it. And I just wanted to share that.
Well, thank you for your concerns and perspective. I just want to be clear on transportation funding, however, that we do get about $750 million a year from the federal government for transportation purposes. And one of the reasons we do so well with that is because we don't have tolls on our roads. And so it's not just all 100% on the back of the good taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. The other is, when we look at repurposing the, spending down debt and repurposing those dollars, that's taking the burden also off of middle class families. And, we got to look at that. Connecticut's unaffordable. Middle class families are struggling. And, a lot of that, while we look at a mileage tax based on trucks' weight, all the trucks that go through Connecticut aren't from out of state. There's a lot of trucks that start in Connecticut, do their job in Connecticut, and return back to their plant in Connecticut. Those are all Connecticut trucks. Those are goods and services that are being delivered to middle-class families. And adding that tax is going to increase those goods and services to an already cash-strapped middle class. And so we got to be mindful of the burdens and the fiscal burdens, the financial stress that our neighbors and constituents are under, and look at not putting further burden on them, but yet also trying to make our economy better and by investing in it through transportation. And that's what I think this plan really focuses on is relieving that burden for middle class Connecticut, and yet also making the much needed investment, as Chairman Lamar talked about, in transportation for the good of the entire economy.
I appreciate that. I think that is our fundamental difference there, is just that there's out-of-state money. The rest of the East Coast seems to be able to figure out how to tax that out-of-state money. I realize that the concern is that it falls back on Connecticut residents to some extent. But now I would just argue that closer to 100 cents. Like, everyone's getting federal funds. I think the envisioning when we did the tolls was that we would get a waiver, that issue of compensation from the feds would be cleared before we would do anything. I felt pretty comfortable that there was incremental revenue from out of state, and that there'd be a way to neutralize the impact on Connecticut residents. I prefer to see some more of our transportation funding sourced from out of state sources. And that's where my fundamental concern is. But I hear you, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers, for your question. Thank you, Senator Kelly, for your introduction of the FAST Act again. Like I said at the beginning, there are significant disagreements that you and I may have over the content of the bill before us. But frankly, I think there's a space where the legislature and the governor's office, big and small businesses, big and small cities and towns have agreement, and that's in the importance that Connecticut needs to place on transportation investment over the next decade. Look, there's no such thing as a free road, and we can argue over where the money comes from. We can argue what plan is the best or worst, but I think we all have to acknowledge there is no such thing as a free road or a free train or a free train station. And the dollars that we're going to need to come up with over the next few years to ensure the solvency of the Special Transportation Fund and the long-term goals of the state, we all care passionately about. This disagreement that we have will evidence itself in many ways over many committees over the next few years, I'm certain. But if we can stay committed to making the investment, I think we will reach a point where we can do the right thing together and come up with a plan that benefits all residents of the state of Connecticut. So thank you, Senator Kelly, for your continued willingness to engage in that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, we have Greg Allard.
Good afternoon, Representative Lamar and other distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Greg Allard, and I'm the president of the Association of Connecticut Ambulance Providers and the vice president of American Ambulance Service in Norwich today. I did submit written testimony in opposition of a proposed Senate Bill 4009, and I'll give a brief summary of that for you today. I believe it's about 4 or 5 times that a bill something like this has been presented before this committee in some form or fashion, and each of those times our association and others have testified in opposition of the concept. Our primary reason for opposition is 2 reasons. One is patient safety and another is a fiscal issue. And moving a patient is a high risk task that done with low frequency would lead to a high number of injuries. There's specialized equipment that's involved that the ambulance providers are very familiar with using. These specialized tools are already in an ambulance. Our EMTs and paramedics move hundreds of patients every day with these pieces of equipment, and yet the industry, within our industry, is one of the area's largest workers' comp issues. So patient safety, patient moving is definitely of concern for people that do it day in and day out. So those that aren't going to be doing it all that often in a stretcher type van is definitely of concern. So people on a stretcher also have some underlying need for that stretcher, and that is due to some sort of chronic or acute medical concern. It should be very apparent that if you're on a stretcher or you need to lie down on a stretcher, there's some sort of need there. And for that reason, we feel that those patients should be monitored by a medical professional in the back of an ambulance during transport. If something were to go wrong or something were to occur during that transport, they'd be in the best place possible to receive immediate care and diversion to the appropriate medical facility, most likely being a hospital. As I mentioned, the other reason would be something of a fiscal nature. And we feel strongly that there would be a shift in financial responsibility to either the patient or to the state Medicaid program, neither of which would be good, as we're all just talking about fiscal impact with other related bills there. So another impact I didn't actually mention within my testimony is about the available ambulance resources that may be available in Connecticut if there were a change. If these vehicles that we're talking about here were to come in, the need for services such as mine to have as many ambulances as we do may be impacted. So that would limit our ability to help surrounding communities like many of our services within our association do. And it would also have an impact on the hospital systems and our ability to be able to transport patients out of there timely back to their homes or to skilled nursing facilities and the like. I appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And again, I refer you to my written testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Allard, for your testimony. And over the few years that I've learned about this issue, I see it from all sides. And within a 5-minute window, you could convince me of one side or the other. And I've learned a lot about this issue and about the need to continue to explore it. I know you've been back a few years in a row to have this conversation, but I think it's a genuine concern, and I'm hoping we're getting closer to an understanding of the best way to serve the population that we all care about. So I appreciate your willingness to stay engaged on it as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Allard? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. Senator Haskell there we are. Senator, you are unmuted and your video is operational. Feel free to proceed.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Lamar, Chairman Casano, to the ranking members and vice chairs and the entire Transportation Committee. It's wonderful to see you all this afternoon, I guess. And I want to thank you sincerely for raising SB 127, a bill that I co-introduced with State Representative Jonathan Steinberg. I know that this committee is well aware of the issue, but I wanted to explain why we believe it's worth pursuing once again. This bill is designed to accelerate electric vehicle adoption by increasing buyer choice. It would welcome a new generation of electric vehicle manufacturers who don't necessarily have that existing franchise dealer relationship in Connecticut. Representative Steinberg and I also introduced this bill because we are convinced that permitting the direct sale to consumers via manufacturers, which is their chosen business model, is going to sell more electric vehicles. More electric vehicles in Connecticut means cheaper, cleaner, and a more reliable energy future. You know, in the past, this bill has been referred to sort of in shorthand and in headlines as the Tesla bill, but I think it's really important to note that there are a variety of new electric vehicle manufacturers who have entered the market, and they've done so via a direct sale model. Another frequent pushback that I hear about this bill is that dealerships provide really crucial consumer protection laws. And I want to make sure this committee recognizes that those consumer protection laws would stay in place under this legislation. It would simply give manufacturers and buyers a little bit more choice as to how they pursue their transition to electric vehicles. Look, it's not just good economic policy to allow these consumers to buy their new cars here in Connecticut. It's crucial environmental policy. I know that this committee is well aware that 40% of carbon emissions in Connecticut come from the transportation sector. Unfortunately, we set this grand goal in Connecticut of getting 500,000 electric vehicles on the road, but we're nowhere close to meeting that target. In order to do so, we're going to need to dramatically increase electric vehicle take-up right here in Connecticut. So I'll summarize by saying, look, we're the only state in the region without direct sales. Direct sales are not going to cost the state anything. Instead, they're going to generate revenue through the sales tax. And I'll just close by saying at least once a month, I get an email from a constituent who's absolutely outraged that he or she had to drive all the way across the border to Tesla's Mount Kisco location in order to pick up their Tesla. They wonder why Connecticut has this policy from an economic perspective. They wonder why we have it from an environmental perspective. And if my constituents are wondering, already living on the border of New York, I can only imagine how the folks in Eastern Connecticut or Central Connecticut feel about this policy. So I thank you for taking up the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Senator Haskell, for introducing this bill and forcing this conversation again. This is a conversation that's not going away. There is pent-up demand in Connecticut, and there's certainly an argument to be made that with every state around us allowing for direct sales, that Connecticut should develop a policy that makes sense for our constituents as well. And I appreciate you and Representative Steinberg offering this bill before us for consideration. There's a robust public hearing ahead of us with numerous people who are going to testify on this issues, a couple of manufacturers as well who want to enter the space. And so your reference that this being known as the Tesla bill is more an artifact of a few years back and not necessarily representative of what the current marketplace looks like. And so I appreciate your mentioning that as well. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for introducing this bill. I wanted to commend you on that, though I imagine to some co-introducer that might be a little disingenuous, but I'm glad you brought up the point that this is not just about Tesla anymore. You may have heard earlier testimony, there are a number of other new manufacturers, as innovative as Tesla perhaps, who are also interested in direct sales to really push the envelope on the kind of choice that we offer people here in the state of Connecticut. Would you agree that we could potentially be at the vanguard of really encouraging EV sales in the state in an industry which is changing rapidly as we speak?
I'm so glad you brought that up, Representative. Yes, Rivian and Lucid have announced that they're using the direct sale model. So it's far more than just one company. And while I wish I could say that Connecticut could be at the vanguard, and while we do have opportunities to expand electric vehicle adoption, it's important to remember that Connecticut set the lofty goal of trying to get 500,000 electric vehicles on the road by 2030. And the Electric Car Club of Connecticut, which I know is a group you're very familiar with, has been tracking electric vehicle registration. As of July of 2020, there were just over 12,624 registered electric vehicles. We've got a long way to go in the 9.5 years that it will take to reach that goal. And I don't see it as being possible or plausible unless we change the model and encourage and make it easier for more consumers to get behind the wheel of an electric vehicle.
Well, not surprisingly, I totally agree with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative.
Not surprisingly. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Senator Haskell. I'm so glad you introduced this bill. When it first came up, I also called it the Tesla bill. And since I never expected to be able to buy a Tesla, it didn't matter that much to me. But it really struck home because my husband and I were in the market to buy a car this year. We wanted to buy an electric vehicle. And we did a lot of research and we were very specific about a few models. And guess what? We couldn't buy them in Connecticut. So we had to drive to another state to buy our car. And I've now heard that from other people because I was incensed. You just, I think, answered my question, but I was curious. It's not a Tesla bill. Do you have a sense of how big this market could be and how much Connecticut could benefit from other companies being able to do direct sales?
Well, it's wonderful to see you, Representative Thomas. I forgot that you were on the Transportation Committee, and I'm so happy to see you here today. Yes, so I think the best part about our jobs on the state level is that we can look towards 49 other examples for what works and what doesn't work. And we see electric vehicles being sold not just by Tesla, but by a variety of manufacturers in states near and far. In terms of the size of the market, I'm not an electric vehicle owner myself. I wish that the legislative salary allowed me to buy a Tesla. But from what I understand from the Electric Car Club of Connecticut, there are a whole host of manufacturers other than Tesla. Altus, Bollinger, I'm sure I'm pronouncing some of these incorrectly, Lordstown Motors, Electrica, Mechanica, Candy, Lucid and Rivian I mentioned earlier, of course, Tesla, and there are a few others on the list that I won't even venture to try to pronounce. But there really is a growing market here. I think especially in our neck of the woods, Representative, where admittedly in wealthier communities, they're more able to afford Teslas. But the goal of I hope this committee and I believe the General Assembly ought to be to make sure that everybody in the state of Connecticut can afford an electric vehicle and then can easily access them once they decide to make that decision.
Thank you, Senator. You may have missed earlier the example that if more new electric vehicles are sold, eventually more used electric vehicles will be sold. So maybe your legislative salary won't make it so out of reach.
That sounds like something I'd like. Thanks, Representative.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. Thank you, Representative Haskell, for testifying before us on this bill. I am about as far away from New York as you can get over in southeastern Connecticut, and the wealth of my district doesn't quite get us to the Tesla level either. But I'm sure a few people do enjoy those vehicles. I'm sure they're lovely and fun to drive for those who can afford it. I do know there's a lot of lower priced vehicles that are more within my district's abilities to pay for as well. One of the issues that I had with the bill is the last few years, and from a district that has a variety of car dealerships within my district, is that a lot of our recall laws, a lot of our safety feature laws, if a organization or a company goes bankrupt, the consumer who might have that older vehicle, that used vehicle you were talking about, can bring it to the dealership for recalls, for safety issues, and not be charged out of pocket. So I think as you're trying to move this electric vehicle bill or this direct consumer bill, is to keep in mind those safety features that are built into our dealer models. And there are some other things that are built into our dealer laws that would need to be explored before we break the dealer concept, to make sure that the consumers of older vehicles are protected. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative, and wonderful to see you. I couldn't agree more with your comments. I think it's important to engage the dealerships in these conversations. And this bill wouldn't just modernize the point of sale it would also modernize the service program. So again, it's about offering consumers and manufacturers the choice to either provide service through brick and mortar repair shops, or through a partnership, through mobile service vans, over the air. Because so many other states are frankly ahead of us on this matter, I think it won't be hard to find good examples of what works elsewhere and try to replicate those critical consumer protections, as you mentioned.
Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator and also Representative Steinberg for introducing this bill. I just wanted to make a comment that this is greatly welcome, at least in my view, especially in the fight against emissions. So I'm sure that there are some really good things to gain out of this bill, environmentally speaking. And if Senator Haskell wanted to touch up on that, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. I'll be very brief, just to say that I know that there's a lot of work being done in this committee that I applaud concerning getting people out of individual vehicles and onto public transportation, and I support that 100%. But if we're going to get really serious about reducing carbon emissions, we know that public transportation can't carry that burden alone. Some people are still going to need to rely on cars, and I hope that we can make a efficient and equitable transition from traditional vehicles which are pollutants and into our and a detriment to our natural resources here in Connecticut towards 21st century electric vehicles. So thanks for bringing that up, Representative.
And thank you again, Senator Haskell, for introduction of the bill and bringing it to the committee this year. We greatly appreciate the conversation, and we'll have more of it today. A number of people have signed up to testify on this specific issue. So we'll be in touch about how we hope to proceed further. With that, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Next up is Jeff Huggaboon. And Jeff, if I got that name wrong, please feel free to correct me.
No problem. It's Huggaboon. Thank you, Chairman Lamar, members of Connecticut's Transportation Committee. Close on the pronunciation, Huggaboon. Thank you, Chairman Lamar and members of Connecticut's Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6426. This is the act concerning recommendations by Connecticut Airport Authority regarding the provision of security services and meteorological towers. I've spent about 30 years involved with towers, antenna, broadcasting facilities. I'm also the chair of Connecticut State Emergency Communications Committee, our SECC. And my current employment is with operations and sustainment in support of national level emergency alerting and critical infrastructure involving broadcast facilities in all states and US territories. Safety is of paramount importance to broadcasters, and their towers, antenna, and other facilities are regulated by the federal government. Specifically, the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, regulates broadcast antenna of all heights and makes them subject to Federal Aviation Administration regulations and guidelines, which I've referenced in my written testimony. Since House Bill 6426 specifically targets towers that are not broadcast antenna, I'm asking on behalf of the Connecticut Broadcasters Association that all television and radio station antenna that are regulated by the FCC in Connecticut be explicitly excluded from the bill, as well as towers that are operated by stations in the immediate vicinity of their antenna, such as Doppler radar towers. So thank you for your consideration.
And thank you, Jeff, for your testimony today and for bringing this attention to us. It is not something that we've been talking about in our small group meetings to date. So it is certainly something we are appreciative of you highlighting for the committee. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks again. Welcome. Jeff Aosa. Or Terry Polly. All right, who else we have next? Is Representative Aurora available? Mr. Clerk, I think we're hitting a difficult window here. Representative Aurora appears to be available.
Just one moment, Mr. Chair. I believe he is. We're trying to pull him in now.
No problem.
Let's see. Should be joining now.
All right, so we'll have Representative Aurora followed by Mr. Eosa. Rep. Aurora, good to see you. Welcome to Transportation Committee. And you have 3 minutes, but we let you go over a little bit if you're staying on point.
Thank you, Chairman Lamar. It's so good to be here. Chairman Lamar, Senator Cassano, Ranking Member Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Harry Aurora, and I'm the state rep from 151st District. I testify today in support of HB 5024, an act concerning, 6054, an act concerning privatization of non-strategic assets to pay down debt in the Special Transportation Fund. The Department of Transportation has a number of assets which are non-strategic in nature and have more social utility and financial value if they were in private hands. 2 good examples are parking assets and display assets. These assets have hidden value, and the state has neither the expertise nor the funding to develop them or monetize them. I will provide more insight into the display assets, but this does apply to several other assets the DOT has in its portfolio. A transportation display asset consists of numerous displays and electronic signage on train stations, trains, buses, and highways. There are several thousands of such display spots around the state. Some are developed, others are not. With the current technology, these display assets can be put together in what is called a display network. Building such a network requires investment and expertise the state may not have. But such a display network has significant value. Recently, New York built out such a network in partnership with private companies. In such an arrangement, private companies, like Google, like Clear Channel, they would fund the investment and develop the asset. Such a developed display network for Connecticut would be valued in several billions of dollars, billions with a B. If we do not leverage private capital or technology, such a network will never get built and always stay what we call a hidden asset in our portfolio. The display assets represent just one example of such unique assets in the transportation portfolio, which is a rich portfolio. I want to bring attention to the committee to the strategic aspect of this bill. A transportation department needs funding to be deployed in critical areas of transportation: bridges, roads, rail, transit, etc. As we stand today, the Transportation Fund has a debt of $6.4 billion and spends $700 million plus every year in servicing that debt. If we were to use non-strategic assets to pay down this debt, we could free up that $700 million to invest in our core transportation assets. This idea of using our non-strategic assets to fund reinvestment in our strategic assets makes really good policy sense. If we implement a plan described in this bill, we'll be able to invest 50% more in our core transportation program every single year. Finally, I want to emphasize that implementing such a strategy requires time, it requires process, and it requires professional talent. We do not want to sell our public assets for cheap. We want to sell them to private partners who will invest in such assets. The future development of such assets should be to promote public good, so the asset sale may come with constraints. This bill proposes setting up a privatization office in the Department of Transportation with the help of DCD. Fortunately, our DCD houses Connecticut innovation and has the talent and capacity to analyze, develop, and implement such a program. The DOT has the best knowledge of these assets. Hence, a partnership between the talent of DCD and the experts at DOT can help us develop and implement such a plan. I firmly believe that such a program would be of immense benefit to our state, accelerate investment.
I hate to interrupt you, but you're right about your deadline. If you could just summarize.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. I'm in the last line anyway. Accelerate investment in our critical transportation assets and help create jobs and grow our economy. I would be remiss if I did not point out that my good friend from State Rep Meskers from Greenwich has also co-sponsored the bill. I urge you to pass this bill. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Aurora, for introducing this bill before the Transportation Committee and having us consider it this year. We have a few questions for you, so hold on tight. First is going to be Representative Steinberg, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this concept forward. It is a very interesting idea. A number of years ago, I chaired the Pension Sustainability Commission that looked at a very similar approach to using state assets, non-DOT assets, to help work down the pensions, which I still think is a better idea than using the rainy day fund. Have you done any analysis? I mean, obviously, we've talked a lot about DOT development of properties in a TOD context. But have you done any analysis as to the order of magnitude of the opportunity with regard to what you're proposing?
Yeah, absolutely. The display assets in themselves are exciting. You know, you could pay off, if developed properly, you could pay off half or all of your STF debt of $6.4 billion with it, because they could have in all of Connecticut what we call a net cash flow of $200-300 million. And these assets go for 20 times, as they call it in the business. So you could, now whether it's 2 billion or 4 billion, listen, I'm not the expert, but the order of magnitude, which is the right approach, or which I was thinking when I was looking at the idea, is large. Same thing applies for some of the parking lot assets, because they tend to be stable income and so go for a very high multiple. And once again, they are somewhat non-strategic once a parking lot is built, and we have several around the country, around the state. And the idea is to first bring them together, not sell them cheap. That's one of the things which I really warn and that we all should guard out for, that once we put them together, they can go for fair value. And again, they will be recycled into strategic assets. So that's another opportunity. Now, if we put smart people like those we have in the Connecticut Innovation and DECD to work, they will figure out what's really non-strategic and what is high value in some other hands, where investment is needed, where they will put the investment, they see more value, and more public good is created.
Thank you for that answer, Representative. I think it's a very interesting concept we should explore further, though I will say that if we're talking about some of these projects, we should make sure we engage the local municipal leaders and their communities, because I think that each circumstance of development is unique to itself, and we should respect some of the local traffic and zoning issues that may result in developing some of these properties. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you, Rep. Steinberg. Rep. Steinberg, I think, foresaw where I was thinking this could go too. Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Thomas.
Yeah, I want to thank Representative Aurora on this issue, bringing it forward. I was thrilled in his request to co-sponsor. I'll question the model in terms of a privatization, but because the issue is we can either sell the asset or we can find a management company and take the revenue stream and own the asset. But I think identifying the asset in the cash flow stream and using that to pay off, we could literally, sell it for the multiple, or we could dedicate the cash flow to service the STF and free up the STF for other, there are a couple of different financial machinations we could do if we could recognize the asset pool. I think we have to realize that, we're in a 3.5 million person state. We are managing assets with a reduced workforce. The Department of Transportation, we just finished our hearing on the pier in New London, questioning the Port Authority and the technical memorandum of understanding for the management and build out of a significant asset. These are significant commercial assets that are going to hit the advertising world. I don't have a advertising maven sitting in my Department of Transportation. So recognizing how we manage those assets and oversight and getting it, getting the study done, getting a valuation, and then figuring out the idea of either privatization or warehousing and doing that activity at some level of the DECD or in the innovation exchange, and creating the value which we either sell off or use it to pay down the SDF. We have multiple models, but what we've identified is assets that we are dusting or painting or doing nothing with for 20 years. And so monetizing the asset is super important, whether it's in our hands or a third party. So I totally support the study, and I encourage all of us to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Meskers. And you have an excellent point. There are multiple ways to look at it. You know, the specific strategic themes I want to point out is we should only look at some substantial ideas, because just as was pointed out, these are not simple things to do. They will take time. They need to be done right. And the reason I bring up display assets is because that has what I would call a growth multiple. Where it's going to end up is where it's going to end up. But at this point, these are things, you know, which can be sold at values which, you know, in the future, maybe perhaps the markets there's going to be more assets who would come up around the current country. So valuations would be what they would be. Not that I'm a valuation expert on display assets, but when I look at numbers of billions, and I look at our state debt and look at this possibility that we could be debt free, and in the SDF, not overall in the SDF, it's just super exciting, and that's why I brought up from a point of view of developing and privatizing it, and it requires investment too. So the partner would initially invest. So there would be some kind of a deal to be done, but that's why it's not something we do quickly. It has to be done with some kind of experts on it.
Representative Thomas, followed by Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I too think this is a very interesting concept. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm getting an echo. I do worry, I hate to use the term unintended consequences, but that is what I worry about. I've seen from various types of models around the country where state, cities, municipalities sold off these assets for what they thought was a fair price at the time, but over the span of many years, they lost out on a lot of income. So I'm glad you touched a little bit upon various ways to structure it. But so if you would like to expand on that, great. If not, I have some other questions. But I would be really concerned about how do you set that right price without knowing how things will change a decade or 2 decades, because once you've sold it, you can't reclaim it. Oh, wait, you're muted now.
Okay, thank you so much, Thomas. That's a great question. I'm so glad you asked it. And as a result, if you recall, in my testimony, I dedicated one of my 3 minutes. I worked on it, so on the caveats that don't send them. So they were my caveats for free. Don't sell them cheap. You know, make sure that you sell it to the right people with right constraints, and develop them properly, thoughtfully. Now, to your point, there are some assets where the technology is so established and they're so, as I would say, I don't want to use the old school assets, but you know, it's very highly unlikely that there's a lot of changes that are going to happen. For example, think about parking assets. There's upside, downside. You know, as we go forward, you know, if people take more Uber to the train station, you know, where that's going to go, you know, there's shared ride concepts which are coming. So yeah, we do take some risk, but there are some ideas where, you know, I would say the experts would say that the risk is low. There are others, for example, in the display asset, we want to be slow. That's why my suggestion here in the bill has been, let's just put it in some kind of a privatization office with experts. To develop a partnership, go slow. You know, it's not gonna, perhaps we give somebody a minority interest to develop it and then keep that whole thing and over a period of time do it, because there is the risk. What if it's worth 10? We shouldn't be selling it for 3 if it's worth 10, right? You know, and I'm totally with you. I think we have to be very careful. But the point is, if we leave it alone and do nothing with it, right? You know, 10 years from now, you know, the value of money is lower. Obviously, there's a cost time value of money, and we may miss the train as well. So I think we have to develop it. There's also public good with developing the assets. You know, these assets are when you actually develop them can be used for public messaging and public safety. New York has a very good example. They thought that some of these assets, and I'm using rough numbers, so I hope nobody's going to hold me to these. When I was talking to industry folks, they said that initially they thought these would go for 300 million of revenue a year, which, you know, you can just take 15 or 20 times as the value of the asset. They ended up developing where they think they're generating $1 billion a year. So the value of the asset is basically closer to $20 billion. Now, and this is only Metro New York area, and obviously they will be much larger. That's a fact. But that really develops why we think that my assumption is that we're going to be somewhere at 300 to 400, 500 million of cash flows a year, which would mean that the asset is $5 to $10 billion or somewhere in that circa range. So this is an exciting opportunity to not explore it by putting some resources to make a few billion for the state. If we put a few 100,000 here early on, by creating a privatization office, I would suggest is a good bet. Nothing is going out right now. We got to put some smart people. I also am impressed with the quality of talent which we have at the DCD. So a lot of good things are coming together. So that's why I really, I'm urging you to support the bill, and do something now.
I appreciate your optimism. I don't share it because I just think I've seen so many examples of, the market can only bear so much. So even if someone is overpaying for the value of the asset by current standards, it is often hard to predict out because someone's not going to pay now for what it might be worth 20 years from now, by and large, for certain types of assets. But I'm glad you mentioned display ads and New York City. Because that's, again, where I've seen some unintended consequences. As you may know, I work in for the nonprofit sector, and I remember very clearly when I first entered the industry, nonprofits could buy display ad space to talk about all types of issues, which they can no longer afford to do by and large. And they rely on big companies to donate space, which, as you might imagine, is not quite what was intended when those assets were sold off. So I do worry about, something like display ads. There would probably only be one company that bought up all the space. So in the absence of competition, usually what you see are prices go up and, quality goes down or fairness could be eroded. So can you address that a little bit for these types of assets? You're muted.
Representatives, you guys are actually right on the deadline. So if you could wrap this up as the final.
Still muted, Harry. Rep,
I think I get automatically muted. I just realized after I answer. Thank you, Claire, Will, for doing that because there is feedback. But quickly answering the question, I won't take too much time here. That if we do not develop the assets, the idea of having those excess ads, for example, for nonprofits doesn't exist. We could always constrain the asset sale by saying, 3%, 5% should go to nonprofits at a certain rate. But the first thing is to develop the assets. I don't think the Department of Transportation budget would have the capacity to spend whatever few $100 million or the expertise at this time or in the next 2 or 4 years to really do this. So it has to be done somewhat in a partnership. And as my friend, Mr. Meskers pointed out, what form we take is different, but we need to do something.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Of course, Rep. Thomas. We have Rep. Haynes, followed by Rep. Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Aurora, for being here today and bringing forth this bill. Really unique bill in its conception, and looking forward to talking about it more. But you did touch a little bit when you were speaking to Representative Thomas in regards to where is this used elsewhere and how is it going there. So I was just wondering, obviously New York has lots of display assets. you know, can we look at somewhere a little bit more rural that are using this and in success? So could you speak to a little bit of that? And thank you so much.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I really appreciate. Thank you for asking that. New York is the most easiest, so as to say. I am unmuted. Yes, New York is the most easiest comparison for us. So that's the reason I investigated that. You know, I did not want to talk too much to the industry because that would be, you know, at some point, I think they need to testify themselves. You know, we think there's stuff going on. You know, they tell us. They tell when I had you know, easy, you know, simple conversations with folks in the industry. They said, well, this is going on across not only the U.S., across the globe, and there are specific firms which are really focusing on these things. So I think I am not aware. I do not have details of what is going on in Massachusetts, but I'm told there's some stuff going on there. But the New York program was really very clearly defined. They said that's been such a success that and the amount of dollars being generated is so strong that it really bodes very well, because at least on the Southwest Connecticut perspective, you know, it is a similar market. It bodes very well. But at the same time, I also think that being a state which, you know, at this point can kind of move nimbly, where others may not be able to, it would be a positive. But again, this is an emerging field. Things are going on. Few states have done it. Others may do it later. So that's where, but there's a unique, substantial opportunity to leverage.
Well, I agree with you, and I think it's, yeah, am I muted? No.
No, I can hear you.
Thank you. It's an exciting opportunity here. Have you had last question, have you had conversations with DOT and DECD in regards to this yet?
So thank you, Rep. Haynes. These are all things I'm doing right now, because it's interesting, because, you know, when I proposed the idea, thank you to members of the committee. It got put on the public hearing pretty quickly. So it has kind of, you know, from a schedule perspective, I've been really exploring it. I have placed a call into both the DECD, and they were very interested. So I spoke to Commissioner Lehman, and he said, well, let's look at this. And, you know, he's been very involved with the processes on reopening. So I don't want to bother him anymore. So, but at the same time, I think there is interest with the DOT. I've been trying to make contact, and I'm sure, you know, with those discussions we can have. But it would be great to have the blessing of the Transportation Committee. So I thought that would be the right format to bring it up first. I will also emphasize that, you know, once this kind of a privatization idea office is for non-strategic, I just really want to keep emphasizing it has to be non-strategic assets, not strategic assets, is set up. We will identify other really good ways with the goal to recycle and invest in more core assets. And that's really what, you know, business capital allocation is about. You know, businesses do that all the time, that they take the assets which, so as to say, return low, are well developed, and then take that money, develop in assets which are, you know, need more investment, are exciting, will bring more public good. We don't want returns in terms of financial returns. We're talking about public good, social utility, a bridge somewhere, a road, you know, and so on and so forth, which the DOT obviously would know precisely about. So this whole concept overall, and I like to focus on display assets, but I bring it as a concept which can really change some of the fixed thinking we have been having. I've been here since 10 a.m. listening to discussions of the esteemed committee, you know, and we've been talking about tolls versus this versus that. But think about this. Let's think out of the box. If we do something like this, you know, we don't have to. We can have our cake and eat it too. And so that's why I really would request the committee to look at it in aggregate. Display assets being one. There would be other ideas. I'm not as much of an expert in identifying these assets, but the work I've done shows that the potential is quite large.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the out-of-the-box thinking, and I'm looking forward to following this along. So thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Haynes. Thank you so much.
Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Aurora, for coming before us today. I just want to echo some of the concerns of Representative Thomas. All too often, when these privatization schemes are pursued, it ends up costing the state or the municipality more money in the long term. You know, it creates a windfall where you sell the asset and you're kind of plugging a temporary hole in the budget, but it's taking revenue streams off of the books in the long run. To your point, especially parking lots, parking garages, things like this, these are steady sources of income. That's why they're desirable for people to purchase them. Aren't these assets currently providing revenue to the state or the municipalities at the moment? And how would you account for the loss in revenue over the long term?
Yeah, no, listen, you know, I share those concerns as well. Please don't take this lightly that I don't share those concerns. You know, I am, you know, elected to preserve public good, to preserve public assets, to preserve, you know, the value for our public. So I do not for one moment would they take this lightly. The reason I say that some of these assets, there's in the private strategic strategy analysis, this is done quite often, and it applies very well to the government side, that there are assets which in some sense will need more investment. Sometimes what happens is, let's say, talk about a parking lot. There's a parking lot we built, and I researched this, so I know, with $50 or $60 million, maybe a decade and a half ago. It requires another $5 million. It requires some updating. It requires some, you know, ability it has high demand parking lot. You know, it is actually over capacity, or over demand is over capacity. And at this point, the DOT may have a list of such projects that may get there 5 years from now. So think about the revenue stream you're missing. So a revenue stream which you have missed, you know, which is not created for 5 or 10 years, is a revenue stream we didn't get, nobody got. It's what you call not a zero-sum game. It is value which we left on the table. The plane left with nobody on board, right? So that's why what I'm saying is that these are things we cannot invest too much in. These are things which, however, there are some private industry guys who would love to. That's what they do. For them, it's a 7% cost of return. They do their thing, what they do, they will invest more. And that's why when you sell them, you really make sure that some of those things are experts do it. They're done properly. There is no gun to our head. We don't have to do it tomorrow. We don't have to do it. To your point, we don't have to do it. But if we do it right, there is so much value created for our stakeholders, our constituents, because that same thing, to your point, that money, I'm not saying take that money and, you know, throw it away. I'm saying recycle into the strategic bridges and transit and things which we have identified and which we are under perhaps not funding as much as we would like. And so suddenly that parking lot is still going to be there. And to your point, are we replacing the revenues? We're going to grow those revenues because you are only selling them if you think there's a strategic, somebody else is better off owning it. And then you're recycling those revenue. So this is a thinking which is done and adds a lot of value outside government, and smart governments do that too. There is and the risks we should guard for. I appreciate that you raised the concerns, and we should be very smart about it. And that's why I say do put together a small group of smart folks now. And then maybe 2 years from now, they'll say, well, parking lot, bad idea, or, you know, but display works, but this doesn't work, but that works.
I think the fundamental issue is going to be any firm that wants to purchase this asset is going to be looking at it in terms of return on investment, right? So they're going to pay as little as they can for the asset, looking to recoup costs as quickly as possible. So if we want to continue with the parking lot analogy, that means it's going to cost consumers or residents of the state more to park in the lot than it would now. What is the typical what's the typical return on an asset like that? How quickly would a firm that purchases a parking lot look to recoup their value and start making profit off of it?
Really good question. Those are the same questions I went through. You're basically exactly asking the questions I asked only a month ago. And the question with parking lots is that the cost of capital out there, because interest rates are zero right now. Interest rates are zero technically, right? So there's a lot of demand for yield. And some of these parking lots, the way they look at it is not, let's assume it's generating $1 million right now, right? They will look at it as,
Pardon me,
and
Representative,
please,
we're actually right at that 5-minute deadline again. If we could just wrap up this thought. Thank you.
I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up
Thank you
quickly.
for the information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Representative Arora, I just want to say thank you for bringing this to the committee again. And look, I too have some pretty deep concerns with the concept, but I do frankly recognize that sometimes opportunities like this allow the state to recognize the value of the assets that we hold that we may not be maximizing at the current moment. I get terrified at the idea of privatization committees that are studying non-strategic assets. Like everything about that is like 14 red flags going up all at once in my mind. But I will say that this is an opportunity for us to maybe take a different look at the assets that we do control in state government and determine if there's a more advantageous way for us to deploy those assets and collect revenue. Maybe we're missing an opportunity on these display assets under state ownership, and there's an opportunity for us to do something different by learning from this process or learning from this sort of endeavor. I too wonder if we like full-throated supported, a privatization of non-strategic assets, we may end up, as Representative Chafee and Representative Thomas are suggesting, taking some non-advantageous deals that 20 years down the road we would regret. And I would point to specifically one, the current state of rail ownership across Connecticut. If we were to look at who owns rail right-of-ways throughout the state of Connecticut, you'd have, I believe, 23 separate ownership entities that largely make their revenue by providing right-of-way permit access to individual users. And if those rail ties were still owned by the state of Connecticut, we could consider broad investments in rail, either whether it be city to city or statewide rail connections that right now are just so expensive and so unwieldy to put back together again. And so I would hate for us to privatize a state asset that we consider currently non-strategic to find out that the world has changed 20, 30, 40 years from now, and we do anything to control that asset again and position the state further. So I think that's the challenge that we'll run into as we investigate this. But I think the idea of making sure the state is aware of the asset that we currently have and the revenue options that we may be able to consider is right on point. And I appreciate this conversation for that.
No, I really do appreciate your point of view and the fact, the openness of the committee to look at this, because this is something I had started exploring, and as I said, I wasn't even through it, and the committee said let's listen to it. So I do appreciate the openness, and the risks are there. I will not. I have studied enough privatizations to see how they can go wrong, but I have also studied many where they really go well, and utility is created both for the state and for the public, because public will enjoy better goods and services, more goods and services, because we are many times investment constrained, and this kind of a process is done all the time in organizations, nonprofits, in government in private organizations especially, and in government organizations which think through these things and say, well, where do we need to invest? Because everybody has a finite number of investment dollars. But having said that, I really think it's really very thoughtful of the committee to discuss this. Many committees would not. Many committees would just shut it down and say, well, too far out an idea. Let's not. You're listening to me. You're thinking about these. That was my objective. I would say mission accomplished at level 1. And I strongly urge you to take the bill a little forward. And there will be good stuff coming out of it. Perhaps maybe not just as you said, it may not be one way, but it may be another way. So I really appreciate your time and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Rep. Arora. Next up is Jeff Iosa, and then a group led by Representative Paolillo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Lamar, Senator Cassano, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jeff Iosa. I serve as the legislative co-chair of the Connecticut Automotive Retailers Association, also known as CARA, which proudly represents 270 new car dealers and their 14,000 employees. I'm the owner and president of Carriage House of New London, and I also serve as the director of the National Automotive Dealers Association. I'm here today to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 127, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. Connecticut's over 270 new car dealerships provide consumers with local, convenient, dependable service and sales in their communities. Throughout the pandemic, our dealerships have remained open as part of the essential workforce, providing support to Connecticut's frontline workers. We offered sales and maintenance services to first responders and the general public. Additionally, we serviced fleets of emergency vehicles and grocery delivery trucks. Our dealerships are flexible, nimble, and are always working to meet the demands of our customers, as demonstrated over the past year and this difficult year as well. To that end, Connecticut new car dealers have quickly adapted to the promotion of a greener future. Most dealerships utilize solar energy, offer electric vehicle charging stations. We make purchasing, servicing, and charging electric vehicles easily accessible to our customers. CARA has also partnered with the Connecticut's own Cheaper program, which provides car buyers with incentives to purchase electric vehicles. Most importantly, our dealerships protect consumers while providing personal and local service. Connecticut's Franchise Act, which governs the sale of new vehicles in our dealerships, protects Connecticut consumers by guaranteeing state and federal laws are followed, as well as ensuring the fair lending laws are enforced. Senate Bill 127 harms Connecticut consumers. Consumers will no longer have our dealerships to advocate for them, and they will also lose access to local and reliable repair services. Senate Bill 127 jeopardizes jobs over the 14,000 Connecticut employees. And finally, Senate Bill 127 is unnecessary because Connecticut consumers have access to electric vehicles, and that access continues to grow. So I ask you to reject Senate Bill 127 to protect Connecticut consumers while protecting 14,000 employees.
I don't want to hear you anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iosa, for your testimony today and for sharing with us the opinion of the industry on this issue. An industry that employs a lot of Connecticut residents who we greatly appreciate the work and service that you do on behalf of them.
Thank you.
Senator Summers.
Good afternoon, and thank you for testifying. I had a question. If you could speak to, there's been some implication that maybe our dealers that are through franchise auto dealers do not necessarily offer electric vehicles. Could you talk about maybe like over the last few years and into the future, how the auto manufacturers are working to reduce carbon emissions, and what is the future for electric vehicles through your model?
Sure. So, well, specifically with my model, we have an EQS that's launching this year. That technology will upstage Tesla specifically, not only in range, but in overall technology defined as AV and the telematics of the vehicle. As it relates to my store, I put over 1,000 solar panels on my store 7 years ago. I just completed actually last week tens of thousands of capital investment in electric charging stations to replace the existing ones that I have in my store, and drove a B-Class, which is an all-electric vehicle, for over 3 years. So I'm probably not the best example of electrification of our industry, but I think I'm an average one. And I think my brand has got an onslaught of new product coming out, not just the end of this year, but right through starting next year with 6 new models, probably representing close to 10% of every new car that we sell within the next 5 years. So the transformation to electric is here. It's serious. We are very excited about it. We embrace it, and we look forward to, as we have for over the past 100 years, being nimble and flexible and rising to the challenge.
And then my last question, do you feel that if we allow Tesla to have this direct sales agreement, because for years Connecticut has had this agreement where you go through a dealer, et cetera, does that create a competitive advantage for them? Do you think that will impact your jobs? How do you see that impacting all of the employees in the automobile industry per se?
Yeah, that's a great question, Senator Summers. I think that the 14,000 employees of this state in our dealerships rely on the franchise system. It's obviously the protection for their jobs. When you allow the direct sale model to come in, it's not only a consumer unfriendly model, and I say that because frankly, it strips out the intra-brand competition. So for example, if you came into my store today and wanted to buy a vehicle, and for whatever reason, you didn't like the price, you didn't like my culture, you could go to another store and you can negotiate that price. You can obviously experience a different culture. That doesn't exist in the integrated vertical sale model. And additionally, I think that the jobs that would be dismantled by this direct sale model would not be limited to Tesla, but as I heard in testimony with Lucid and Rivian and over 100 Chinese manufacturers that also would come in, not all of them obviously, but some of them on the direct sale model, it would pivot the local community jobs to overseas or other states. And that's a huge concern for not only me as a business leader in my community, but for my employees.
And then my one last question quickly is Representative Conley had brought this up before. It's not something that I had really thought about, but what about like the aftermarket for a direct sales product that maybe the dealer goes out or business or no longer does business here? Where does that leave like the person who has an issue with the car if there's no direct sales operation in Connecticut any longer? Is there use for that car? Because right now, if there's a Saturn or something that no longer exists, somebody can go into one of the dealers and get a trade-in or something for that car. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah, and it's a great question because obviously when a manufacturer shutters, and they do, Saab is a good example of that. There are still dealerships that are in operation that have the technical know-how, the equipment, and the resources to facilitate those repairs. That's not the case when a manufacturer goes out of business. There's no one to see.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Representative Thomas, followed by Representative Conley.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jeff, for being here. Something you said just made me think, I think you may have heard earlier that I was actually quite sad that I had to leave the state to buy my electric vehicle recently. And I think what I heard you say was that a dealership would probably be increasing their supply of EVs by about 10% over a number of years. And we heard earlier that there's a big gap right now that between the number of vehicles available and the number that we need on the roads to meet our climate goals. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you know, what is the inventory? Like by what percent would the current dealer structure need to increase the sales of EVs to meet our goals?
Yeah, that's a really great question, Representative Thomas. Our distribution system is referred to as a push system, from the manufacturer that we refer to as the OEM, meaning that it's not a matter of the dealer saying we don't want that product or we don't want to sell that product. It's a matter of the manufacturer producing it and then distributing it to us, and then it's on our lot. Remember that we own 100% of everything. The manufacturer has no capital investment in us. We are private capital establishments. So I think to answer the question perhaps a different way is, you know, for many years, combustion was still in vogue. It's not. All manufacturers are pivoting and transforming to electric, and in a blink, there's going to be more inventory than we can imagine. And I think that's why it's really prudent for dealerships to do what I've already done and most have in terms of putting electrification in their dealership, you know, electric charging stations. We are applauding the federal government, this administration, for putting in a whole new charging infrastructure, over 500,000 at the federal level. This is not something that the manufacturers are putting their big toe in the water. They're committed. They've spent billions of dollars in research and development. My manufacturer alone has spent $5 billion. There's no turning back. This is real and this is happening, and it's a good thing for the consumer because the technology is awesome. It really is.
Thank you for that. I do agree that, you know, we are only moving forward, which is positive for our environment. And to one of the representatives' points earlier, I do think as more people in our technical schools are trained in EV technology, et cetera, I also think we'll start seeing service stations crop up that only service electric vehicles, et cetera, outside of the dealer system. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. I just wanted to follow up on, I appreciate Senator Summers following up with you on questions I'd asked a prior speaker about the dealership model and service when companies no longer exist. And I actually learned about this owning a used Oldsmobile, which Oldsmobiles were great cars, but don't exist anymore. And when I had a safety recall, just for the record, that Oldsmobile or that Saab could be brought to anyone in the state of Connecticut that had formerly sold those vehicles for a safety recall. Is that correct?
Sure. And that's an excellent question, because that dealer has the ability to facilitate that repair, more so than a non-Oldsmobile dealer in this case, or a non-Saab dealer, because they have the tools, they have the equipment, they have the training. They can still do that, yes.
And I have to just share that Oldsmobile may have been before airbags were standard in vehicles. But let's say if we had an airbag repair, very important repair, right? Yeah. Just to let others know, if airbags often are not made by Oldsmobile or Saab, the company that's out of business, oftentimes they're made by other aftermarket companies, correct?
Correct.
So if there's no dealer model to exist, if I had a problem with an airbag by a third party or fourth party company, would I have to then find out who manufactured that part and outside the dealership model find that company, and as the consumer try to figure out where that company exists and how to get that safety part replaced?
No, you could easily go to a former Oldsmobile dealer and they would be able to facilitate, let's call it that Takata airbag, and have the safety and correct protocol in the installation of that airbag. Tesla is a great product, and if it went out of business tomorrow, or if it's sold with this direct sale model and there was no representation, if a Tesla came into my store and needed a recall, it's not that I wouldn't be able to attempt to do it, but it wouldn't be something that I couldn't facilitate without the technical know-how, the training that we have for our technicians. So the answer is, I don't know where a Tesla owner would go if they had a recall that would not be able to be facilitated through a representation that no longer exists.
But here in Connecticut, under our dealership model, if some company goes out of business, leaves, the consumer could just take their vehicle to that shop that formerly sold automobiles, or Saab, or whatever the next company is, and get those safety recalls taken care of in one stop with the personnel at that location, correct?
Correct. Yes.
I think that along with the jobs is one of the reasons that I appreciate our dealership model here in Connecticut. And hopefully my current used car will last me just as many years as that old vehicle did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Jeff. It's nice to see you. And thank you for your testimony. You may have answered this, but one of the things, and I feel like a broken record because I think I've asked this every year that this bill has come up, but I mean, there's a reason for this bill. The gentleman from Tesla said, I think roughly 80% of the electric vehicles on the market are Teslas. So they're obviously highly desirable. I know people in my generation and younger are very into electric vehicles. I'd like to own one sooner rather than later. So with Tesla, really taking over the market, it's not always going to be that way probably, but with them taking over the market, I mean, I think one of the frustrations I have is that, I mean, and I see major manufacturers creeping into the market, but it's not going as quickly as somebody like me would like. So what is happening right now to try to compete with Tesla?
Yeah, great question, Representative Carney. I think that you're right. Year over year, that was a really, I think, timely question. And the answer to it today is very different than years past, in as much as we're here. You've heard in the past week that Jaguar Land Rover is abandoning combustion, Volkswagen is abandoning combustion, the list goes on, including my manufacturer. So it's not just a matter of the commitment to a carbon neutral footprint, but it's the commitment to this departure from combustion. And when we talk about Tesla owning 80% of the market, that's an easy thing to do when you have no competition. It also should be understood that 70% of everything they sell is in the state of California. So I think Tesla has a thirst for the rest of the market to be electric, as the other 31 OEMs do. But there's a very compelling reason why, in my opinion, they would be more successful if they use the franchise system. And not to get into the level playing field argument, but I come back to when a customer has a vehicle that is pushing up against the end of the warranty, and we have it in our workshop, and there's perhaps a seeping seal that you could argue is going to leak post-warranty, we replace that seal on the warranty because we know the next time it comes in the workshop, it's going to be at the customer's expense. Years ago, I read in the SEC filing of Tesla that their business model is more advantageous to their shareholders because they are effectively the judge and the jury and can make the decision whether to spend the money on that seal when it's just about out of warranty or not. That's not consumer friendly. Just like if there's a lemon law issue, we don't stand with our manufacturer, we stand with our customer and align ourselves with the customer against the manufacturer to get the resolution that's needed because we are private. There's a lot of advantages, especially in the consumer area, that really supports the franchise model over the integrated vertical direct model.
Okay, and I appreciate that because I know we've sat in rooms together when Representative Guerrera and Senator Leone were the chairs of the committee. This was a few years ago, and now there's more manufacturers in the electric vehicle game in terms of that want the direct sales model, and in Rivian and Lucid which aren't major parts of the electric vehicle market yet, but they want to follow that Tesla market. So, I mean, what would you say to them, those two, Lucid, Rivian, and Tesla, as to why, despite not doing it in other states, why in Connecticut should they be part of the franchise system?
Well, again, it's a consumer-friendly model. It's existed for over 100 years. And frankly, for not any other reason, but if you look at the economics of it, when a manufacturer builds a car and puts it on a car carrier, they're already paid for the car. It's a push distribution system. The car is now owned by the dealership. That asset has shifted, and now it's our responsibility to sell it. There's tremendous value to a manufacturer to use the franchise system. Look, the billions and billions of dollars that my brand would have to spend to convert the independent model to the factory-owned model is something that they have no appetite for. And frankly, if we're not doing it, then they would have to do it. It's just a shift in the expense. So when you look at, we talked earlier about, or someone was talking earlier about the J.D. Power survey. And if you look at the Consumer Reports survey and Pied Piper, Tesla's always at the bottom of those surveys because we as independent retailers who, again, understand our communities, align ourselves with the consumer, with the customer for consumer issues is really something that I think sets us apart from the franchise system. I mean, from the direct sale model.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your answers, Jeff. I'm sure we'll have additional conversations on this. This issue is certainly not going away. It's been in the committee for quite some time now, and I'd really like to hopefully come to some resolution to this because, like I said, I mean, people want to buy Teslas, and I think they would much prefer to buy them in Connecticut than in a different state. So thank you very much, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rep. Carney. And I think that I think Senator Cassano has a question, if I'm seeing this correct.
Off the top of your head, are approximately how much does the dealership association pay into taxes in the state of Connecticut? And other fees.
Probably the best way to answer that is almost 20% of all retail taxes in the state come from our industry.
And if Tesla operated as it would like to, they will not be contributing to that.
No.
All right. It's a tax evasion thing to me. I mean, I just think it's almost intellectually dishonest to even approach it. That we want to be able to sell Teslas. We want to go to one of the wealthiest parts of the United States of America to sell them, but we don't want to pay anything in the state of Connecticut. That's enough for me to say, this is out of line. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Aosa, for your for your comments today and for helping to educate the committee on an ongoing basis. You have great representation up at the Capitol. And I know that you've been someone who members have been able to call and ask questions of in the past. So I deeply appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a group that's combining their testimony to help save the committee a lot of time, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. Lieutenant Rankowitz, Chief Jacobson, Alder Antunes, Alder Ferraro, and leading it off is our Representative Al Paolillo. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Co-Chair Lamar, Co-Chair Cassano, Vice Chair Sims, Ranking Member Summers, Ranking Member Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Al Paolillo, and I am the representative from the 97th District, representing part of the city of New Haven, along with the good chair. I'd like to take this opportunity first to thank the committee for hearing these two bills today, and also the New Haven contingent that Chairman Lamar referred to. Some great representation from our police department and several members of our Board of Aldermen here in town in New Haven. I have submitted some written testimony and will be very brief since we have several folks to speak on this. directly, but I'm here to offer testimony and support on HB 6066, an act increasing the penalties for street racing, and HB 6067, an act concerning emissions inspections during the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically on HB 6066, unfortunately, illegal street racing is something that we deal with in the city of New Haven almost daily. It's a frequent adverse impact on our city, in our city and municipalities throughout the state. It's a huge concern when it comes to the safety of residents and pedestrians and other motor vehicles on the road. And I know this is another important issue that the committee is dealing with this year with the safety and speed limits on our municipal roads. I thank you for that. You'll hear from the New Haven Police Department in a second that part of the problem with the current statute 14-224 is that it's difficult to enforce. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I would like to yield my time to Lieutenant Rankowitz, who can talk about that issue a little bit further.
Thank you, Lieutenant Rankowitz. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So yes, in support of House Bill 6066, I'd like to speak how the street racing activity and the street racing, the community and culture surrounding it has sort of changed over the years. So I have been the lieutenant in charge of all the research and planning and development of strategies for street racing to combat street racing in New Haven for the past 4 years. And to kind of explain it best, I'll give some examples. If we would look 4 years ago on any given weekend on Fox and Boulevard, you'll find a large group of cars staged in a parking lot. We'll say McDonald's, a line of spectators on the sidewalk, 2 cars side by side, a flagger in the middle, who will then start the race, record the times for the race, declare a winner, and bring on the next group. So on a typical night of enforcement, those 2 cars will be on 91 North in Wallingford by now. And then what's the best part of the statute, as it is today, is the spectators are charged with the same crime. So those sitting ducks in the parking lot will typically grab who we can. We'll stop them. The first thing they're going to say is, "I'm not racing. I'm just watching. Thank you for admittance. Here's your charge for spectating racing." Now they can come from Newport, Rhode Island, or Yonkers, New York, and it sets a message. And they're not going to come back to New Haven to participate in activity anymore. So it was pretty successful operations. Now, if we fast forward to last weekend, same situation. There'll be cars in the parking lot, spectators watching, but now there's just 1 car. There's no flagger, not really much control. He'll spin out his tires, roar his engine, put on a show, smoke out the street, and then gun it. So now let's say we have a really good plan together and we have some units available to take him down and we apprehend him. What we're looking at in that situation is he's not racing per statute. He's we could have some infractions such as unsafe start or speeding, ranging from $137 ticket to $191 ticket. At the very most, we can possibly articulate probable cause for reckless driving. So that's good, we have an arrest. But there's no part of the statute where it's unlawful to spectate reckless driving. So we have essentially a lawful gathering of spectators, because what they're in all reality, spectating is a stunt show. It's a demonstration of skill, a demonstration of their speed, and it's stunts. And it's stunts that you would see in Madison Square Garden, not a public roadway. So I suggest adding language to the statute to include a demonstration of speed or skill or stunt. Because as time goes on and social media became more popular, there's a new app out there every couple months. That's what the racing community is seeking. They're seeking gaining attention, creating content to put online, and not so much the glory of winning a race. And that sums up my my comments for that.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Chief Jacobson.
Sure. First, thank you for having us. We appreciate the time on this matter. It may seem like a minimal matter, but it isn't. These incidents bring 300 to 500 cars and people to one area. And when we have these incidents, we've also seen them become violent. I know West Hartford had a race area and there was multiple people shot, and we've had people shot after or before these incidents as well. But I'm going to reflect on one thing that's really, as a police administrator, the issue. It takes a large amount of personnel to do any kind of enforcement, and Lieutenant Rankowitz will explain that too. So you need multiple cars. You need the ability to stop them safely. We're not going to chase them around. They already want to take off. So we need multiple police cars and officers to kind of get around that parking lot and have them not get away. And I'll tell you about an incident in August of 2020 where there was over 300 racers in the Sergeant Drive area down 95. They were jumping on and off 95 and racing. They were racing on Sergeant Drive. And we didn't have a detail working. So we sent numerous officers over there. I think there was even a shots fired incident at that. No one was struck, but someone fired a weapon. So we went there to take care of that. In the meantime, in another neighborhood in New Haven, which now has no police in it, there were 6 people shot and 1 murdered in one incident. Because this really pulls our resources to a different level. So what we ask for is when we do commit resources and overtime, we need the teeth to when we do make those enforcements to kind of say, hey, this is a fine. We can find more people. We can kind of put the message out there not to race in Connecticut, because Lieutenant Rankowitz is right. We get large groups from New York, large groups from Rhode Island, and they're going to go where it's easier to go. They're going to go where the police resources are less. They're going to go where they're not going to be fined as much, or they're only going to get motor vehicle violations. And that's the case sometimes. So we would appreciate any tool in the tool basket. I mean, we've even put speed bumps throughout Sergeant Drive to slow them down. On weekends, we'd have details and shut certain roads down to observe for them. But I mean, we just need more tools to be able to do that. And I think we were heading in the right direction with an ATV bill recently through our ordinances. And, you know, that's the type of stuff we're looking to do. But I would really stress the public safety angle, the ability that when all your resources are dumped into one area, it leaves other areas unprotected. And that's something in New Haven that, you know, we are seeing a spike in violence. So when we do go after street racers, which that's another point, you can hear them all night long. From 2 in the morning till 6 in the morning, you hear street racers. And that's another issue for our residents. And we just want to make it a better, safer place here in New Haven and the rest of Connecticut. Thank you for my time.
And thank you, Chief, for your time. I think Alder Antunes, followed by Alder Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Good to see you,
thank
Alder
you.
Antunes.
Good seeing you again. Just looking at a picture of you the other day in our group shots. Thanks to the committee for hearing me as well. My name is Gerald Antunes, and I'm an alder for the Quinnipiac Meadows area of New Haven. I'm also chair of the Public Safety Committee and a retired police captain in New Haven Police Department. I'm really glad, and thank you again for hearing this issue on House Bill 6066. The area in my neighborhood that illegal racing or general show-off activity is happening every Friday and Saturday night is near a residential area and in front of a hotel. They have a lot of complaints that people don't want to stay there because they can't even get in and out of the driveway. And this is a state road, Route 80. In fact, that area sees over 39,000 vehicles every day, and we average just over 100 motor vehicle accidents every year. Now, with that in mind, some time ago, I arranged a meeting with New Haven Police, the Connecticut State Police, DMV inspectors, in hopes that these law enforcement teams could work together to end this dangerous activity. Now, I know that it's a clear possibility that someone can be hurt or killed in these out of control vehicles. I know because I've driven a race car on a racetrack at Lime Rock in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I know what it's like to try and maintain control of a vehicle that's going 130 or 140 miles an hour. It's not something that our city streets or state roads are designed to handle. In addition, the neighbors in my area, they're kept up, as the chief said, all night. They hear the noise of racing engines, the smell of racing fuel, and burning tires. And we know the only people that like those smells are guys like me who like to race. Now, there needs to be a better way to deal with this kind of problem. These racers are known to spend between $10,000 and $30,000 just on the engines in their cars. Then you consider the tires and the other go-fast parts that they have. We really need to hit these people in their pockets. Let's consider increasing the fines and seizing their cars. It's reckless driving. Why not hold their cars for their court hearings like we would hold evidence in any other crime? I really appreciate your time. That's all I have to say at this point. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alder Antunes, for your testimony and for your commitment to the city of New Haven. Like you said, you've been police captain in our city, chair of public safety in our city, longtime member of the Board of Alders. We served together over a decade ago on the Board of Alders, and I greatly appreciate the dedication and time you've given to our city.
Was it that long? Gee.
It was that long. Representative Ferraro Santana, who I also served with on the Board of Alders just a couple days ago, right?
Yeah, just a couple of days ago. You were a young man, you know, and I appreciated everything that you did. And, you know, I was excited when you went to the state. It was really a great opportunity for you. So and you've grown so much in your position. So
You're not talking about my waistline, are you?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Well, you're not talking about mine, are you?
Of course not.
I want to echo everything that my colleague, Alder Antunes had said. There are many times, because Route 80 also crosses Quinnipiac, and that becomes a gateway where traffic spills over and they race down the street on Quinnipiac. It's unbelievable. And we've had so many accidents on Quinnipiac Avenue as well because of that, in both directions, north and south. So anything that would help enable us to get a better position on racing in urban areas. I mean, you know, it's hard to maintain, and the cops are constantly on the go, and they've got other things they need to do. And you can't always have police doing spot checks on how fast the speeders are going. I recognize that. So if there's other things that we can use, it would greatly be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Santana, for your time and for your commitment to the city of New Haven as well. And I think, thank you, State Rep Paolillo, for your willingness to organize this for us, and having all five of us be able to testify on this issue with a good presentation. I think that hits the issue that we're facing in New Haven, but I think other communities are starting to see as well. And if we are able to tamp down this issue in New Haven, we know it's just going to move somewhere else in Connecticut. So as Chief Jacobson said, we need to give additional tools for our community to use, but for communities across the state to be able to use. Chief Jacobson apparently keeps his tools in a tool basket, but wherever a community keeps their tools, we want to make sure they have enough of them to properly enforce and ensure that our community is protected. Representative Paolillo, anything at the end?
I would just like to reiterate one specific point and recognize the work that the men and women of our New Haven Police Department and all police departments do every day in protecting us and in addressing these public safety matters and quality of life matters, especially Lieutenant Rankowitz and Chief Jacobson, and the good work that Alder Antunes and Rose Santana do every day in the city. This change in language would allow all municipal police officers and police departments, along with the state police, to effectively enforce this particular statute. And it's a simple change, but something that will be sustainable not only in the city, but throughout the state as we confront this type of illegal activity. So I would urge your support. And again, Mr. Chair, thank you for your continued work and for raising these bills.
Of course. Are there any questions for any of the panelists? Seeing none, thank you all so much for your time this afternoon. We'll talk soon. Next up is Terry Poley, followed by Chrissy Monaco and Senator Formica.
I do not believe Terry is here. We might have to move down the list and call the next person.
Do we have Chrissy Monaco?
Can you say that again? You broke up a little.
Do we have Chrissy Monaco?
Not see her in the waiting room. We do have Senator Formica while we try and connect with Chris and Paul.
Do we? Okay, so before we move on to another public official, I just want to see if we have anyone from the general public available. Rob Glasby. No? All right, we'll go to Senator Formica and we'll try to capture members of the general public quickly thereafter.
Good morning.
Good to see you, Senator. How are you today?
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman, too. I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I will begin my testimony. Chairs Lamar and Casano, ranking members Summers and Carney, and the distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Senator Paul Formica, and I wish to testify today in support of this committee's increased participation in the oversight of the Connecticut Port Authority, specifically drafting a bill that includes language taken from the intentions of proposed Bill 241, 607, 610, and 866, all of which are contemplated to, at the very least, create more oversight and increased reporting by the Connecticut Port Authority Board and into a new model or direction. As a former co-chair and now ranking member of the Energy and Technology Committee, one of the many focuses that the committee has, which is a critical responsibility, is the facilitation of the necessary generation of power sources to meet the state's growing energy demand, as well as making that electricity as sustainable, practical, and affordable as possible. I believe offshore wind development is an important part of this discussion, as it is getting an industry foothold here in Connecticut and New England, utilizing both the ports of New London and Bridgeport. The Connecticut Port Authority was created around 2016 to help our large and small ports achieve their best economic potential. Unfortunately, the problems surrounding the management's indiscretions, in quotes, early on have and are continuing to have a negative effect on achieving this mission. There have been many concerns regarding the Connecticut Port Authority's behavior. And while I truly believe that the current leadership is working diligently to reverse the misdeeds of the past, revelations continue to suggest that the problems of the past linger and some changes need to be made. Just recently, the Connecticut's Contracting and Standards Board released information on excessive finder's fee payments to a vendor that they found after reviewing CPA activities. As this committee considers the next best option, I believe working in association with the current management of the Connecticut Port Authority, the Contracting Standard Board to review all past contracts for services and vendors negotiated previously by the CPA. Also, working with the Office of Policy and Management in their role as fiscal watchdog of the agency will ensure that the port renovations are managed with a keen eye and all matters are part of the public process. Additionally, a continued focus should be on Connecticut's small port success, as this is a key economic driver to our state. The host city agreement for the city of New London has languished and should be completed quickly, as the New London State Pier is critical to Connecticut's economic recovery and New London's voice is critical to the CPA's board conversation. The CPA's past is in need of a thorough review, and necessary steps need to be taken so that the economic success of Connecticut ports is the story, not the continuing past problems of the Connecticut Port Authority. I thank you for your consideration of my request and for the time the committee has allotted me to speak this morning or afternoon.
Are there any questions for Senator Formica? Seeing none, Senator, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Senator Cassano. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next in line. Phil, do you have the next speaker?
The next speakers, unfortunately, are not in the waiting room. We will have to move down the list back into the public, and after Senator Formica, I believe we have Terry Cooley, Rob Glaspie, Samantha Danowski, or William Hughes. I will see if one of them is in the room waiting. It seems we do have both Samantha and William from the public list. So Samantha Danowski from the Sierra Club, the next member.
Yes, are you here?
She should be able to speak now.
Hi, thank you. I think I'm on now, yes?
You're on and ready to go.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Cassano and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I am the State Director of Sierra Club Connecticut. On behalf of our more than 40,000 members and supporters in Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to testify on several bills before you today. The Sierra Club is committed to solving the climate crisis with just and equitable solutions that will result in a healthy world for everyone. Transportation pollution in Connecticut is a serious problem, both for climate and for public health. According to the latest greenhouse gas inventory from the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the transportation sector accounts for 38% of greenhouse gas emissions. Poor air quality is contributing to a health crisis disproportionately impacting Black, Brown, and low-income communities with acute and chronic respiratory problems such as asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and other lung diseases. And as noted by a previous speaker, a Harvard report released last week shows that annually 8 million premature deaths worldwide are a direct consequence of fossil fuels, and that the northeastern United States is one of the hardest hit areas in the world. We seek solutions to reducing transportation emissions that include clean, pollution-free vehicles and making our communities more walkable, bikeable, and transit-friendly. We are testifying today in support of 3 bills to promote clean transportation before you: HB 5419, HB 5423, and SB 127. Sierra Club supports HB 5419. Revenues collected for clean air, greenhouse gas reduction, and other environmental purposes should be used as intended on clean transportation initiatives. And our written testimony shows there's no shortage of possible investments that we could be investing in. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at your dog. That's not a dog. Got distracted there for a minute. Sierra Club also supports HB 5423 to expand passenger rail and transit in Eastern Connecticut. With growth anticipated at EB, transit can play an important role in alleviating traffic and the emissions that will come with it. Rail transportation is significantly more energy efficient. Freight rail is 2/3 more efficient than trucks. It reduces carbon and air pollution from automobiles and trucks. And in addition to reducing emissions, this bill could be an important project to be shovel-ready for anticipated federal stimulus. And lastly, Sierra Club supports SB 127 to permit electric vehicle manufacturers to sell electric vehicles directly to the consumer. Direct sale of electric vehicles by manufacturers is an important strategy to accelerate the adoption of zero-emission vehicles to meet the state's greenhouse gas reduction targets under the Global Warming Solution Act. Thank you for your attention to these important issues and consideration of our testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from anyone on the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
I see Representative Carney has his hand raised. Wanted to make sure we get him.
Representative Connie.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, Sam. Thank you so much for testifying today and for your support of the Clean Air Act fee bill. Certainly a source of frustration for me that a lot of those dollars don't go to where they were originally intended. So I certainly appreciate your support on that. One question I do have regarding SB 127 is, do you see affordability as one of the reasons why more people aren't purchasing electric vehicles?
I do think that is an issue, but is becoming less so every day. I myself am in the market for a vehicle. I'm planning to get an electric vehicle and planning to get a used one because that is the price point that's right for me. But I'm sure there'll be several other manufacturers that are testifying today. The worldwide market is huge, and any look at the news on this shows there are new models coming on constantly and getting cheaper and more affordable for the average person.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. And it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
Anyone? I thought somebody else had a question in here. Seeing none?
I do not see any.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Moving on, and who do we have next? I don't have the list here, Phil. So.
William Hughes is the next speaker from the public list. I believe William is in this room. William, if you could turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Okay, we got you.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon. Thanks for letting me speak. Yeah, I'm testifying today in favor of Bill HB 6067, which extends the deadline for emission inspections during the pandemic and waives any late fees associated with the delay. I'll make this short and sweet. Basically, I received a couple of notices from the emissions department, which I think you can see here. And I was going to ignore them initially during the pandemic and just wait until it was over and then go down and get my car checked out. But what happened is, following the emission notices, I got a registration renewal. And I said, the registration renewal said I couldn't renew my registration until my car was inspected. So the initial plan of just not doing anything fell apart. So what I did is I contacted Stephanie Thomas, Representative Thomas, and she was kind enough to pass my problem along to a contact that she had at DMV. And then I found out about Stephanie eventually, or after she contacted DMV, she told me that there was a bill 6067 that had been proposed. So I wanted to testify in favor of that bill today. Just quickly, I've lived in Connecticut for 42 years. Normally, to take my car for inspection is no big deal, but when you have the pandemic, it is a problem because we go to a local service station. The quarters are very close. There isn't a lot of space in there. The ventilation is poor. People coming in and out to pay for gas, and there's only one way in or out. So you could say, well, I could wait outside, but then I still have to give my keys and my emission notice and pay $20 to the attendant. And then the other problem becomes one of not only does the attendant have to touch my keys, but the mechanic who does the inspection also has to get in the car and touch various pieces of that. So I just feel that given the time that we're in with the pandemic, with the effort that everyone has made to stay safe, stay away from grandchildren, wash your hands, use a mask, do social distancing, I just feel it's conflicting messages that we send out as a state. If we say on one hand, hey, we got the pandemic and this is what you have to do. But on the other hand, we turn around and we say, here, take your car down. Now, I know there's been 2 extensions granted recently for the emission testing, but unfortunately, the last extension, I think, expired on December 30th. So I'm here today to ask you folks to please give some consideration to renewing the extension that Bill HB 607 will give all citizens of Connecticut. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer if I can. Anybody?
I see one hand raised for Representative Thomas.
Hi, thank you. Not so much of a question. I just wanted to thank you again, Mr. Hughes, for reaching out and raising this issue in my district. As you can see, a bill was proposed already because others share a similar concern. So I just like to thank you for bringing it to our attention and coming here today. Have a good afternoon and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and Mr. Hughes, thank you for coming forward. It's a good common sense request. And I believe that the committee would be unanimous in putting this bill through. Thanks for your taking the time to testify.
Thank you also.
Next is Michael Frisbee.
Michael's in the room. He should be starting his camera and his video any moment now.
Start my video.
Michael, can you hear us?
I
There
can
you
hear
are.
you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We see you on video. You're ready to start whenever you're ready.
Great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Michael Frisbee, and I'm a resident of Somers, Connecticut, and the owner of Noble Energy Real Estate Holdings and Noble Gas Inc., with my office is located at 135 Buckingham Street in Hartford, Connecticut. I was asked to speak today in support of Senate Bill 127, and as an owner operator of a network of gas stations and convenience stores in Connecticut, you wouldn't think that I'd be a typical supporter for such a thing, but I am. There are a couple of critical issues in my mind that need to be resolved with regard to the future of EV transportation. First is range anxiety. I can help with that. Second is getting the vehicles in the hands of the consumers. By passing this bill, you can help with that. I believe that we need to do something to change people's habits and to change their mindsets about the climate. We can have an impact not only for ourselves, but for our children and their children. I'm working with Juice Bar, a Connecticut-based company and manufacturer, to install EV chargers at my current locations. I plan to build 20 to 25 new fueling centers in Connecticut over the next 24 to 48 months. These facilities will be in the same areas that were identified by the state of Connecticut in its EV roadmap. This will help alleviate that range anxiety. The new Noble fueling centers will be high-end market C-stores with coffee and breakfast, Nardelli's Grinder Shops, Connecticut-based. Nayla's Market, it's a Connecticut-based company that has healthy grab-and-go options, and Frisbee's Dairy Barns, Connecticut-based, for homemade ice cream. There will be indoor seating, outdoor seating for folks to enjoy these food offerings while their vehicles are fueling up. These larger facilities will support both gas and EV charging for now, but will be prepared to accommodate all levels of EV charging for the future as gas starts to go away and there are more EV vehicles on the roads. In addition to the Noble fueling centers, I'm designing and planning to build several EV showrooms and service centers. I'm optimistic that this bill will be approved, and when it is, these showrooms and service centers will allow for the quicker transition for Connecticut residents to get their hands on these vehicles and make an impact to our environment. I'm excited to be part of the future of transportation and would like to think that I'm doing my part to help foster that. With a blended family and 7 children, my options for vehicles are somewhat limited in general today, but I'm happy to say that I finally found one that will fit my needs. I have pre-ordered my first EV vehicle and look forward to going and getting it sometime this summer. I think I would have done it sooner if I had the opportunity to see, touch, feel, and drive one here in Connecticut. I drive more than 30,000 miles a year here for my business. Knowing that I can make a difference by buying and showing off an EV vehicle makes me excited about what the future holds. Knowing that in the near future, I'll be able to charge that vehicle in many more locations throughout the state makes me even more excited. How great would it be if Connecticut residents didn't have to leave the state to go through this process? By passing this bill, you can help set the standard and push Connecticut to the forefront. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions by any committee members? Representative Carney?
Thank you very much, Chairman Cassano. Thank you very much, Michael, for your testimony. I think it's really neat what you're trying to do. My only question is, as we learn more about, the future, I mean, I think electric vehicles certainly are the future. I'm just wondering, as a business person, how would you transition from gasoline to having, either both, gas station and an electric charging station, or eventually just electric charging stations, how you would make a profit on that as a business person?
Well, it's in my opinion, and where I'm going with this, building new to industry locations, is we're able to allow for both the gas and the electric vehicles to be on the forefront. And as we transition over, it's going to be similar to what we do now, where we're making a margin on our gasoline sales. We'll be able to make a margin on the per kilowatt sale at some point. But more important to that is what I'm trying to create is build a facility that allows customers to come on property for more than just gas, or more than just charging your electric vehicle. You're on property for other offerings, so, higher end, coffee or breakfast program, a grinder program, ice cream, convenience stores, market type thing. So I think for me, my model going forward is to have multiple offerings on the property to be able to help support the costs associated with building these facilities and managing and running them.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I think it's a really great concept, and I wish you the best of luck going forward with this.
Well, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Have a great day.
We'll move on. Mr. Stever, Zell Stever, I see you on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you. Have you got contact there?
Yes, we hear you well.
Chairman Cassano, Representatives Sims, and Ranking Members Senator Summers and Representative Carney, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Zell Stever, Chairman of the Groton Resiliency and Sustainability Task Force, and I'm offering written testimony today in support of House Bill 5423 that I think would significantly benefit Eastern Connecticut and the public transportation in Connecticut. It will provide the public with an alternative mode of transportation, particularly for commuters who now drive to work in single occupancy vehicles. It would promote transit-oriented development, reduce highway traffic congestion, reduce carbon dioxide emissions, and further the state's policy goals for economic development and climate change. In addition, it would provide critical support for our industrial base to retain our workforce in southeastern Connecticut. Presently, 80% of electric boat employees live outside of Groton and in London and commute by automobile, mostly in single occupancy vehicles. While the anticipated addition of 12,000 new hires bodes well for building submarines to protect our national security interests and for economic growth, unless it is accompanied by a modern commuter rail and local transit-oriented development, it will increase traffic congestion, have a negative environmental impact, and reduce its economic benefit. In preparing for the proposed bill 5423, I provided Chairman Lamar and Representative Connolly with suggested language to be considered in the proposed expansion of passenger rail and ground services. And I would like to respectfully request the Transportation Committee consider adding language to the committee as the committee moves forward to fully draft the bill with language attached in my statement. I will briefly outline what those 4 items are. The first one is to direct the DOT to examine all steps, regulatory matters, and required resources necessary for both the expansion of Shoreline East and the establishment of a new Norwich branch line. And that is so that as we go into this end of the study, it would be clearly of information that would be necessary if you were going to go the next steps. The second is I'm suggesting that, or directing that, the Connecticut DOT conduct a feasibility study and undertake a demonstration pilot project for operating battery-powered M80s or the equivalent to determine if a self-contained M80 rail car might be used to operate passenger car service until a full overhead catenary system is installed and becomes operational on the Norwich branch line. And the final point that I think should be considered is that DOT should be directed to conduct a feasibility study on the new Norwich branch line for operating the trains using a fully automated modern ticket entry system without conductors.
Pardon me, Zell, I hate to interrupt, but you're right at the end of your speaking time limit. If you could just summarize.
Let me finish the last sentence. I urge the passage of the bill and extended passenger service for Eastern Connecticut. I know this is a detailed proposal, and I would be delighted to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions of any of the committee members?
It looks like Representative Connolly has a question.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Cassano, and thank you, Mr. Stever, for testifying in front of us today. It's a pleasure to see you on this virtual world and to hear more about the trains. I had a couple questions. How do you feel the community, the greater Eastern Connecticut community, would be benefited by having additional train service on the shoreline and then up 395?
Well, it'll be benefit in several ways. By taking automobiles off the highways and roads, it will improve air quality in our region. It'll also reduce greenhouse gases, which adversely affect our changing climate. And it will connect up people with the major industries, both Pfizer and Electric Boat, in a way that will be important. As you will see from their testimony, both Electric Boat and Pfizer, they very much support this proposal. In addition, we have support from the town of Stonington, town of Groton, city of Groton, and the city of New London all support this effort. So I think it is a matter of making life much better in our community, and also allowing employees to get to employers in a safe and sound manner.
Thank you. And can you just elaborate on the stretch of track from New London up the 395 and why the battery changes are needed?
Well, the reason for the proposal to do a battery operated train is that, I mean, of course you could run it, which is what happens now. You can run a diesel electric on that track because there is no catenary system. No, it's electric capability as there is on the Shoreline East, which is the Amtrak line. And what this is, the proposal is to basically run a shuttle train to begin with on the so-called new Norwich branch line on the tracks that are owned by and operated by the P&W Railroad, which is a short haul freight line that goes from starting up in Worcester, Massachusetts, and comes down the eastern part of Connecticut, going through Norwich, ending up on the east side of the Thames River. And then it comes down to where it crosses the Amtrak line, and then runs parallel to the, literally parallel to the Amtrak line, and would be a place where there could be built a station so that people could transfer from Shoreline East to the NBL. And then the train hooks around by the airport, the Groton New London Airport, and literally ends up between Electric Boat's front door and Pfizer's front door. So it would be a door-to-door type of service. It solves the last mile problem, which is classically the problem that mass transit has. And it also would have a station located at the south gate of the Navy base, which is important because for every new submarine that the Electric Boat builds, they build it with two crews. The two crews that will operate the submarines, and those crews are brought from the base down to Electric Boat to help in the process of constructing and learning how to operate those rather complicated ships. And so it is a door-to-door opportunity. In addition, that line runs in the section through Groton parallel to Route 1, which then opens up the possibility for the development along Route 1 from mixed use and making that into a truly transit-oriented development area. The same thing can happen in Stonington, and also the same thing in New London.
Thank you. And is this this bill that we're proposing and we'd like to talk about, is this the first step to a major federal study that the state would have to do preliminary before the federal government could get involved with some of these details?
Well, let me answer that another way. In talking with the Department of Transportation, Connecticut Department of Transportation, they indicated they needed to have two conditions. One, they needed to have local support, and now we have that. And they also needed an authorization from the General Assembly in order to undertake a feasibility study. And there is money currently available in the federal DOT to provide for such studies. There's also federal money available through to states and other entities for looking at the creation of battery-powered electric passenger cars. So there is federal money on both ends, but you need to have the authorization for DOT to do this. And so that's why this is coming about at this point in time.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate your working on this project with us, spearheading this project. And I also appreciate your willingness to work with the LCO, as you have so much knowledge in this area. The LCO is the folks who help us draft the language to assist in this bill moving forward. I do appreciate you being here today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions from committee members?
I see Representative Smith has their hand raised.
Representative Smith? I don't see him.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thanks, Mr. Stever, for your testimony. Maybe this is an unfair question, but so I'm located in Colchester, and I know firsthand that we have, many people from our area here, more than 25 miles away from New London and Groton, approaching 30 miles or more, that work at EB. So I know that the workforce is widely dispersed in Eastern Connecticut. Is it your sense that it's even more widely dispersed? I'm just trying to get a sense for, how far the reach of just commuters that, work at Pfizer and EB reaches. If you have any sense of that, I'd appreciate if you could share it with us. And obviously it may be an unfair question. And if so, I apologize.
No, happy to address that question, but I have to acknowledge that I didn't do these studies and I'm only reporting, but other people have done. The first is that when the Navy went ahead and put under contract Electric Boat, one of the concerns the Navy had was their transportation and were people available to, and were their housing available to get new additional people at Electric Boat to build one additional extra submarine, no, it's 3 a year. And that study shows a scattered location of employees that really ranges out about 40 or 50 miles from the facility at Electric Boat. Now, I also should say that Electric Boat has decentralized some of their activities because the design section is actually located over in New London, and there are operational facilities up in Quonset, Rhode Island. But basically, the submarines are actually built in Groton. These parts are brought in and so forth. And so there is this need to bring people together. At this point, there really is no other alternative than to driving your car. And it turns out that almost all the people who do commute, and I should say about 30,000 people come to Groton every day for all the various things that they do there. So it's a huge impact on the community. So that's the situation with Electric Boat. In Pfizer, on the other hand, as you probably also realize, they have decentralized some of their facilities. They have facilities in New York, I believe it's in New Haven, and also in Boston. And they have indicated in their letter they would like to be able to have their employees come from Boston, come from New York, come from New Haven, to end up at the Pfizer facility in Groton. Now, a point that I'd like to make about this is that you may have heard that there's been a lot of discussion about rail service going to New York City, and that there's some concern that after we get through the pandemic, that people may not be returning to New York City, which is how most of our people who use commuter transportation, that's what they do. They go to New York, a good portion of them, because they have now figured out they actually can work from home. And that's very different from what happens at Electric Boat and Pfizer. Both of those operations, you can't build submarines at home. You have to build them at the shipyard. And you can't make vaccines and drugs at home, at least you shouldn't anyhow. Those need to be done at Pfizer's. And so unlike the model or the situation with the western part of the state, Groton has a Groton, New London area, and I would include Norwich as well, has a unique situation where we have a very steady manufacturing community. And this simply is providing people a real alternative that would allow them to be able to commute from their homes to work. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't solve all the problems, because people will have to basically have some way of getting from where they live to where train stations are. And I suspect that's the other part of this bill, where it talks about extending good, modern transit services from homes and communities to rail stations.
Great. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your questions. Are there any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Stever, thank you for your testimony and for being so well prepared in your presentation. It's very interesting and very good.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next. Representative Nolan. Rep. Nolan in the room?
Yes, he's here now. Just one moment. Representative Nolan, can you hear us?
Let's see him yet.
Can you hear me?
Did you need me?
There we go. Reverend Nolan, welcome.
Hello?
We hear you.
We hear you, Representative Nolan. You're on camera. You can begin whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you very much. First off, thank you, Senator Casano and other legislative colleagues who are listening to everybody today in regards to some of the bills that are being proposed today to be taken care of hopefully next week. I'm going to talk about three different bills. Proposed Bill 610, 241, and 5423. In regards to proposed Bill 610, a bill that Senator Formica put forward and talked about earlier, along with numerous other people. I was glad to hear so much support for New London getting a seat on the Port Authority, something that is far overdue, that would help New London have more of a voice in regards to things that happen in and around our community. So I'm very glad to hear that, and I hope that the committee will happily agree on that happening to help correct a wrong that was promised to us back in 2019 by the governor. So I'm hoping that we can really move forward with that and make things right. The next bill is 241, an act concerning the oversight and transparency of the Connecticut Port Authority. This is to provide oversight to ensure proper transparency. As we all know, a lot of things in the newspaper and a lot of surprises coming out in regards to some of the things that we need to understand a little bit better. This bill will allow legislators to review payment, such as like in lieu of taxes provided to the Port Authority, and compare it to other similar quasi-public agencies, as well as representation, again, on the board of directors of the Port Authority. It'll require the executive director of the Port Authority to submit a report or reports on small projects, port projects, and bonding and funding, as well as an analysis of the job gain and losses occurred in the New London State Pier. This act will also offer an ultimatum that if the Port Authority is not able to fulfill these agreements, that the DOT will have to reckon with how to return the duties of the Port Authority to maybe the DOT. It just creates the needed transparency and accountability that the Port Authority apparently over the last few years have shown to need. So we're hoping that that nips that in the bud. So I'm supporting that. Proposed bill number 5423, and that concerning the expansion of the passenger train and ground transportation service in Eastern Connecticut. I think this is another great bill to provide Connecticut's workforce a faster commute to help reduce traffic and congestion on our highways. It also helps reduce the emissions that we're having such a hard time with, greenhouse gases, and opens up the opportunity for economic development with Shoreline East Rail. These bills are extremely important and would help the Southeastern Connecticut region a great deal. And I hope that they can get passed this year, as we have been waiting for a few years for some correction in our area. And this would help in a great abundance. So thank you for your time. And if there's any questions, I'll try and answer them. But I just wanted to let that be known. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nolan. Are there any questions for Representative Nolan? Seeing none, I thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
Stephen Reynolds is next, is that correct? Bill?
Yes, I believe it's Hayden Reynolds.
Hayden Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds should be in this room now. I'm going to ask him to unmute and turn on his camera.
Hello.
Perfect. We can hear and see you, Mr. Reynolds. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Welcome, Mr. Reynolds.
Representative Lamar, Senator Casano, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Hayden Reynolds, and my twin sister Catherine Reynolds is with me. We proudly operate Reynolds Subaru in Lyme, Connecticut. Our family-run dealership has been serving the community for over 150 years, dating back to 1859. We employ a workforce of 50 people. We're here to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 127, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state.
Connecticut franchise laws provide important protections to Connecticut consumers. Franchise laws help keep customer costs down by providing competition between and among locally owned auto dealerships. These laws ensure that new car buyers have access to fair and encompassing warranties, guidelines for safety recalls, and enforcement of the Lemon Law and fair lending laws. New car dealers like ourselves serve as advocates for the consumers.
Senate Bill 127 undermines these protections by providing a corporate loophole in the Connecticut law at the expense of not only the consumer, but also the 270 locally owned new car dealers in Connecticut and their 14,000 employees. Small, locally owned dealerships rely on franchise laws to provide a level playing field with large corporations.
We take a lot of pride in the services that we offer to our local community. Throughout the pandemic, we have remained open as an essential business. Like the rest of new car dealerships in Connecticut, we have been there to support frontline workers and their families. We provide reliable customer service with a personal touch that can only be found when you buy local. We ask that you support small business and oppose Senate Bill 127. And I also just want to say, we are the third oldest continuous owned and operated dealership in the US, the oldest on the East Coast. And we feel very strongly about this, and we really feel like the new car dealers support and protect consumers. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony and for the background information. One of the reasons you've been able to continue for so long is that you haven't had bills like this before you. So we understand. Are there questions? Are there any questions?
I see Representative Carney has raised his hand.
Representative Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions for Hayden or Catherine. We've discussed this issue before. I just wanted to thank you both for coming on today to speak about your business. I know, because I'm your state representative, how important Reynolds Subaru is to the area and what a good job you do and how great your employees are. And I just want to really thank you for that and for coming on here. And I'm sure we will continue our conversations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Devin.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much. James Furlong is next.
I do not see James in the room. I think we might have to move to Chris Reagan and Mayor Pissarro would be the next two.
Chris Reagan and Mayor Pissarro, are they in the room?
Thank you very much, Senator and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm testifying on House Bill 5423 about passenger service on the Shoreline East. I think it's a big benefit for our region. It was the FRA came in here with a high-speed train that wanted to go through all of our mainstays of tourism, which was going through the aquarium in the village of Old Mystic Village and through Old Lyme without any really input from us until we got the groundswell against it. This definitely helps our area for tourism. I'm very involved in it on the Mystic Chamber, Eastern Regional Tourism District, and the Connecticut Tourism Coalition. This will be a benefit for our region economically, and also to have transportation-oriented development. We have a shopping center in Groton. We've owned it for close to 70 years. It used to have a train stop back in the 70s. It used to be called the Clam Digger. I would love to see transportation through our local community to move throughout the towns where it would generate commerce amongst all the towns within our region. I think that's a benefit for everybody. And I'm very, very supportive of this bill. And I think it would be a big impact for Electric Boat, Pfizer, and the Navy base. So I'm 1,000% behind this bill. And I'd like to see if we can't get Amtrak to give ownership of the tracks from New Haven to the Rhode Island border, and have us control it instead of having the high-speed train to try to come through us to other states and be the pass-through state. We could be the slow train to nowhere, bring our workers to work, and also bring our tourism to our area, and have our economic impact for our region. I appreciate the time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Committee members? Seeing none, I appreciate your comments, and I think you would clearly.
Senator, I'm sorry, I see one hand raised from Representative Conley.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Senator Cassano, and thank you to our clerk. I appreciate it. Mr. Regan, it's good to see you on Zoom. I know that you are heavily involved in the travel tourism business, and you have had some negative effects of COVID, correct?
No, I mean, the village did well through COVID, but I mean, we've had some tenants that have, struggled a little bit here and there. But overall, we benefited from being an open air outside venue.
Do you think, since you're heavily involved in the chamber with others who have had more struggles, do you think that having more train access and having more folks able to come into your businesses will help with those who have really struggled due to the economic downturn in travel and tourism with COVID?
Oh, absolutely. No, I think it will definitely help. And I appreciate you guys working on this bill. I think it's great.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Conley. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mayor Hedrick. Groton.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator. I think it's actually Mayor Passaro of New London is the next thing.
Good afternoon. Am I on, Philip?
Yes, you're on, Mr. Mayor. We can hear and see you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Representative Lamar, Senator Cassano, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify with regard to 4 bills related to the Connecticut Port Authority that are on your agenda today. The proposed requirement in Senate Bill 866, mandating that the CPA submit an annual report, is good public policy. Over the short history of that agency, its lack of transparency has been its hallmark. Resolving that issue is of primary importance, especially to the host city, since we have been especially impacted by the activities of the CPA. More robust public oversight is necessary, and perhaps requiring and scrutinizing the proposed annual report of the agency would be a start. The bill does not, however, solve the problem of this troubled agency running roughshod over the city of New London. For example, the CPA has unilaterally decided that greater economic benefits for the region and the state promised from its port redevelopment project justify sacrificing city jobs and businesses. The CPA is unilaterally ignoring the municipal development plan that regulates development of the state PIA property and recognizes the role of the city in those decisions. The MDP is a binding agreement between the city and the state, and it requires the consent of both parties to dissolve the agreement. Despite the existence of the MDP, the city has had no voice in the CPA's decisions that have directly impacted the city, that hosts the only property owned by the CPA and the only property that generates the CPA's revenues. With regard to Senate Bill 605, I thank Senator Summers and Carney for including the provision that would give the City of New London a voice on the CPA board. However, I would ask that rather than a representative for the city who is appointed by the governor, the legislation should provide for a seat for the chief elected official. That would ensure that the seat is held by someone who has been elected to speak for the residents of the host city. The governor already has numerous appointments to this board. Appointing the CEO of the city as an ex officio member of the board is consistent with the board membership design of the original legislation that provides for other ex officio members, including the independently elected state treasurer, a constitutional officer. Similarly, New London also strongly supports Bill 610 that simply provides for adding the CEO of the City of New London to the board. Had that appointment been included in the original legislation, I believe the CPA would not have had such a dysfunctional start, and perhaps the agency's reputation would not be so tarnished as it is as we sit here today. The local knowledge of the city could have provided invaluable advice in the board's decision-making processes. Had New London been able to provide the local perspective, mistakes might have been avoided. The most costly of those mistakes was the collapse of the initial $97 million design. With that failure of the CPA's arrogant assumption that it would be allowed to disrupt the operation across Sound Ferry, the project ballooned to $157 million to redesign the entire facility. The final bill regarding the CPA before you today is proposed Bill 241. The city thanks the sponsors from the Southeastern Connecticut delegation for proposing this legislation. While it does not directly resolve the negative impacts of the CPA in the host city, we support the goals of the proposed legislation. With regard to the proposal to review the representation of host cities on the boards of quasi-public agencies, in this case, there is only one host city, New London. The city appreciates the CPA's support expressed in earlier testimony today for New London having a seat on its board. However, we have seen little or no actual effort to help see the goal achieved during the more than 2 years since the commitment was made by the governor's then Chief of Staff, Ryan Drasowitz.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're running into the time limit. If you could.
I can wrap it up.
Conversation. Thank you.
I can wrap it up. You know, in sum, I hope that the legislature will find some relief for the city. I also just want to mention that I've also submitted written testimony in support of House Bill 5423, an act concerning the expansion of passenger train and ground service. You've had great testimony from Zell Stever and Chris Regan on that. And I thank the committee for the time. I thank you for your work and your service. And if you have any questions, I will stand by for them.
Thank you for your presentation. Very well done. Are there questions of committee members? Any questions?
Yes, I see a hand raised by Representative Carney.
Representative Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mayor Passero, for coming here today to testify. I appreciate what you had to say. My question, I guess, for you is there anything more from your perspective? Because I know no one's been more frustrated by this process than I think you have. Is there anything more that you think we should do as a legislative body to try to right this ship at the state pier in New London?
Oh, absolutely. For one thing, as I testified to, if the city had a seat on that board, an ex officio seat, I think it would benefit the whole project, the whole operation of the facility. It is in New London. They shouldn't be operating in a vacuum, having no local knowledge or influence on that board. You know, most importantly, I think while the pilot system, as we, debating in this legislative session, is broken. And we've, I think the legislature has spent decades trying to fix it. This is an egregious overreach on that. So I know the bills are in front of the Appropriation Committee coming up on the funding aspect of this, but currently, now that the property is turned over to a quasi-public agency, and it's also going to benefit private corporations and their profits as we hopefully build out this offshore wind industry, which is certainly great for our green economy, for the nation and for the state. I don't think it should be done on the backs of the taxpayers in New London. And if there is a blanket tax exemption for the property, then that means that your poorest tax base in the city is being forced to subsidize these corporate profits and the revenue of the CPA disproportionately. That's a terrible injustice, and that needs to be the focus of this legislative session to fix that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your comments and for your suggestions. I'm in agreement. We really need to do something to get this under control, because there are definitely, from my perspective, there could be huge benefits for the city and the region, and there could also be a lot of issues for the city with what's been going on. So hopefully, we can move this forward in a positive direction. And I personally, would like you to be a part of that. And you've got my support. So thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you, Representative Carney.
Are there any other questions? Phil, do you see any other?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your testimony. As a former mayor, I kind of watch what goes on around the state, and you have had your hands full, and I think you handled it well. Stay in there, and congratulations, and let's move this forward.
Thank you.
Phil, who's next?
I believe the next on the public list is Steve Taranko, who does not seem to be present, followed by Charles Rothenberger, who is present. He's being pulled into the waiting room now. Charles, if you could unmute yourself and start your camera.
Fantastic. How's that?
Perfect. We can see and hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. Senator Cassano, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound. We're a nonprofit organization representing over 4,200 member households and 10,000 activists statewide. And our mission is to protect and improve the land, air, and water of Connecticut and the entire Long Island Sound region. And in line with that mission, we're very pleased to offer our testimony today in support of three bills: 5419 regarding the Federal Clean Air Act fees, SB 127 concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state, and 5423 concerning the expansion of transit services in Eastern Connecticut. As you're aware, Connecticut's Global Warming Solutions Act requires that the state reduce its climate emissions 45% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Transportation currently accounts for the majority of our climate emissions and is also a significant contributor to harmful air pollution that Connecticut experiences. And although it's a great place to live, Connecticut does experience some of the worst air quality in the entire United States. So increasing the electrification of our transportation system and expanding access to transit and better transportation planning is absolutely critical, not only for our economy, but for the environment and for our quality of life. With respect to the specific bills, very excited to see 5419 up for consideration. This bill would require that the Clean Air Act fees that are part of vehicle registrations actually be devoted to clean air programs. We think that is critical. Connecticut residents frequently support legislative proposals to establish dedicated funds for issues that they care about and they prioritize. But unfortunately, all too often, those funds are diverted to other purposes. And Connecticut residents get wary and they're less eager to support important initiatives in the future. It's sort of a case of, fool me once. So this bill ensures that the funding mechanism that Connecticut voters supported for clean air programs goes to its intended purpose. We do recommend that it be expanded to include the greenhouse gas fees that fund the state's electric vehicle incentive program cheaper. We'd like to see all of the dedicated funds be subject to a bill like this, but we think the cheaper funding is really germane to this particular bill and should be included. The sale of electric vehicles in the state, we've heard a lot of testimony. Other states in the region have a direct sales model. It does not seem to be impacting traditional OEM franchisees, although it seems like they feel that this is an attack on them. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is going to increase competition for the benefit of everybody. And finally, with respect to 5423, the expansion of passenger train and ground transportation services in Eastern Connecticut. As a resident of Eastern Connecticut, I'm aware of how sorely underinvested that region of the state is in terms of transportation. And this would be a critical asset to the economic development of that region. And I know I'm a little bit over time, so I will end there. And happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions of any committee members?
I do not see any hands raised for questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Bill,
Thank you. Next on the list should be Steve Taranco, who I do not see waiting, followed by Mayor Hendrick, who I also do not see in our waiting list. Moving down, we have Kim Curtin, followed by Daniel Witt. Both Kim and Dan are here. They're coming into the room. Kim, if you can hear us, if you could turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Kim, can you hear us? Okay, I don't believe she can for the moment. Daniel, Mr. Witt, are you able to hear us and turn on your camera? Oh, I can hear someone now.
Okay, I'm in place of Kim Curtin. My name is Edward Ernst. I'm with Curtin Transportation Group.
Certainly. And Edward, would you be able to turn on your camera?
I'm looking for the ability to do that. To start my video, I guess that would be it.
Yes.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can see you now and you can begin.
Thank you so much. As I said earlier, my name is Edward Ernst and I am the risk manager for Curtin Transportation Group. Ms. Curtin was unable to attend this meeting due to a prior commitment, and she regrets her inability to do so. It's my understanding that the committee has a copy of Curtin Transportation Group's written testimony, and therefore I won't reiterate what's already there. This issue was brought to the legislature since 2012 in various manners. It's a bill that is proposed today that would provide lower cost transportation to persons who have non-emergency appointments that are confined to a stretcher. There have been some concerns by opponents to the bill saying that it's not safe to do so, etc. This is refuted by the fact that in order to utilize the transportation, persons wishing to have transportation would have to produce their certificate from the doctor saying that it is a viable means of transportation for them in non-emergency mode. Further, the employees of this type of service would be trained in the use of, for example, of Stryker apparatus, stretchers, and other brands, all provided training programs. The safety concerns I don't think are as warranted as our opponents would picture. The cost of the state as far as the inspection of vehicles is minimal. They're already inspecting the equipment for wheelchair accessible vehicles. It's just a matter of a couple of extra minutes to assess the viability of the equipment being put in for stretchers. So I think that should be brought out to the committee. This is a regulated industry and would have oversight from the state and various departments. That's about all I would have to say about it at the present time. The rest of the testimony that was prepared by Ms. Curtin is already in your hands written. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions of any committee members?
Yes, Senator Cassano, I have a question.
Yes, Senator Austin, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming up today on this piece of legislation that's sort of been with us for a number of years now. I just have tried to express how much this is about dignity of the person that's still in a stretcher, that does not want to be brought to a family event or a funeral or an appointment, you know, that's not medically related in an ambulance. That this is and this is for people who don't need ongoing medical care but are confined to a stretcher, which does happen. So I just wanted to thank you for coming up and testifying on this. And I was wondering, do you perceive it as a dignity issue for those people who have disabilities without having to force them to be driven around in an ambulance?
Absolutely. You know, as we grow older, as I am myself, one of the biggest fears I think we have is our lack of transportation, our inability, for example, when you can no longer drive.
Right.
Now imagine being confined to a bed and wishing so much you could go to the various things we take for granted. This is a quality of life issue. And this would address that with a greater, we've been talking all day about fiscal impacts. Well, this has a major fiscal impact on persons who have to take an ambulance because of the amount of money that's expended in equipping the ambulance, all the infrastructure that's required in this, and rightfully so for emergency situations. These are non-emergency situations that would be certified by a doctor that they are able to utilize this type of transportation at a much lower cost.
Exactly, and it's not relative to Medicaid dollars either. This is barred from Medicaid paying as currently written. So I just really want to thank you for coming in, and I think that I know people that would like to be able to go to an outside concert, to a family birthday party, to a funeral of a loved one without the added humility, the added inhumane way of, not that an ambulance is not necessary for some people, but it's not for everybody. And some people just want to go as a regular person. And this form of transportation allows people to remain and have their dignity. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Thanks
Senator.
for the opportunity.
Any other questions? Any committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Bill, next.
I believe we have Daniel Witt in the room with us. Daniel, if you can hear us, if you could turn on your camera.
Yes, yes. Can you see and hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I can. You are ready whenever you are.
Wonderful. Thank you. Chairman Cassano, Chairman Lamar, ranking members Carney and Summers, and esteemed members of this committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in favor of SB 127 today. My name is Daniel Witt, and I'm the head of public policy for Lucid Motors. Lucid is a new electric vehicle company focused on bringing the next generation of EV technology to the masses. Our first vehicle, which comes out next quarter, We'll have a remarkable range exceeding 500 miles, and we'll be able to recharge 300 miles of that range in about 20 minutes. Our industry-leading efficiency, when paired with lower battery costs, will be one of the keys to unlocking a much wider market for electric vehicles in this coming decade. As to this matter, direct sales by electric vehicle manufacturers are legal in a majority of states, and direct sales by at least a single manufacturer are legal in 8 of the top 10 car markets in the United States. Direct sales is legal in the states with the largest and smallest populations, California and Wyoming respectively. And as already noted, Connecticut is bordered on all sides by states who already allow direct sales by at least one manufacturer. As such, I would submit we need not speculate, as some have done, about the potential ramifications of enacting this law in Connecticut. We can say with certainty that it has resulted in millions of additional dollars of investment and taxes in retail and service locations, as well as the hiring of hundreds of retail and service technicians, and equally important, more choices for consumers, all without having a detrimental impact on existing franchise dealers or their contractual relationships with the manufacturers that they currently represent. These are the facts. This is not a zero-sum game. It is a net win for consumers and the state. I'd also like to address a couple of comments that were raised in some earlier testimony. First, recalls are the responsibility of a manufacturer, and the federal government requires that even in the event of a bankruptcy, a manufacturer's need to provide warranty services is not negated. Assets to provide such service will survive any bankruptcy, and arrangements for recalls and other repairs must be made. I'd also like to address the issue regarding allocation of taxes. Vehicle sales taxes are remitted to the locality in which the vehicle is registered. As such, the only taxes Connecticut is failing to receive are the property taxes and other business taxes that would be imposed on retail and service locations were we actually able to operate within the state. To close, let me attempt to go to the root of this legislation as I see it. Just as Ford, GM, and other legacy automakers were given the right to choose their method of distribution, so too should new companies like Lucid, Rivian, and Tesla, and others. This is not somehow an exemption or picking winners and losers. It's consistent with historical precedent, and when boiled down, fair, nothing more. So thank you very much for listening to my testimony today. I'm pleased and honored to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming and speaking with us today. Just a quick question. I'm new to this committee, so I've not been involved in previous conversations, but is there any particular reason why you don't operate in the current franchise system in Connecticut? Is that just a business decision, or is there some sort of rationale behind that?
I'd say there's about 10 different decisions that go into them. Some are business related, some are driven by our desire to be close to the consumer, and frankly, some are driven by the facts on the ground. When you look as a new entrant at the current statistics, 80% of all electric vehicles sold in the state of Connecticut, sold across the country, are currently being sold directly from the manufacturer. As a new entrant, we should be allowed to ultimately determine, according to what's in our business's interest, what's in the consumer's best interest, and ultimately getting this technology into consumers' hands to assess that and make that decision.
So would you say, is it overly burdensome to participate in the existing structure in Connecticut?
Unfortunately, my connection cut out to a sec. Would you mind just repeating the question?
Would it be overly burdensome for you to participate in the existing franchise system here in the state?
So I would say the direct answer is yes. We do not have excess inventory. Our cars are built custom for each customer who ends up purchasing that. We have the ability with ease to distribute and provide that vehicle, that product directly to consumers. Adding an extra step, an extra point of distribution where a car has to sit on a lot for an undetermined period of time, does nothing for the manufacturer, does nothing for the consumer, and raises costs on both sides.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Michelle and then Representative Connie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, certainly in support of the bill. Just curious, because I'm not familiar with the company you represent. What price range are you looking at? I know you're not necessarily operational, but you're about to be. So what are your targets in terms of clientele?
Yes, so our first vehicle, the Lucid Air, is a premium sedan. We also expect to have a premium SUV that follows it in about 18 to 24 months. Both of those vehicles have a pretty wide range in terms of the cost of that product. Right now, it's between about $70,000 and goes up to $160,000. I would add, just so that everyone it has a full picture though, the cost of the technology is borne within the cost of those vehicles. When you talk about the efficiency gains that come with our product, that's a result of 10 years plus of R&D work that's ultimately gone into that. We fully anticipate to produce lower priced vehicles in our future. And we've also made it very clear that in an effort to seek the widest possible adoption in the shortest period of time, we are open to licensing our technology and getting it into and help and assisting other manufacturers who have much more robust supply chains at this point to ultimately get down that cost curve more quickly to get these into the mass market.
Right. It sounds to me that the quicker we get involved with the program, then the quicker the price, used car sales, and the price also will drop and such. Thank you very much for testifying today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Connie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Daniel, for testifying. I too, like Representative Michelle, am not too familiar with your vehicle at this time. I hope to learn more about it though, for sure. So I was just wondering, you mentioned the states you were able. So you're able right now, Lucid is able to sell in 8 states?
Sorry, I did sort of fumble through that. In a majority of the United States, direct sale is legal for at least one manufacturer. In this case, that would be Tesla because they've been in operation for quite some time. In 8 of the 10 largest car markets in the United States, direct sale is legal with the same caveat that for at least one manufacturer. So the number is a little less for a company like Lucid because in several states where Tesla has been, negotiated with dealers in other states where they've been successful, the door has ultimately been closed behind them. So we're in the process of going back through those markets to ultimately extend the ability for new manufacturers who weren't around at the time that Tesla was working on these pieces of legislation to ultimately take advantage of the same policy.
Have you had any success yet?
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting going. The most recent example of this would be work that Rivian did last year in the state of Colorado. And so frankly, this is an issue that many legislatures are taking on this year, and we're very excited about the potential of the market expanding greatly.
So as you're trying to do that in states where Tesla is already allowed to sell, are you finding similar issues that Tesla faced? Is Tesla supportive of you entering the market into those states?
Yeah, credit where credit is due. Tesla would like to see all manufacturers sell these vehicles. Zero emission vehicle manufacturers, probably chief among them, and those who've ultimately embraced the direct to consumer model. That's a principled matter that the coalition of manufacturers you will see testify today, be it Tesla, be it Rivian, Lordstown, who I'm not sure if they're going to be testifying as well, but these are all folks who we're all in the same boat.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to testify, and I will certainly be looking Lucid up to learn more about the company. So thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Any other questions of any committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. All three.
Thank you.
Next, Bill.
Peter Jones should be next. And Mr. Jones, if you can hear me, if you could turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
Unmute. Yep.
Perfect. We can hear you. If you could.
Here we go.
Yep. There we go. All right.
We're,
You can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you. I was just updating my thing and I was printing it. So I can read it a little better. My name is Peter Jones, and thank you, the chair and the committee members, and for having me. I support SB 127. The current law stymies, I need to print, oh, here we go. Stymies the purchase of Teslas because you have to go out of state. And just hang on. Boy, I was just printing it and he called my name. Let's go. So it stymies them from the purchase of some of the best environmentally friendly and safest vehicles on the road. Tesla is the largest auto and solar energy company in the world by market value, but along with other EV manufacturers, they're not going away. So no bankruptcy, and I know there were some issues with that. A Tesla vehicle is purchased and paid for excuse me. All the documents are done and signed online, just like any other type of online purchase. You can buy things from the retailer and other outlets. All these online purchases, except Tesla, are delivered to your door, even including alcohol. So in other states, Tesla will deliver the vehicle to your door or a predetermined destination. They cannot even deliver to Connecticut because it's a sale. So this law, the existing law, prohibits them to deliver. So I'm a senior citizen and I look to Tesla safety and driving features to prolong my independence and mobility and quality of life in Connecticut. So last year, I drove my new Tesla from New York over 100 miles back home. And driving this very high-tech vehicle for the first time lent itself to unanticipated distracted moments while becoming familiar with the new vehicle's technology. So it was lucky I was following my son because in his car, well, my car, because he had to bring me there. So SB 127 would enhance the safety of Connecticut citizens by eliminating their need to travel to and from the state and other locations. Still, Connecticut received the full tax benefit of about $4,500 for my purchase, which I had to go pick up at my own sacrifice.
Pardon me, Mr. Jones, you've right about hit the 3-minute speaking time limit. If you could kind of bundle your last thought together and summarize.
Yes, I'm sorry. The existing law protects the manufacturer from their own dealership, and that should not be imposed on Tesla because they don't use that franchise, as Zach from Tesla stated earlier. So the direct sales simply reduce the cost. The allegations and worries about service and warranty recalls should not be an issue. Everything that any dealer or franchise does, Tesla will do. They are evolving. You can't compare them with a a dealership because there aren't any dealership or any outlets in Connecticut. So all in all, this would improve or support the environment. And so in the spirit of safety, fairness, the law needs to be changed to allow cars to be sold in the new way. So, and Connecticut would get all of the benefit of more benefit from sales. So sorry, thank you for all of allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for coming to speak. Are there questions of any committee members? Any questions? I think we've probably asked all of the Tesla questions by now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming forward.
Yes, okay. Sorry for the moment in the beginning.
Bill, on deck.
Yes, on deck, I'm positive I'm going to mispronounce this name, but is Michael Liebau? Michael, if you're in the room, if you can
you got close. It's Michael LeBeau.
LeBeau.
So Chairman Lamar, Representative Carney, Senator Summers, members of the Transportation Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in support of SB 127. For disclosure, I am a Connecticut resident, Tesla owner, and a member of the Connecticut Tesla Owners Club. Connecticut is one of the only 6 remaining states in the country that hasn't allowed Tesla and other EVs to sell direct. It begs the question, do we want to be leaders or laggards? EVs are certainly at a tipping point. It's likely that Tesla will sell upwards of 1 million vehicles this year. I have 2, and I have a reservation on a Cybertruck. I also own 2 legacy ICE vehicles, a Jeep and a VW, both of which I plan to sell soon before the expected ICE market crash when residuals will plummet. The market is pivoting to electric. I imagine many of you watched the Super Bowl. You saw the OEM ad for Norway. It was featured. Norway has a population of 5.3 million, and over 50% of the vehicles are EVs, roughly 347,000 registered. And they target 100% by 2025. And that's a mix of all manufactured EVs. Connecticut has a population of 3.5 million and only 14,000 registered EVs. It's interesting to realize Norway had only 10,000 8 or so years ago in 2012. And so I think we need to think big. Listening today, I see many of you have no firsthand knowledge of EVs. It's good to rely on friends for information, but there's a lot of preconceived notions and questions about affordability. The fact is that Tesla's, when compared to a Camry, is actually cheaper to own over 5 years. Now, personally, I would prefer not to make another trip to New York to make my next EV purchase, like most of my neighbors. Dealers seem to be resistant to change and are unlikely to drive EV adoption. There's been many research studies, mystery buyers and whatnot experiences at the dealerships. Even when Cadillac, GM went to the Cadillac dealers for their new EV, I think about 26% of them declined to make the improvements required by GM. Having owned many ICE vehicles from a variety of manufacturers, I can say their model is anything but consumer friendly. I've been left, stuck with engineering defects and whatnot with cars. Teslas are certainly, based on the NHTSA reports, are the safest vehicles on the road. Service is not an issue. They've really evolved the model from mobile service. They come to you. And so there's not the requirement for extensive facilities. They will come to you at home or at work. The TCO the vehicles are rated highly. The motors are rated for more than 1 million miles. The batteries are rated over 500,000
Excuse me,
miles.
Mr. LeBeau, I hate to interrupt, but you're right at the 3-minute deadline. If you could
Okay,
wrap
so
the remaining comments, thank you.
thank you. So low maintenance, high customer sat. Happy. I think there's a lot of people here would be happy to give you a test drive to better inform you about the experience. And hopefully, it's not inconvenient to go to New York, but it would be better if we really pushed the envelope here on EV adoption across the state. Let's be a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Steinberg, do you have a question?
I hadn't raised my hand, Senator, unless you'd like me to ask a question.
There's a hand underneath your chin here, so I'm just, that's not yours, all right? Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony, Mr. LeBeau.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next on line.
Should be Annalise Pike, P-A-I-K.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Annalisa Pake. I'm from Fairfield, Connecticut, and I'm a member of the leadership team of the Electric Vehicle Club of Connecticut. Chairman Lamar, Vice Chair Cassano, Vice Chair Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. I am in support of SB 127, the sale of electric vehicles direct to consumer. Currently, it's burdensome for the consumer to buy the #1 selling electric vehicle in the United States, which is American made. And in the state of Connecticut, I know this because I'm a member of the Electric Vehicle Club and we do these statistics. Of the electric vehicles in our state, 5,879 are Teslas. 50% of all new EVs registered in the DMV file are Teslas. So you have 5,879 people leaving the state going to New York to get their Teslas, which really is quite burdensome. It's also bad for the economy. And it's also bad for meeting our state goals because, again, the testimony earlier showed that there's actually growth in sales when you allow competition, when you allow direct-to-consumer sales. I don't think anybody wants anything bad to happen to dealerships. Nobody wants anything bad to happen to anybody, especially our business people. So it's not an either or, it's a both. And I want to address some of the information about alleged negative impacts out there that don't ring true to me about service, for example. So I drove a Nissan Leaf, which is full battery electric vehicle for 3 years before I got my Tesla Model 3. And I actually did have a problem with the car. They only had one technician to work on it. He was out for 2 days. And they would not supply me with a loaner vehicle nor give me a voucher for a rental vehicle. So I had to call Nissan USA. Contrast that with when I got my Tesla Model 3, the alignment of the front hinges on the front, this is the front trunk, were a little off. So I made an appointment through my app, went to Milford, and they realigned it for free. So I'm not saying that's everybody that has that type of experience. But when you take a look at the fact that Tesla topped first place in Consumer Reports owner satisfaction survey, you don't need an ad hoc report like mine. You have a crowdsourced result there. So I am going to be getting a Rivian. I have a pre-order for a Rivian RNT. That's the pickup truck coming out in January 2022. I would really like to not have to leave the state to go pick up that truck. So I really hope that we take this opportunity as a state to lead and to really focus on what our goals are and focus on the fact that there is no evidence, even the Acadia study shows that there is no evidence of negative impact to any dealership in any state. And that is a 2017 study that was done. So I would say that we have to really treat this as an opportunity and really understand what the opportunity cost of doing nothing. This is a 38% solution. And history has its eyes on you. I hope this is the room where it happens.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, committee members?
I see Representative Steinberg with his hand raised. and Representative McCarthy Vahey as well.
This time, Senator, I did raise my hand.
Okay, I see it there now. Thank you.
And it's very hard for me to resist anyone who quotes Hamilton as a means to get our attention. You know, Annalise, it's good to see you. You spoke a lot about statistics that relate to Tesla. And as some of us have said, you know, we think it's moved beyond just being an issue about Tesla, though they have really, in some ways, proved concept on EVs and how successfully they've done direct sales in other states. You mentioned you're buying a Rivian. So here we are, we're talking about a different vehicle. Is it reasonable to assume some of the things that Tesla has brought to the party? Look, they've got Elon Musk, they're innovating all the time, they're going to the moon. The kinds of things that we're talking about, service at your facility, fixes over the internet, is this the advent of a whole new way of not only selling cars, but servicing and maintaining cars? If we're inevitably going towards EVs, is there effectively a revolution going on in the automobile industry?
Oh, Representative Steinberg, I couldn't have said it better. We are in the middle of a revolution. This is a complete transition and transformation of not only the type of vehicles that we buy, but how we do actually buy them. So direct to consumer sales, leasing instead of buying, subscriptions are coming. There's a company called Canoo, C-A-N-O-O. They're going to be doing subscriptions where you get all in one because consumers want one point of contact for everything that they need. So they're combining the insurance, maintenance, and use of the vehicle. And it's not even a lease. They're not even tying you up. You can end it whenever you feel like it. So there's a complete transformation. And, you know, I'm so glad you asked me this question because I didn't have room in my testimony to say it. But if anyone were to Google what the automotive industry is writing about, they have been warning the dealer franchisees for years that this transformation is taking place, and they have been urging them to pivot. And indeed, some are. Some of these manufacturers are actually selling the cars online because that's where consumers go first for their information, and then just using the dealership as a facilitator so that the talent for helping the consumer is actually online, and then they go to the dealership to take delivery.
Thank you for that. My concern is that if we continue to frustrate direct sales, particularly of electric vehicles, Connecticut will be less and less competitive. We're going to fall further and further behind as this revolution picks up steam, and the kind of consumer choice and innovation that other states will benefit from will not be available to citizens of the state of Connecticut. So thank you for your testimony, for putting this in perspective.
Thank you very much, Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McCarthy Vahey, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Long time no see. It's wonderful to be here in transportation. 6 of us, I believe, are members of Planning and Development and Transportation. So I know this may have been discussed earlier today, but Annalisa, it's really wonderful to see you, and I'm grateful to you and so many other Fairfielders who really help lead the discussion in electric vehicles and sustainability for our state. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about was your statistic that you shared about the number of electric vehicles that are Teslas. But the conversation may have happened earlier when some of us were at Planning and Development about affordability of electric vehicles. And you mentioned that you also had a Nissan Leaf, and the previous testifier spoke about the long-term costs of the vehicle. I wanted to see if you could just touch on and maybe share just some price points in terms of some of the more affordable electric vehicles are out there, and why is it, you know, just to be explicit about that long-term ongoing cost and the reason why, even though, you know, other types of vehicles may be available at more inexpensive price points, the cost over time ends up being more.
Right, so we're talking about TCO, or total cost of ownership. So over time, it does cost less to own an electric vehicle than an internal combustion engine vehicle because there are only 20 moving parts The servicing is close to zero. The only thing I did on my Model 3 was put some air in a tire, and that's kind of it for now. Because of the regenerative braking, the friction brakes don't get worn, so you don't need to replace them as quickly. There's no oil. There's really so very little to do. Plus, the cost of fueling your car is the price you pay for electricity, and that is a lot less than gas. So this is, our own Department of Transportation has published this information, and there's also a carbon calculator where anyone can put in a vehicle and get this information. That being said, actually obtaining the vehicle is clearly part of the equation. So I choose to lease instead of buying. I want to hold on to my money as long as possible. I also want to trade in the vehicle and get a new one every couple of years because I want the latest technology. But when we do talk about affordability, it's important to know that China has eaten our lunch on affordable EVs. So there's a company called Kandi, K-A-N-D-I, and they offer electric vehicles in the United States for $20,000 and $30,000. And when you take advantage of the federal tax credit, that takes the price down to just under $13,000 for that vehicle. They are tiny cars. Then you also have Solo and Aptera. Solo is a single vehicle passenger car, and that's out of Canada. Electromechanica is the manufacturer. They've already launched in California and they're expanding to other states. They are selling direct to consumer. And Aptera just launched as well. That's a 2-passenger, 3-wheeler, $25,000 without using, without the incentives applied. And they are taking pre-orders for those vehicles. So the prices are coming down and they are making vehicles for really every segment. It's really important for us to advance the adoption of EVs by consumers because passenger vehicles are the largest percentage of all vehicles on the road. And we know that transportation is the 38% solution to the climate crisis, to reducing greenhouse gases and reducing particulate pollution, all in the name of minimizing climate risk, improving public health, and making good on the commitments that we have as a state. I just want to add really quickly, when you talk about affordability, I'm very upset that DEEP has not put in place yet the cash incentives for used electric vehicles that you all approved back at the end of 2019. They were late before the pandemic hit. They were supposed to come out in the summer and they're still not out. So that would be very meaningful since a used electric vehicle market is out there. You can get an electric vehicle for $7,500.
And Annalisa, I am always floored by the level of your information and your ability to very clearly articulate it. And I think that those of us on the committee will walk away today and remember your 38% solution, which I think is a really effective phrase that you've used with me a number of times. But I also appreciate you highlighting the issues very specifically, naming price points so that people know that there are affordable options that are available, especially when you look at the cost of the vehicle over time. I really appreciate that, especially in light of this bill and providing access, because as consumers become more and more aware of the options that are available to them, there's going to be the desire to be able to purchase them here in our state. And as Rep. Steinberg said, we want to remain competitive. So I thank you for your time here today, but also for your tireless advocacy over many years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I think Senator Cassano's on mute.
Yes, Senator, I'm going to ask you to unmute, send you the.
Hear me?
Well, we can hear Representative Sims.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Truly appreciated.
Yeah.
Well, I think Representative Carney had his hand raised as a question on the last speaker.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Senator. Thank you. Thank you, Annalisa, for your testimony. I agree with Representative McCarthy-Vahey. It was certainly very informative. I actually learned a lot while you were speaking, so I really appreciate that. I thought you brought up some excellent points regarding how cars are being sold. I see it. I'm a realtor, part-time realtor, and I see it in that industry too, kind of moving in that direction where people like to look online, hence why Zillow is so popular. They find exactly what they want, and that agent is almost there just to get the paperwork signed. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And I really appreciate you bringing up China, because in my research on this, you're absolutely correct. China is way ahead of us, especially in terms of that affordable vehicle that's readily accessible now. So I just have two questions for you. One of the things you mentioned, that Tesla represents about 50% of the electric vehicles that, did you say were sold last year or on the, yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
What are some of the other, I'm just curious, what are some of the other companies that, you know, are in the other 50%?
Right. So Chevy Bolt, there's the BMW has an electric car. There are a bunch of other ones out there, but really most of them are Tesla Model 3 and now Tesla Model Y. The Tesla Model Y, the adoption rate is really quite impressive there, and that's the crossover SUV. So that is the great preponderance of the cars. And Chevy unfortunately dropped off when they discontinued the Volt. So yeah, so it's Tesla owns the space right now.
And I'm just curious, because I know you said you were going to get a Rivian. Where are you planning on purchasing it? If this bill doesn't pass, where are you planning on purchasing that?
So I sort of have like a concierge team that's available to me at Rivian. I feel like I'm very taken care of. When I email them, they email me back. I've configured my vehicle. They told me it's going to come out in January 2022. You know, and if anyone says to me, well, why aren't you buying, you know, the American pickup that's coming out? It's like, well, you don't have a camp stove in it. I want a camp stove. You know, it's like these pure EV manufacturers, they're just like disrupting everything. They're just coming up with things you never thought of before. So I'm like, yeah, of course I want to be able to cook when I'm out wherever I want to go. So you know, I hope I answered your question.
No, I was just curious because when Lucid was testifying, I don't think, I could be wrong. I'm not sure if any states actually have approved Lucid to sell yet. So I was wondering if any states, I guess, where would you be purchasing that Rivian, or any states actually allowing sale of that particular?
Right. So at this point, I'm actually not really worried about that, because I kind of feel like it's their problem to get me the vehicle and my problem to get to where they can legally sell it to me. And I'm really hoping, I'm not being frivolous. I really hope this is the room where it happens. I hope this is where we say, holy cow, we're afraid of the wrong thing. We're afraid of losing jobs, but there's no evidence that that will happen. We should be afraid of being Texas, of being California. We should listen to what's going on in those other states and say, we need to crack open this marketplace so that we can meet our goals as quickly as possible, answer the cry of consumers for the freedom to buy any vehicle they want, any way they want, drive economic development. We've seen what it's done, and jobs, and green jobs. How much, you know, Representative, I think it was Rosario, I want that SMART program in our state. It should be here. And, you know, Tesla, if you're still on the call, hey, how many, we have like 6,000 owners of Teslas here. You know, what do we need to do to get that program here? So, yeah, so I would say I'm really not worried about it is the short answer. And I might be super inconvenienced as one of the early adopters of that vehicle to pick up that car. And you know what? I would not be upset with Rivian. They did the right thing. I'd be upset with our state lawmakers to say, guys, what's up with this? Let's do it.
Great. Well, I appreciate that. And again, though, and your wealth of knowledge on the issue is fantastic. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Seeing no other hands, I want to thank you for your testimony. It's been very informative and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. next in line I have is Chris Freisel.
Chris should be signing on now. Chris, if you can hear us, if you could turn on your camera and your microphone.
And when Chris is finished, I'm going to pass the torch to Representative Sims, who will conduct the rest of the meeting. Is Chris on yet?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you, Chris. You can begin your 3-minute testimony when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Lamar, Chairman Casano, Chairman Sims, Ranking Member Summers, and Ranking Member Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Christopher Frixell, and I am the president of the Associated Builders and Contractors of Connecticut. Our association is a statewide trade association made up of over 200 companies, large and small, that represent merit shop contractors. I'm testifying today on behalf of those members. We write to add our names to the growing chorus of individuals, groups, and businesses concerned about the lack of transparency and oversight at the Port Authority. And we applaud this committee for attempting to address the issue through proposed bill 241. I know that you do have my written testimony on file, so I'll attempt to paraphrase. But we'd like to urge you to make it clear that the Port Authority does have to follow state contracting standards and procedures, and that watchdog agencies have jurisdiction in their matters. Our concerns really stem from the standards and processes followed so far by the Port Authority on the State Pier redevelopment project. Specifically, last July, when the Port Authority released their RFQ, they included a project labor agreement on the project. We were surprised by that. We didn't know that a project labor agreement was going to be included. And just for background, we believe project labor agreements are discriminatory toward contractors based solely on their labor affiliation. And so we know that they're controversial. We're not here to necessarily debate the merits of the project labor agreement. However, I did submit a Freedom of Information Act requesting how they came to that decision, how they came to the decision to use a project labor agreement. A few months later, they responded that they had nothing to give me. No documents were responsive. A review of meeting minutes, recordings of the Board of Directors meetings indicates that the PLA mandate was never discussed, nor was it voted upon by the board. In a radio interview with the executive director, who was not with the Port Authority at the time of the PLA decision, but nonetheless, we believe should be knowledgeable of such decisions, he claimed ignorance when asked how the PLA came to be. In short, there's just no explanation of how the PLA was decided upon or how it was determined to be in the public's best interest. Now, as I mentioned, we're not here to debate PLA specifically. Regrettably, we know that they are legal through section 31-56B of the general statutes. However, the statute also requires that any granting authority determine a PLA is in the public's best interest and lists a number of considerations to be used in making that determination. In this case, the Port Authority apparently has none. Steering taxpayer construction dollars without proper justification to do so is a very dangerous precedent to allow. And it's clear that the Port Authority violated state statute here. What's unclear is what remedy exists. State Contract Review Board has agreed to investigate the use of the PLA, but now has concerns that statute creating the authority may exempt it from their jurisdiction. They've requested a formal opinion from the Attorney General to settle the question. We don't think such a question should exist.
Chris, unfortunately, you're right at the 3-minute time limit. If you could just condense and wrap up the testimony.
Absolutely. Representative Steinberg mentioned Hamilton quotes. I'll do you one better. I'll leave you with a quote from the State Contract Review Board Chairman Lawrence Fox, who at a recent meeting said, "Nimble has come to mean all kinds of things that I don't think were intended with quasi-publics. Nimble should not mean having bad procurement policies. Nimble should not mean an uneven playing field for people that want to bid on projects. Nimble should not mean sacrificing the due diligence that we need to protect the taxpayers of this state." And we agree. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none?
I see no hands. I just see Senator Summers has raised her hand now.
Yes, and thank you for your testimony. I had a question. So you said that you had asked the Attorney General to look into this because the Port Authority did not follow procedure. Is that correct?
No, so what we asked was for the State Contract Review Board to look into it because we didn't feel that they followed state statute, which does require they're supposed to do some due diligence to look into whether or not a project labor agreement's in the state's best interest. It is the State Contract Review Board that is now concerned. They may actually not have jurisdiction. And so they have asked the Attorney General for a written opinion on that matter.
Okay, so does a quasi-state agency, are they required to do that for a PLA, or is that normally just for state only work?
Well, it is a quasi-public using state taxpayer dollars
Right.
for the construction of this. So we feel that it should fall under 31-56B.
And have you reached out to the Port Authority for an opinion, and they have said they don't have to meet that requirement because they're a quasi-state agency, or have they not responded?
They've given me no information whatsoever.
Well, maybe that's something that we can ask as a legislative body that's looking at the Port Authority for that information. But I just wanted to be clear on what you said so I can go back and think about it a little bit more.
I appreciate that. And, you know, again, this is not the right venue for us. We really don't like project labor agreements for a lot of reasons. But it's significant that they're controversial. They're very controversial, and they leave a lot of local businesses from the ability to compete, including in this case, very local businesses. There's a couple of businesses that are, you know, could probably hit a golf ball to the state pier, and they weren't able to have a fair opportunity to compete because of the project labor agreement. So that's why I think they really should have to go through due diligence when using them.
Yes, I had heard that also. There's companies that are literally right across the river that can't, do the work that they normally do or supply materials or anything.
Right.
So that's interesting that you brought this up. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? Senator Summers, thank you for your questions. And I'm going to pass the torch on to Representative Sims.
Thank you, Senator Cassano. Phil, can you please call the next speaker, please?
Certainly, I believe the next speaker we have on our list is Chip Gengris, who is in the room. Chip, if you could unmute and turn your camera on. It'll be followed by Yvette Sanchez, and then if Mr. Garival, Paul Garival, returns to the waiting room, we will follow up with him. If not, Mr. Paul Rearin will be the third speaker.
Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Gengris.
Thanks very much. Representative Lamar, Senator Cassano, and Senator Summers, Representative Carney, nice to see you again, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Chip Gengris, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill SB 127, and that concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. I am president of Gengris Motor Cars and an officer and member of the board of directors of CARA. Gengris Motor Cars has been in the state of Connecticut since 1937 and was founded by my grandfather. Our headquarters is located in East Hartford. We have retail locations in East Hartford, North Haven, Plainville, and soon to be Torrington. We represent 11 franchises: Honda, BMW, Volvo, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Volkswagen, Ford, and hopefully next week Subaru. We employ over 500 people in the state. And when the pandemic hit on March 23rd, my brother and I had the awful responsibility of laying off 75% of our employees. However, with the help of the PPP loan and navigating some of the pandemic, we were able to bring back 90% of those employees, which proves how resilient the automotive industry is and the people that work for us. I believe that SB 27 undermines the state franchise law by creating an unlevel playing field to sell cars, which I think will result in job loss for sure. I've heard arguments that Connecticut retailers, I just heard a couple, don't want to sell electric vehicles. That is entirely untrue, and it's really important to get the facts on that. All Connecticut retailers are fully committed to selling EVs. I would invite any legislator to come to any one of our stores to see the many different vehicles that we have for sale, that we have on our lots. And there are actually 40 options of EVs available in Connecticut to consumers. They're both EVs, ZEVs, and fuel cell vehicles. As someone just testified, most all manufacturers are now fully committed to electric vehicles. Earlier this month, a report from the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy ranked Connecticut 13th in the country for encouraging people to buy cars of electric power. And since 2015, CAR and DEEP have worked together for the Cheaper program to provide incentives for purchasing EVs. The Cheaper program will soon be offering incentives specifically for low to middle income earners. Nearly all manufacturers now produce EVs. Some manufacturers like Volvo, a brand we sell, will have only electric vehicles by 2023, only. Most EVs right now are higher end cars that are second or third vehicles. The only way for Connecticut really to meet its ZEB goals will be through affordable electric vehicles, and the quickest way to do this is through a retail network, which already exists in the state of Connecticut. Finally, we have seen a shift in recent years to interest in making purchases online. Certainly the pandemic accelerated that, and we are partnering with the manufacturers to enhance the ease for the consumer. But what we've also seen, different than what Representative Carney said, is that most online buyers start online, but then they do want to come in and understand the vehicle in the store with someone who they trust. And so that personal experience is really, really important. Buyers want to see cars, drive them before they make such a significant purchase. If we want EVs in Connecticut roads, we need to do this through the retailer network. I urge you not to pass SB 127. I appreciate your time and would love the opportunity to address a couple comments, one made by Representative Steinberg and then one about workforce development if I have time.
So you're actually right at your 3-minute deadline for speaking, but I do see that Representative Steinberg has raised his hand to ask a question.
Thank you. The least I could do is afford you the opportunity to respond to the question or the statement that I made. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the reasons why it's not taken off so much in the state of Connecticut is it is perceived to be an expensive alternative to transportation. And I understand the facts behind that. Not every EV is $50,000 or $75,000 like that Rivian truck, but it takes a relationship to be able to explain to a potential consumer the value of an EV. It's not that we don't want to sell them. It's that not everyone really trusts it and wants to buy it. And so we have to get them in and have a conversation and show them the benefit of an EV, whether it's the Chevy Bolt, which exists, or the Volvo XC40 Recharge, or the BMW i3, or the Ford Mustang. The consumers have lots of questions that they just can't answer online. And if you're a high-end consumer, you do more research, you have more time for research, and you're willing to take a little more risk. The everyday person is skeptical, and we really need to work on that. And we're training our staff to do that on a daily basis.
Well, thank you for that clarification. A couple of things you said, though, maybe leave me scratching my head a little bit. You said that most people want the personal relationship in their car purchasing, and yet every time I turn on the TV, there's a Carvana ad, there are like 4 or 5 other things online. Seems like a lot of people are perfectly comfortable making this big purchase decision. There's no doubt about it. One of the bigger ones they make in their lives, totally online without necessarily having visited a dealer or had that kind of relationship. So how do you reconcile that trend with what you just said?
Sure. So let me give you some facts. Tesla sold 200,000 units in the United States last year, 200,000. There was probably 15 million new vehicles sold. So it is very, very small. Carvana, used car market in the United States, 40 million units were sold in the United States, 40 million. Carvana probably doesn't even eclipse 700,000. I think CarMax is the largest. And CarMax is, you can go right to the store and talk to someone. what we saw after the pandemic, almost all of our business was online. And we thought we'd start transacting online. We've been a one price store, so there was no negotiation. Everything was really easy, point and click. People get nervous and they want to come in and see it, smell it, understand how the door fits. Is their body style going to fit in the seat? How does the stereo sound? And if you're rebuying something, sure, you can do it again online. But that first purchase, if you're going to switch or your family has changed in its dynamics over the last 3 years, you can't. What we're seeing is most people want to come in. Our floor traffic across our 11 stores has never been higher. And I would have thought it was going to be the exact opposite in a pandemic.
Well, I'm sure you have a good customer experience. Of the 40-odd EV brands, models that you alluded to, you sell across your franchises, what's the biggest seller?
For us, we don't represent all 40. For us, the Chevy Bolt is a big seller. And then we have seen Volvo with either electric only or partially electric is now the third or fourth highest Volvo or highest volume car sold in the United States. And their goal is by 2025 to be the #1 electric vehicle manufacturer in the United States of America. And Volvo sold about 140,000 units, so they're a little bit smaller than Tesla. And General Motors and Ford, obviously, Toyota and Honda, they're selling millions. And so the investment they have is really significant.
Well, I think they have a wonderful aspiration. I wish them luck in achieving it. What are the relative volumes of, say, the Bolt versus like the BMW i3? What do you sell on an annual basis?
I don't have the facts in front of me. We're selling, a lot of it's about availability right now with the chip shortage, with the pandemic. It's very hard to gauge this year. The interest is way up. Every Volvo XC40 Recharge we've been allocated has all been pre-sold for over a year. Every Ford Mach-E is pre-sold for over a year. Chevy Bolt, I think we might have one left on our lot. They all get pre-sold. So most of the manufacturers are going, they see how consumer likes the Tesla online model. And so most all of them have developed very similar technology where the consumer goes onto their website, picks their car, orders it. And then the comment that I took exception to was the talent isn't online. And that I think is something we've been talking about for years. The talent are the employees in the state of Connecticut. That's where the consumer makes connection. Not every consumer experience is a great one. I get it. But the talent is when someone has a face-to-face and has a question on it. And that's what's happening with these electric vehicles. They're going online, whether it's Ford or Volkswagen or Volvo or BMW, and making a reservation very similar to what others are doing. But then they have an outlet at the store for their questions to be answered, a place to trade in their vehicle. If a recall happens or something goes wrong with the car, they have many outlets across the state of Connecticut where they can go.
Thank you. I was looking at EVs myself recently, and I ended up getting a Prius Prime because I've got some range issues with the Capital. But I did look at the i3, and I was surprised to see that even though BMW is a real innovator, and full disclosure, my brother used to work for them, they were having a hard time selling the i3s. They seemed to have a lot on their lots, and they were really eager to deal, which disappointed me quite a bit. I didn't go with it for a couple of reasons, but I've not seen the trend that you described that they're hopping off the shelves.
So there's a challenge with the price of the car as well, and not everyone can afford an i3. The Toyota Prius is at a different price point, and it depends how committed a certain manufacturer is. And if you look at where they've been versus where they're going, every single manufacturer is pushing EV, even domestic, all the way up to luxury. And I think what's going to be really exciting for the consumers of the state of Connecticut and across the country is they're going to have hundreds of choices on how and where and what to drive.
I think you're absolutely right. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Thanks for coming today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next is Rep. Stephanie Thomas.
Thank you, Travis. Hi, Chip. I'm laughing because Volvo's going to have to fix their software issues if they want to be #1 in a few years. Thank you for being here. I applaud your resilience during this challenging time. I am new to this committee, so I have not been involved in a lot of these back and forth conversations over the years. just want to make sure people can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. My box isn't lighting. Quick question, because I really am trying to understand this. And typically I don't like to interfere in market forces, if you will. And I would assume that, as you say, every major manufacturer is now trying to push EVs, and these are relationships that dealers already have, the retail network already utilizes. So it just feels like a fear of competition issue to me, because wouldn't customers vote with their feet if they want the support of a dealership, they want the customer service, whereas someone who doesn't want that could simply, do the direct sale model? I'm really trying to understand that aspect of the argument. Can you expand on that?
Sure, happy to do it. Thank you for the question. I think it's not about competition with a product, and I don't think anybody would say they're trying to prohibit product choices. I think that it's an unlevel playing field, that if we have direct sales model, then all of a sudden, someone mentioned the Chinese, they have 40 different types of cars in China. And the reason why China is so far ahead of us is their government is supporting it. And if our federal government and state government gets behind EV, that will change the dynamics. And that's what's happened on the national level, and why all these manufacturers are now moving in that direction, because that's policy. And so it's not about competing against Tesla. They only sell 200,000 units. They're one of the smallest manufacturers of cars in the world. It is the direct sale model, which eliminates a lot of people, and all these existing dealerships, which have made investments over hundreds of years through jobs in the state, construction, employees that work there, sales, servicing, training, all of a sudden now are competing against someone who can just open up a 5,000 square foot storefront and have 2 employees and have everyone online, whether someone thinks they're talented or not, and they could be all in Las Vegas or India or somewhere else, and not in Connecticut. We employ 14,000 people in the state of Connecticut for the automotive sector. That's a lot. And I think it's not about trying to eliminate or do away with competition with product. It's just trying to say, if we're going to sell something, everyone should have to sell it in the way that it's been legislated. It's our opinion, and I understand there are different opinions.
No, I thank you for that explanation. I'm also thinking that sometimes markets develop in ways that no one even wants or anticipates, and things become very popular that no one foresaw, etc. So I'm curious, even if this bill does not go any further, the fact that it keeps coming back leads me to believe that there is innovation afoot in this industry. Has your sector thought about how you might innovate to meet this? Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure. I think what will happen is, if the investments of all the major manufacturers come true, General Motors, Ford, Volvo, Toyota, Honda, the only way Tesla will survive is if they franchise. There'll be such a small niche business if they can't scale, and if they're going to sell 2 million units, it'll be really hard to do it direct. It's just I think it'll be too hard. And I think the innovations that we've tried personally, we've tried selling cars one price. We've tried selling only online, pick up and delivery at someone's house, guaranteeing them if they don't like their car, we'll give them their money back, a 7-day trial period, all the things that you hear, Carvana, CarMax, Tesla, other doing, because supposedly everyone wants that. Some people take advantage of it, and some people it's just not relevant. So I think the entrepreneurship of any business owner, if he or she is going to be successful, is listening to their constituents and trying to solve their needs constituent by constituent. And what works for 1 or 5,000 people in the state of Connecticut is probably not as relevant for the other 3,400,000 or whatever it is. And so I think that's one of the values of having independent, locally owned businesses, rather than something owned by someone who lives in California and manages a call center in Nevada or wherever that might be.
I think you raised the interesting issue, which is that should this bill move forward, Tesla and companies like them, whoever enters the market, could find out there is no market for it, and that people continue to use, dealerships like yours. And I'm still thinking about it, so I'm not sure it makes sense, again, to suppress the market without giving consumers a chance to weigh in. But I definitely see your point. And again, I applaud your resiliency and thank you for being here today.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Next up is Rep. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for testifying today, Mr. Gingras. I was just curious, do you do any franchisee dealership in the state of Connecticut, like any other Volvo dealers, sell EVs from, I know you mentioned BMW earlier and Volvo, but Volvo, I went from a Volvo to a Mazda to a Volvo, and I was looking for a full electric vehicle that could take me to Hartford and back. And so I did look at Tesla as well in the Model 3, but for the range, I was kind of, it was really hard to decide, and I really do want to pollute less. And
yeah,
so, but my problem is, or my issue is that if I think the intent is for the dealerships to sell EVs. So why limit another company? Is it solely because they are not franchising? And I mean, I understand that concern. And then my other question is this is a new domain that's just emerging and trying to expand. And if we don't open the doors in Connecticut, other states are going to take the lead. And I'm not sure if we're jeopardizing I'm trying to see if we're really jeopardizing jobs. Like if I'm looking for an electric vehicle and I can't find it in Connecticut, will I buy it outside of the state? Probably. And I think most people do. So why not accommodate? I think it's maybe a different product. So, and I'm sure they will reach like a franchisee type of setup if they sell more vehicles. That would be kind of what I would expect. But if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there's three comments in what you said that resonated with me. One, I think by next year, there will be more choices and more electric vehicles sold than Tesla in the state of Connecticut, for sure. There's so much competition. I mean, Ford, Chevrolet, Volkswagen, Volvo, Audi, Honda, Toyota. The tipping point is going to be there. So I don't think your comment of someone leaving the state to buy an electric vehicle. I think the best thing the state could do, and what I sit on Volvo's dealer council, and we talk about how to change the dynamic. And if Volvo is going to sell 180,000 units, about the same size as Tesla, in 2025, the infrastructure, your nervousness about driving to work and finding charging is what is the biggest challenge for consumers. What we're finding when they come in to buy a car is that, how am I going to charge my car? Is it going to go far? I have that range anxiety. And as battery gets better and better in the investment of these manufacturers, I think that's going to solve the problem. And Tesla was first. So they were first out of the gate. So got it. That's fantastic. But I think on the consumer protection, everyone has a bad experience, story, or a friend who's had a bad experience. But overall, I think one of the great things that the franchise system does and the retail facility does is they protect the consumer against a large company. And when you see companies have recalls, all that does is cost that company money, and they have a design flaw and it's not safe. But the consumer, what we see at a local level, if they have a product and there was someone who said they had a problem with their Volvo. Okay, they're not perfect, but when you have a problem, you want to be able to go to a number of places for someone to advocate on your behalf. And when the shine comes off of something new and exciting, the advocation and the consumer protection, I think, is what I see as most vulnerable. And it's not about not driving electric, and it's not about competition.
You know, Mr. Gangers, I'm a wholesaler, so I understand customer service, and it always, you know, changes and adapts to the times. So, I do want to see more electric vehicles and more choices in the state. I think it's very important that Connecticut participates in that expansion. But I appreciate your time, and I don't think it will take away from any of Mr. Riley's customers, because I think his clientele service is key, always key. And and you have, you know, you still have a better price range to offer to the public. So there is still, I think, anyway, thank you, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Rep. Michelle. Are there any other comments from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Gangris. Appreciate your testimony.
Thanks very much. Have a good day.
You too.
The next speaker we have is Yvette Sanchez, who is in the room with us. So that if you could turn your camera on and remove your mute. Unmute.
Hello.
Perfect. If you have you on camera, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Representative Lamar, Senator Cassano, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Yvette Sanchez. I'm the Corporate Controller for Gengris Motor Cars in East Hartford, and I'm also a resident of the city of Hartford. I started with Gengris 15 years ago as a billing clerk, and through hard work and opportunity, I am now part of the upper level management team. On behalf of my 500 colleagues at Gengris and the members of the Connecticut Auto Retailers Association, I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 127, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. Connecticut's 270 new car dealerships offer good, high-paying jobs to over 14,000 employees. They employ technicians, service advisors, sales staff, front office staff, and marketing staff, financial staff, community relations, and human resources. Gengris Motors and Connecticut's new car dealers offer competitive salaries, benefits, and job training. These employees work and live locally. CARA dealerships have a combined payroll of $880 million. The direct sale model proposed in Senate Bill 127 would outsource many of these jobs. CARA estimates that more than 10% of the existing staff at Connecticut's dealers would lose their jobs if a direct sale exemption were placed into law. A direct sale model also limits revenue potential for towns and states. The new car dealerships in Connecticut encompass large service facilities, auto and parts inventory, and body shops, which in turn property tax bills that support their lives. For example, when the Gengris Volvo store in North Haven was built.
Excuse me, Ms. Sanchez.
Yes.
Rep. Reyes, can you please mute your phone, please? Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. You may continue.
Okay. For example, when the Gengris Volvo store in North Haven was built, it added millions of dollars to the town's grand list, all taxable to the city. By contrast, the direct sale model could result in significant losses in property tax revenue for Connecticut cities and towns because there would be no requirement that qualified vehicles be sold from a physical facility, nor there a requirement that repair facilities be available. In addition to tax considerations, service facilities are critical for safety recalls, warranty work, and local source parts and service. We ask that you not allow for a carve out in our state law for the benefit of large out-of-state corporations. Connecticut's current law protects consumers, supports Connecticut's economy. Thank you for your time, and I encourage you to vote no on SB 127.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Sanchez. Are there any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Mr. Clerk, can you call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker should be Paul
Garavel. Paul, I've asked you to unmute and begin your camera if you can hear us.
Can you see me okay?
Yes, we can. You can begin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Paul Garavel. I'm a member of the Connecticut Automotive Retailers Association Board of Directors and a past member of the Connecticut General Assembly. So I kind of know the pain you're going through right now. And often enough, good things haven't been said about what you do. So thank you for your service. It's truly important. Connecticut Auto Dealers are a group of about 14,000 employees in Connecticut, and they live here, pay taxes here, and very importantly, we support local charities. We think that there are some things that are better off not being sold directly. There are relationships that are important. They help to give consumers the opportunity to put a face and a name together. Buying a car is supposed to be a very happy experience, and for the most part, it usually is. Who is not happy coming to a dealership, picking up a nice, shiny car? Servicing a vehicle is not generally the same experience. When you have a relationship, you have a contact. It helps to relieve anxiety for consumers. Last year, our store, for example, sold 1,200 vehicles, which was actually the easiest thing we do. We serviced 11,000 of them. Where will direct sale consumers go? I don't think any of us disagree of the importance of electric vehicles. They're vitally important to the environment, and we certainly encourage the sale of them. We actually sell them. But the vehicles we sell, we can service. I think the difference of opinion that we have today, and it's not about Tesla, it keeps being referred to as Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. It's about electric vehicles. And the difference of opinion we have is the way they're sold. I think this is a great opportunity for the state and the legislature to, I won't say turn things around a little bit, but perhaps require electric vehicle manufacturers to follow the same approach that we do as dealers and use the franchise system. It would create a terrific opportunity for the legislature to create jobs, have manufacturers utilize property, training, pay taxes in the state of Connecticut. It's very easy to do. The reason these electric manufacturers don't want to do that is it cuts into their profit margin. It's a very simple economic equation. Obviously, I'm against the bill. I'm a car dealer. You would expect that. But I think there's a certain reasonableness that we need to bring into how electric vehicles are going to be sold. I think some of the problem we've had is because this has been referred to as the Tesla bill.
Hey,
It
Paul,
seems like
I hate to interrupt you, but you're right abutting your time limit. If you could kind of just wrap up your comments and
Okay.
question and answer. Thank you.
Sure. I think that referring to this as the Tesla bill or entering Tesla's name into the picture often creates somewhat of a controversy. I think it's time for us to put that aside, figure out how to sell electric vehicles, and go on with continuing with the franchise system. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I'm delighted to be here today. Unfortunately, I'm not in the Capitol building, haven't been there in 35 years, but it's a great opportunity to see you all.
Thank you, Mr. Garvell. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Garavel, for coming today and offering certainly a unique perspective as a former state representative commenting on this issue. So one of the things, I've been on this committee for this is my 7th year on the committee, and I think 5 out of the 7 years, maybe 6 out of the 7 years, with the exception of last year, I think this bill has come up. So the thing that, when Representative Guerrero was the chair and I was ranking member then, we tried to come to some sort of an agreement between, at that time, it was just Tesla, and the auto retailers. So, I mean, where we kind of are right now is the same place we were before. And it doesn't seem like the issue's going away. And I don't think it's going to go away. And we have, Tesla and other manufacturers that do not want to get into the dealer franchise system for whatever reason. They don't. And it doesn't seem and it doesn't seem to be changing. And then you have dealers who pretty much are saying they have to get into the dealer system. So I'm kind of struggling with, and as a former state rep, what do we do in that situation? I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of happy medium. I thought we were getting close to that a few years ago. Obviously, that didn't happen. But with Tesla, I'm going to say Tesla and probably the other two, Lucid and Rivian, probably soon there'll be a pretty high demand for those. We have, I have constituents that have them. I have constituents that want them. And it's difficult because, they do have to go to New York or they do have to go to, Massachusetts, and none of that's changing. So I'm just curious. I mean, what do we do to move forward to make sure everybody is satisfied from your perspective?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. And it's a very interesting point. But if I was chairman right now, I'd make a motion to adjourn. No, in all seriousness, if we look at the way the Tesla or EV situation has gone over the past few years, and you've been on the committee for the last so many years, and I've seen you here, you can realize that there is a real difficult situation that's been created because of the word Tesla. And I hate to use that phraseology, but it hasn't been EVs and how do we sell them. It's been Tesla's unwillingness to want to make a concerted effort to get along with everybody in the state. I mean, they have had the same issues throughout the country. I think the Tesla is an absolutely fabulous car. It's revolutionary. It does things that are almost, I don't want to say spaceship-like because of Elon Musk, but the car is phenomenal. The problem is the way they want to sell it. And that's why, obviously, we're going to have a disagreement as dealers. If Tesla were to say to me today, we will sell you a franchise, I would buy it. And I would buy it because as someone who is selling a product to a consumer, I want to be able to satisfy that consumer with the service I provide to them. I want to be able to donate to the charities, to the bands, to whatever their children participate in. We want to be part of the community, and so should people who are making money from consumers in the state of Connecticut be able or have to give to those charities. Because manufacturers that sell either online or direct, we're not going to have any association with them. If there's a complaint in the Department of Motor Vehicles, and there are a lot of them, where will a motor vehicle inspector go to resolve a complaint? He's not going to go to the local Tesla branch or EV branch. He goes to a dealer, and 9 times out of 10, the complaint is resolved. And it's usually resolved to the dealer and amicably to the consumer. And that's what I feel we're talking about here. It's how we sell the car. As Chip Jenger said, Volvo will outsell Tesla in the next few years. Has nothing to do with Tesla or Volvo. We need EVs. It's good for the environment. But if we sell 500,000 EVs like the government or the governor's commission has recommended, how are we going to have a relationship with those people? How are we going to service them? How are we going to have to take care of them? And that's the point. From my point of view as an automobile dealer.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that, well, I should say the Honorable Mr. Garavell. But thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Carney. Are there any other members that would like to ask a question? Seeing none, Thank you, Mr. Garaville.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, call the next speaker, please.
Certainly, the next speaker I see on our list is Dan West, who we skipped over, is now in the room. Mr. West, if you can hear me, if you could unmute and turn your camera on.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 127, an act to allow manufacturers of electric vehicles, or EVs, to sell directly to consumers, a process we colloquially refer to as direct sales. My name is Dan West, and I'm the Director of Public Policy for Rivian Automotive, LLC, an independent U.S. manufacturer of all-electric adventure vehicles. Direct sales is critical to helping Connecticut reach its EV adoption goal of 500,000 by 2030. Right now, the state is less than 3% of the way there. Allowing direct sales of EVs is the most effective, budget-neutral, and market-friendly way to accelerate EV adoption. States that allow direct sales have higher EV adoption rates than states with direct sales prohibitions, even in the absence of other incentives. Beyond meeting the state's EV goals, direct sales will bring in new investment from companies like Rivian to hire local contractors, construction workers, to design and build retail locations. We would also hire local staff, invest in and become part of the community, and pay taxes. Current law deters these investments. Additionally, when we're not permitted to operate in the state, as you've heard very much already today, residents must travel to neighboring states to test drive a Rivian or speak to a product specialist, and the vehicle sales tax may be paid in the neighboring state. It's a net loss for the state economy and an unnecessary burden on consumers. Why use direct sales rather than the dealer franchise model? Dealerships rely on high inventory and frequent servicing to be profitable, an approach that works for gas-powered cars but not for EVs. With direct sales, we can maintain affordability by avoiding dealer markups. We can educate consumers with this brand new technology, and we can have a direct relationship with the customer over the lifetime of the vehicle. Direct sales empowers consumers. It gives them a choice to purchase an EV from a company like ours or from their local dealer. And that's probably the most important point to underscore. Nothing in this legislation will harm existing dealers. Over the past decade, when Tesla really came into the market, national dealership sales steadily rose from $676 billion in 2012 to over $1 trillion in 2019. In Florida, which has been open to direct sales this whole time, dealership sales increased 42% between 2012 and 2019. In contrast to just one interest that's opposed to it, direct sales is supported by a diverse array of interests, from liberal environmental groups to nonpartisan consumer rights groups to conservative free market think tanks. The Federal Trade Commission has also weighed in favor of direct sales as serving consumer interests, open markets, and competition, finding no policy justification for dealer protectionism. In sum, allowing direct sales is good for consumer choice, good for the economy, good for air quality, and it does not harm existing local businesses. Decarbonizing our transportation sector is a huge challenge, and we look forward to joining dealers in that urgent effort. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. And Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to a question that was asked earlier about bankruptcy, I'd like to.
Please do.
Thank you. Some previous speakers used Saturn, Saab, and Oldsmobile as examples. Pontiac and Hummer are actually other examples, but I need to clarify that those are brands. And when those brands were closed, it was the manufacturer, GM, that continued to support those vehicles by requiring other GM brand dealers to continue providing that service. So the manufacturer was actually looking after the customer in those cases. Now, there's a recent example of what happens when a manufacturer goes into bankruptcy. In the late 1980s, the DeLorean company went into bankruptcy. Local dealers did not stay in business to support customers. Instead, it was the bankruptcy court that set aside funds and reserved parts and components that allowed customers to continue to receive service for a limited time. When that order expired, those dealers immediately got out of the DeLorean business. The same thing happened even more recently with Fisker. When that company went bankrupt in the early 2010s, once again, it was a bankruptcy court that provided temporary relief for customers. And as of today, there are no DeLorean or old Fisker dealers still providing service or parts to those customers. Thus, it's not the dealers that provide protection for the consumer, but the bankruptcy laws enacted by legislators and the implementation of those laws by courts that truly protect the consumer. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. West. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you. You've heard, by the way, thank you for testifying today and for broadening the conversation somewhat beyond Tesla to another innovative electric vehicle company. You've heard maybe testimony earlier from one of the retailers who just spoke that they really guarantee jobs here in Connecticut. They've been a job creator, good municipal citizens and the like. What assurance do we have that when you come into Connecticut, assuming that we make that possible, that you're actually going to create jobs in Connecticut? How do you address the concerns raised that you are basically going to end run the kind of process that retailers have been known for a century?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for leading this bill in the committee. The bill language itself states that direct sales would only be allowed for manufacturers of all electric vehicles. So traditional auto manufacturers that already make gas-powered vehicles would not be eligible for direct sales. And there's a secondary protection in there for existing manufacturer and dealership relationships that says direct sales would only be allowed for manufacturers that have not had an existing relationship with a dealer before. So that's what I meant when I said that the bill doesn't harm existing businesses. It would just allow us, new companies, new EV manufacturers, to invest in the state and open up retail locations.
But just to follow up, the real question is, are you going to be a job creator in Connecticut? What can we look for that actually will mean that we have good paying Connecticut jobs?
Yes, sir. Pardon me for not answering that directly. The change in the law would just allow manufacturers to obtain a dealership license and be regulated as a dealer in the state. They would just be a manufacturer dealer. So, we would have our own stores, we would have brick and mortar locations, and we would employ people from the local communities to be our staff.
I got that calzone. Do you have sushi left?
I apologize, Mr.
Rick, we're fascinated by your calzones, but can you mute?
The ones that look.
Roloff, can you please mute, please?
See if there's sushi left.
No, there isn't.
Thank you.
I said no.
Oh, I'm getting hungry.
Me too.
I hope this is all vegan.
So to your point, you'll be creating jobs here in Connecticut with the facilities that you'll open. Let me just ask this as one last question. Is it really electric vehicle car manufacturers' fault that their cars require less maintenance and therefore there may be fewer people involved in the servicing business?
It's not our fault, sir. It's a function of the technology. Electric motors just they have less moving parts in them, and just for that simple reason, there's less potential for things to go wrong. And the parts themselves are pretty elegantly designed. Internal combustion engine is internally combusting all the time. There's thousands of explosions happening in there all the time, and lubricants and oil and all that. You don't need that for an electric vehicle. So just by matter of fact of having less components and less moving parts, really, you don't require as much service for an electric vehicle.
Thank you for that. I guess my surmise is that the concern about lost jobs in Connecticut are more a reflection of a changing industry whereby internal combustion engine vehicles will slowly be moved away from and transition towards electric vehicles. And an inevitable outcome of that is that there'll be less servicing involved, and therefore some of these employees will probably need to transition to the new green jobs like servicing EV batteries and things of that sort. So it is inevitable. The job loss is going to happen unless retailers plan for that inevitable transition and get out in front of it before it actually passes them by. So again, thank you for talking about the exciting prospects of Rivian coming to this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Representative Carney, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan, for coming here today. I just real quick, I asked Lucid the same thing. Are you able to sell now in any state in the country?
Technically, yes. You can buy anywhere in the country. You can buy a Rivian online. It's just the sales and delivery activity that's limited by certain state laws. So I think you asked this earlier, sir. Where would you have to go if you're in Connecticut to pick up a Rivian? It would be Massachusetts or Rhode Island. They're the closest neighboring states that are open.
So in those two, thank you for that. So in those two states, did you have to go to the Massachusetts or Rhode Island legislature to get a carve out for Rivian?
No, to my knowledge, sir, I don't know the legislative history of those states, but to my knowledge, there is no carve out in that state for any EV manufacturer. It's open to well, I guess perhaps all manufacturers that don't have an existing dealership franchise relationship.
Okay, that's good to know, because to be honest, I wasn't sure about that. So I appreciate that. And this last question, one of the prior speakers said there is a camp stove on the truck. So where would that be located?
Yes, sir. Because we don't have an engine block, there's plenty of room above the chassis now to innovate with design. It's in the R1T pickup truck, as you can see behind me right here, and it's right there in front of the back wheel. It's a new design. Rivian calls it the gear tunnel. On standard trucks, it's just open. You can put skis, fly rods, golf clubs in there. But you can also get an add-on for an inductive stove that's electric.
Very cool. So, well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Carney. Rep. Steinberg, is your hand raised for a second time, or you left it up from last time? Okay.
Lower it away.
All right. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. West, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have a great day, sir. Mr. Clerk, can you call the next, please?
Certainly, the next speaker should be Paul Guerin. Paul, I see you've unmuted and turned on your camera. You can begin when you're ready.
Great, thank you. I support SB 127 for direct sales of EVs, and I'm an IT professional and a 25-year homeowner here in Wethersfield, Connecticut. Lately, my town's known more as a backdrop for Hallmark Channel and Lifetime movies, not so much for EV ownership. But anyhow, I'm also currently active in the Tesla Owners Club of CT and EV Club of Connecticut. So my wife and I have been driving mostly Honda Civics for 30 plus years, two lasting over 14 years each. So we're pretty frugal with our cars, but now we both have Tesla Model 3s, as you can see in the virtual background of my garage here. We absolutely love these cars, by far the best cars or purchase we made in our lifetimes. Practical even in winter, and thankful to the $7,500 or then $7,500 federal tax credit and Connecticut's cheaper rebate for $1,500 that together made each of these stretch purchases possible for us these past 2 years. I publish a lot about these experiences of driving these EVs, over 40,000 miles from Canada to DC, mostly for my day job in IT. The safest by far and least cost per mile four-door sedan choice in the entire automotive market. Notice I did not say EV. In my blog, readers first learned about the third generation superchargers, and Tesla had picked Connecticut as the very first location anywhere in the entire Northeastern US. But picking our Model 3s up from Tesla in Mount Kisco, New York wasn't exactly straightforward. You've heard this before, a theme today. Both of us required to take a day off from work, twice. So that's 4 days away from work for two people. That's what it takes. You got to get another car to get there and then take two cars back. Tesla's demonstrated that the sales of direct cars without the franchise model apparently works, and it works well. Let me explain. They're far ahead of the rest of the auto industry and meaningfully accelerating the transition to sustainable energy. They've passed sales of their millionth car about a year ago overall, and growing production 50% roughly each year lately, and building a factory in Texas now, continuing a trend towards lowering average prices, staying true to their mission that was stated 15 years ago. That was always the intent, to bring the price down. They're also the only US-based car company who has increased sales in 2020, something I didn't hear mentioned today so far. Think about that. I'm going to get to Rivian Lucid in just a moment. If the Green Act bill passes for Tesla and GM buyers, they might get a $7,000 credit. So that could mean the planned $25,000 Tesla we heard about earlier could become an $18,000 Tesla effectively as soon as 2022 perhaps, and still have over 200 miles of range. Imagine how many younger Connecticut buyers will have to take a day off from work, find a car and a driver, which they might not even own a car yet, right? Get them to New York to pick their first EV up. Or in the case of Rivian or Lucid, maybe Massachusetts or Rhode Island. Even Connecticut's own Consumer Reports Test Track driver viewers will have to go 2 hours away to get theirs. And note that they've recently asserted that the lower total cost of ownership of EVs is a very real thing. Connecticut's unfortunate stance is only to get more pronounced with the very promising Rivian and Lucid Motors trying to come to market. The optics of Connecticut being so far behind all its northeastern neighbors aren't good, especially in this age of increasingly influential social media. Both my young sons are engineers. I know I think about this a lot as they get ready to settle down themselves.
You're right on
Thank
that
you very much for your
deadline.
time and consideration today. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veerman. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today and for being so patient to get your opportunity. You raised some good points. I have one unusual question. You're probably the first person I've ever seen testifying from his garage. Are you there for a specific reason? Did your wife kick you out? Oh, there you go. Much better. Were you showing off your charger or something? Any particular reason?
Well, yeah, there's 2 chargers on the wall here. So yes, both cars are electric, both cars are charging. It takes my wife all of 3 seconds to hook up her car when she pulls in the driveway at night. She does not miss gas stations. I'll leave it at that.
That's the future for all of us. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rep. Steinberg. Any further comments from the committee? Seeing none. Ms. Barron, thank you so much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can you call the next speaker, please?
Certainly, the next speaker is Wayne Weichel. Wayne, I see you're in the room. If you could turn your camera on.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. For the record, my name is Wayne Weichel, and I'm here on behalf of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. Formed last year, the Alliance for Automotive Innovation represents the manufacturers who produce nearly 99% of all new cars on the road each year, as well as major tier 1 suppliers and other automotive technology companies. I'm here today to strongly oppose Senate Bill 127, legislation that's specifically designed to let some automakers play by a different set of rules than their competitors. If someone clicked in today and happened to click on the wrong link and listened in for a while, they would think the question before all of you is whether you support electric vehicles or whether you support the environment. But that's not the question. It's not a question of whether you like Tesla or whether you support electric vehicles. The whole industry supports decarbonizing the transportation sector. As noted earlier, there are 40 battery electric vehicle and fuel cell vehicles available for sale in the US today, as well as 100 new models promised by 2025. In fact, by the end of 2023, our members will have spent nearly $250 billion bringing this technology to market. If this legislation were to pass, it would cleave the marketplace in 2. On one hand, you would have existing manufacturers who would be bound by the franchise system. And on the other, you would have every new market entrant that followed that would be unencumbered by the franchise system. I'm actually glad that Senator Haskell and the gentleman from Rivian and Lucid were able to go before me because they proved one of the arguments that we've been making for many years, that this is not just about Tesla, that it's about every other manufacturer that follows. There are about 24 major manufacturers that sell in other parts of the world, but not here in the US. Were this to pass, each of those major manufacturers would be able to sell directly. Apple's been in the news a lot lately, wanting to manufacture and sell an autonomous vehicle. Apple would be able to sell directly. And there are a number of manufacturers right on Rivian and Lucid's heels that are startups that want to enter the market soon. They too would be able to sell directly. All of these manufacturers would have an advantage over our members, over their competitors in the marketplace. And their competitors are our members. These companies sell electric vehicles. Our members sell electric vehicles today, and we'll be adding more in the future. They sell the same product. They should play by the same rules. It was an act of your predecessors in the General Assembly that established the rules under which our manufacturers have built their business, including the rule that keeps a manufacturer from selling directly to the consumer. We simply believe that it is patently unfair for policymakers now to come up with a different set of rules for new market entrants. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate your consideration of our views.
Thank you, Mr. Winkle. Is there any comments or from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Winkle, thank you so much for your testimony.
Great, thank you.
You have a good day, sir. Mr. Clerk, can you call the next speaker, please?
Certainly. I believe the next speaker is in the room, and I don't want to call the wrong person this one. I believe both Raul and Barry are in the room with us. 1 second, I want to make sure. And Aetna Ambulance, if Aetna can hear me, and unmute and turn on their camera. Aetna, I see you're unmuted. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. And you're ready to go forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and Transportation Committee. It's been a long day for everyone, so I'll be brief. My name is Bob Mara, and I'm an EMT supervisor with Aetna Ambulance Service, serving the community of Hartford and the surrounding areas for the last 75 years. I'm here today to testify in strong opposition to proposed bill SB 409. As you all know, it's an act concerning the non-emergency transportation of elderly persons and persons with disabilities confined to a stretcher. I submitted written testimony, so I'll just outline some of the talking points. I'd first like to thank everyone on this committee for allowing me to speak again on this topic and acknowledging through your past decisions the importance of our service in ambulance transportation. I don't need to remind this group that this year has been a challenge, and for our organization, we have seen employees tirelessly come into work day in and day out without complaining about the 5 extra pounds of plastic they're required to wear on every call, or the uncertainty of whether they will bring home this virus to their families. With that being said, we have seen deterioration of wheelchair dialysis transports and patients who are too sick to miss appointments while non-trained transportation providers stayed home. I can provide some data later on this testimony if you wish. But through all this, ambulance providers across the state have stepped up to help stabilize this systemic problem. As you're all aware by now, EMS personnel in our state are trained and tested on proper patient care methods during entry-level courses that reflect our ability to maintain patient safety and ourselves as well. This is not limited to proper lifting and moving techniques, but proper donning and doffing of PPE, whether it be this pandemic or any future global issues. At Aetna Ambulance Service, we have an infectious control officer and a dedicated training facility where all medical personnel is trained and tested annually by completing both a written and physical exam. While this bill states that there will be similar training for stretcher van drivers, there is no substitute for preparing an EMT, which is continual and uses best practices updated by the Connecticut Office of Emergency Medical Services. Just a small example, it is not uncommon during a routine transport of stable patients to be redirected to an emergency department. This is mainly due to patient acute status changes, such as a seizure, chest pain, difficulty breathing, or mental health issues when a patient can become suddenly violent. Having trained EMTs providing care ensures that all these patients will receive immediate medical attention during their most vulnerable condition. They are identified on a stretcher because they are not healthy like you and me. And really, if a person is on a stretcher, they are already scared and fragile. They may be frail or debilitated, therefore they may require continuous medical support and supervision. Stretcher vans jeopardize an already delicate balance of emergency services among commercial, municipal, and volunteer organizations by creating an economic strain on the system, causing an organization to reduce staffing. As I indicated earlier, these services have proven significant throughout this pandemic, and any disruption would cause trickle-down effects from hospitals to nursing homes and ultimately the 911 emergency response system. We should entrust our citizens' well-being to the medically professionals who have the appropriate training and continued education to assist some of the most vulnerable in our state. I want to thank every member of this committee for taking the time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. West. Are there any questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. West, for your comments and your testimony. We really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mara, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Raul Shah. Mr. Shah, if you could please unmute and turn on your camera.
Hi there, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, I can. Ready to proceed.
So much. So good afternoon, respected members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. My name is Rahul Shah. I am a New Haven resident who has completed my pediatric residency training at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital, and I'm currently a pediatric emergency medicine fellow at Connecticut Children's. Please note that the opinions that I'm expressing today are that of my own and do not represent that of my employer or any medical system. I am speaking in support of House Bill 5419, an act considering the Federal Clean Air Act fee on motor vehicle registration, provided it does not simultaneously reduce funding to clean air and energy and environmental protection. Briefly, I recall evaluating a school-age boy with known history of asthma. He'd come into the emergency department due to difficulty breathing. On my initial evaluation, it was apparent that he was very sick. He had barely been able to speak in complete words and was struggling to take breaths. He appeared very tired, and I could see his ribs with each of his struggling breaths. So it sounded he was having significant respiratory issues. He was struggling very significantly. He required critical care, including multiple doses of inhaled medications, a powerful intravenous steroid, and several other interventions, all before being admitted to the hospital. His parents were understandably alarmed, though they had experienced similar events in the past. As someone who routinely manages asthma exacerbations in several Connecticut cities, I can personally attest to the significant role socioeconomic status has for children afflicted with this disease. Poor air quality is a known link between urban centers and lung diseases, such as asthma. A recent study modeled how improvement in air quality from COVID-19 restrictions in New York City offered benefits to childhood health. The findings there suggested that thousands of foregone emergency department visits and hospitalizations and up to $77 billion in healthcare-related savings over a 5-year period. Imposing these current restrictions may not be socially or economically practical for years into the future, but the study gives us an opportunity to learn a bit more about how improved air quality can dramatically improve childhood health. House Bill 5419 could bolster efforts to improve clean air forms of transportation and thereby improve air quality. I've also submitted written testimony in favor of House Bill 5726, an act concerning the seizure of all trained vehicles, and House Bill 6066, an act increasing the penalties for street racing. As my testimony indicates, I support these proposals insofar as they can reduce motor vehicle crashes with resulting injury and death. However, I also appreciate the concerns outlined by the American Civil Liberties Union and their written testimony, and respectfully request that special attention be given to reduce racial bias in efforts to increase enforcement, and that this bill does not contribute to mass incarceration, which obviously has its own devastating effects on families, children, and communities. Law enforcement can have a role in preventing motor vehicle crashes. This approach should be partnered with outreach, education, as well as civil engineering initiatives focused on reducing crashes. I encourage you to vote in support of House Bill 5419, but while ensuring that this does not simultaneously decrease funding for clear air initiatives managed by Connecticut's DEEP, as well as 5726 and 6066, provided that the increased enforcement is focused on the goal of injury prevention and that special attention is given to decrease racial bias. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. Thank you all for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Are there any comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Shaw. You have a great day, sir.
Thank you as well.
Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next speaker, please?
Certainly, the next speaker we have is, the name is, there it is, Barry Kreisch. Barry, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. If you could unmute yourself, turn on your camera.
Okay, thank you.
See and hear you.
Representative Sims, committee members, my name is Barry Kreisch, and I am the president of the EV Club of Connecticut. I live in Westport. I have been plugging in since 2012. I own a Chevy Volt and a Tesla Model 3, and I am here to testify in support of SB 127. We have just been through a year of severe storms, wildfires, now Texas, the avatars of climate change made manifest. I had never heard of a Derico until last year. Our club supports all EVs. We also support innovation, putting consumers first, and accelerating the rate of EV adoption in the state. SB 127 checks all these boxes. Annalisa mentioned the Acadia Center study, which did a pre-post comparison of dealership employment in states with direct sales and found there was no discernible impact. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be concerned about EVs. They absolutely should be, because if they don't adapt, it will come back to haunt them. They should be asking themselves why the manufacturers have devoted so much in the way of resources to lobbying for looser emission standards. According to Farhad Manjoo's column yesterday in the Times, they're still at it. They should be wondering why a much smaller company like Tesla, which can't even open stores here, was responsible for 68% of the net increase in EV registrations in the state over the past 12 months. I analyzed 5+ years of cheaper data, and during this period, only 5 dealers awarded 100 or more incentives. 61% awarded fewer than 10. My point is that EVs are a macro issue for them. Direct sales is tactical. Let's not let it be a distraction. Passing this bill will increase EV adoption and bring investment and jobs into the state, and not just from Tesla, Rivian, or Lucid. Here's one example. The police department in Westport bought a Model 3, which they fully customized for law enforcement, which had to be developed from scratch for the Tesla. The car has been a big hit, and they have received hundreds of inquiries from around the world. The two companies that did this work see a big potential market, and they're Connecticut companies. One is in Chester, the other is in West Haven. There are 13,800 EVs registered in the state as of January 1st, to update Senator Haskell's number. We need a high compounded annual growth rate, 49%, to meet the 2030 goal set forth in the ZEV MOU. I participated in a panel with Congressman Himes, who, when discussing direct sales, said it shouldn't be about legacy industries stopping us from innovating. in the ways we know we need to innovate. As I have observed in testimony today, every consumer that testified has been in favor of the bill. I thank you for your time. And if it's okay, I would just like to respond to something that Representative Carney had asked. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so just that when he was talking about how people have to currently go out of state for direct sale EVs that sell direct, he mentioned Massachusetts, but I just wanted to be clear that at least for Tesla, you have to go to New York, that the state laws in Massachusetts and Rhode Island prohibit delivery of their vehicles to Connecticut customers.
Okay. Are there any questions? I see Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barry, thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it when we put all this in context with good data that really illustrates where the opportunity is. You heard a couple of people, perhaps, because I understand you've been in and out, talking about how Tesla is such a small factor in all this. And again, I don't like focusing exclusively on Tesla, but there's a big difference between selling a couple 100,000 vehicles as kind of a niche boutique manufacturer and where Tesla and other manufacturers are going. I heard mention of selling over 1 million cars a year. Will the industry change as these direct sale EV manufacturers ramp up their manufacturing abilities?
Well, I don't agree with the spokesperson from the dealership that said that Tesla was doomed to be a niche business. I think that their business model is eminently scalable. I also think that we will be seeing other business models. Annalisa mentioned Canoo, which is talking about a subscription model. Polestar is an interesting example because they comport with the franchise laws. They've opened 3 dealerships. LA, San Francisco, and New York City, and that's all they're opening. So if a Connecticut consumer buys a Polestar, Manhattan Motors will deliver it to them. So they're in conformance with the laws, but they're not going to be doing any kind of investment in Connecticut. There are in Germany, Volkswagen has given up on their dealerships to sell EVs. They have taken over the sales of all EVs corporately. So that means they're taking on the economic risk of the carrying costs of these vehicles because the dealers are not taking title to them. The dealers there are simply acting as agents, and they get a fee from the manufacturer for that. Now, I don't know if that is even possible here, but my larger point is that I think we will see a lot of different kinds of innovation in the way these cars are sold and marketed.
Thank you for that. I agree with you. I do believe we're watching, as we speak, dramatic changes going on in the industry, the way that cars are sold and serviced. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Mr. Krush, thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. You have a great day, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you call the next speaker, please?
Certainly. The next speaker we had on the list was Senator Lesser. However, it seems he is not able to join us. And the final name on the list is Mr. Kevin Blacker, who should be in the room now. Kevin, are you able to hear us? Mr. Blacker, are you able to hear us or see us? There appears to be some technical issues on his end. If you give me a moment, I'll try and resend the link to him.
I see you.
He's
Yep.
on. He's
Yep.
on and he's unmuted now, Bill.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now. Perfect. We can see you, Mr. Blacker.
Thank you. I'd like to make some comments about a number of bills. Senate Bill 605, related to number 3 on that bill. The Port Authority is asking that the DOT employee be paid by DOT, I believe. I'd like to point out the Port Authority has millions of dollars coming in as a result of the development at State Pier, as Mayor Passero noted, off the backs of his many of his underprivileged residents. And so I think the Port Authority should pay its own employee out of its own budget. As I read in Senate Bill 605, it says, it talks about appointing somebody from New Haven, New London, or Bridgeport. I think that it should just be, New London. I think New Haven and Bridgeport have enough representation on the board. Related to Senate Bill 241, the study of jobs lost called for in number 2 is going to be moot and meaningless if it's not done in about 2 weeks, when many of those jobs are lost permanently. When demolition and remediation starts down there at the port, and Driven Enterprises is likely driven out of business. In 241, number 3, where they talk about figuring out how to move the Port Authority back to the DOT or management of the State Pier back to the DOT. Norm Needleman described that in the press as a shot across the bow. It's something he didn't picture actually happening. And I think that it absolutely should happen, that the Port Authority has proven itself to be completely incapable and untrustworthy. And so I'll just say that. Related to Senate Bill 610, I think that, New London, it's long past due that they deserve, what they were promised by the governor. I think it's ultimately going to be moot because the Port Authority should be disbanded. And last thing I'll say is House Bill 5423. It seems to me there's all this discussion about reducing emissions from our transportation, but you're robbing Peter to pay Paul by making our transportation system much less efficient in the pursuit of green energy. All the trucks that used to go to State Pier are now on the road, going to Providence, going to New Haven, and that's going to be permanent. And the emissions, from excluding and making single use the only deep water multimodal port facility, ripping up the railroad tracks, is going to cancel, many of the environmental benefits of moving to, a renewable energy source. So that's what I have to say, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Mr. Blacker. Is there any comments from the committee? Rep. Devlin.
Thank you very much. And Kevin, I'm glad that I just got back into this hearing to have the opportunity to hear you testify. I have to commend you on your resiliency and your persistence. I know it has not been easy for you, and I know many times you feel like you fall on deaf ears and aren't heard. I really want to commend you for the work that you have been doing, the time and the effort that you dedicate. You help identify issues. We may or may not agree on every single aspect that is raised, but I didn't want you to leave with it at least not knowing all of the work that you're doing is greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I think as I see it, everybody knows, how aggressively I have been fighting. Nobody can deny how effective I am. And I will say something that I have said before, that the state would be much better served with me fighting on their side than against them. As much as I am doing to protect the businesses there, and as much as I'm doing for State Pier, I could be doing for New Haven. Rather than wasting their time and energy and resources fighting me, I could be on their side. And New Haven didn't get their dredging in the Army Corps, and I'd rather be helping Bridgeport and New Haven than fighting them. But I will continue to fight them, and I will win. I am going to win this fight, and I would prefer to be helping, the other ports. But right now, New Haven and Bridgeport are trying to take away our port, rip up our railroad tracks, tear down our warehouses, and it's not right. But I very, very much appreciate what you said, Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Devlin. Is there any more comments from the committee? Seeing none. Mr. Blackard, thank you so much for your testimony. It was well received. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, is Senator Lester, is he on?
No, Senator Lesser is not on. We've just received a message. He regrets to inform us he will not be able to participate. And we also received notification Senator was also likewise prevented from fully participating today. With Mr. Blacker, I believe that concludes the list of registrants to speak today. I believe that should conclude the speaking portion or the testimony portion of our public hearing. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, that does conclude our public hearing. And before we do adjourn, I'd like to thank all the members of the committee for your participation and all of those who came before us today to give their testimony. Well received and greatly appreciated. With that, the public hearing is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.